Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please come play my game. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Gangs of the Undercity is its name. Your paint skills are beyond compare. You rock with faces, eyes, and hair. Your non-metallic metals are so keen. Your blending is so wet and clean. Your highlights are the best I've seen. I need my minis in your hands, Jolene. I dream about this game all day. There is no price I wouldn't pay to make this game and play with you, Jolene. And if you'd come and back us now, I promise that I'll show you how greatly we can make cool games, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please come back my game. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Gangs of the Undercity is its name. I know you have your choice of games. Not a lot with cyber gangs, with magic elves and dwarves and orcs, Jolene. And I had to have this talk with you. Our funding goals depend on you and how much you decide to pledge, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please come back our game. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Gangs of the Undercity is its name. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please come play my game. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Gangs of the Undercity is its name. Your paint skills are beyond compare. You rock with faces, eyes, and hair. Your non-metallic metals are so keen. Your blending is so wet and clean. Your highlights are the best I've seen. I need my minis in your hands, Jolene. I dream about this game all day. There is no price I wouldn't pay to make this game and play with you, Jolene. And if you'd come and back us now, I promise that I'll show you how greatly we can make cool games, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please come back my game. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Gangs of the Undercity is its name. I know you have your choice of games. Not a lot with cyber gangs, with magic elves and dwarves and orcs, Jolene. And I had to have this talk with you. Our funding goals depend on you and how much you decide to pledge, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please come back our game. Jolene, 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 Gangs of the Undercity is its name.
All right.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
It is me, Opti, and I am here with Cliff, a.k.a. Mr. Johnson, and we are going to be your hosts for the final 8 hours of the Gangs of the Undercity finale of the Kickstarter campaign. So thanks for being here. We're truly excited for everything that has happened over the last month. We're excited for where we're going in the future, and we're excited to chat with you and hang out, answer your questions, and do all that kind of fun stuff. We were not, however, able to figure out how to stream this on the Kickstarter page, which it's fairly simple to figure out how to do. It says how to do it. It just keeps telling me that I'm not entering a valid URL. So that's where we are, and hopefully you're watching on the Fraggin' Unicorns YouTube channel, and you can interact with us there. Also, Cliff is hosting this chat on the Shadowcasters Network. What is it, Twitch?
Yep,
Twitch channel.
Twitch channel.
So if you feel more comfortable there, you want to hang in there and do your thing there, we'll be getting questions and answering questions and chatting from all sides of things, both here and there. Right there on the bottom, we have a widget that's going to tell us how close we are to our next goals and how many backers we need to get our next goal, so we can celebrate together, and how many hours we have left to go. So I will update that right now and see if anything's changed recently. So yeah, look, like we only have 8 backers until our next goal, and less than 1,000 until our next stretch goal. So anyway, I've talked a lot. Cliff, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Very excited about this Kickstarter. I was super happy to see it go almost all the way up to where it is now in like the first 48 hours or so, it seemed. And it's been cool to watch it still going up, but I really am excited to see it close out strong. It's already strong, but I want to see it max out the stretch goals.
Yes, that would be amazing. We have stretch goals all the way up to $75,000. And so, yeah, that would be amazing if in the next 7 hours we got another $18,000. That would be something. That would be incredible. But I see in the chat we've already got some folks. Looks like Palmer's here. Jordan, what's going on? Michael, thank you for all your support, Michael, and good questions. Will, good to see you. And Kelly and Josh, hey, everybody. Good to see y'all. So yeah, we're this is pretty informal, where we don't have any, we have some plans, we have some things that we want to talk about, but we don't have an agenda per se. So if somebody asks a question and you want to get us off on a tangent, we will take that tangent and ride it until we can't no more. It'll be like the Old Town Road. So yeah, Palmer says that he really needs that wheelchair model. Yeah, that's at the 7250 level. We're gonna get a model made of a character called Abimiras, and he is the main character of our Undercity audio drama. I don't know if you've all listened to that or watched that on our YouTube channel here, but Abby is a wheelchair capable fellow, and he is the main character, but he has a wheelchair, and so I think Palmer's pretty excited to have that, and I would be excited too to have another one of our minis made. Let's see. Igor says, any plans of how to paint of gangs? Yes, we do have some plans to do how-tos. Those will probably be closer to the release of the rulebook, because we're getting those together in order to put them in the rulebook themselves. The how-tos, probably one for the Valkyrs and one for the Flaming Skulls, just based on colors and things like that. But yeah, we definitely plan on doing that, but it'll probably not be like in the next month or so. It'll probably be closer to November, maybe, that we'll release those. I need to get
on the Twitch side in the chat. The Prophet 2122 asks, "Are all the minis metal?" I don't think any of them are they?
Yes, no, actually, all of them are, except
awesome.
there are a few that aren't. There's going to be a few that, well, no, this is a bad example. This is not resin. This is a hard plastic, but they will be. There's a few minis that are going to be made in resin, but they're going to be transparent and colored. So like this. So, for example, the fire elemental is going to be. It's going to basically look similar to this. It's going to be a semi-transparent red resin that the fire elemental will be in. But all of the non-elemental minis will be in metal. If we got an incredibly huge amount that blew us all out of the water, there was a potential to get some plastics, but the level of support that we would have needed to get that would have been really, really, really high.
Prophet says thanks.
Yeah.
I'd just like to say, for any of you who are potentially jumping in to follow on the Twitch channel, you're certainly welcome there, and I'll keep an eye on the chat. But the real party is happening at the Fragging Unicorns Games YouTube channel, so I highly recommend you go there either as well or move over there. I'm mainly just using the Shadowcasters Network Twitch channel here because I know it's going to send out a lot of notifications to a bunch of people who, many of you, I'm sure, have heard of this Kickstarter and Gangs of the Undercity. We've probably been talking about it for ages. But some of you might not have heard about it. So,
yeah, some folks who are not into minis probably absolutely tired of me shilling on the Shadowcasters Network for Gangs of the Undercity. But that's all right. I appreciate your patience with us. I appreciate your support anyway. William says that the audio drama is so cool, and I absolutely agree. That has been the brainchild of Palmer, who's in the chat. He's taken lead on that. He's got all the voice actors. He's done almost all of the writing for that, if not all of it. I think we collaborated a little bit in the very beginning, but he's absolutely taken it and, been an incredible. I don't know he's been an incredible audio dramatist, audio drama king. I don't know. But yeah, that's all him, and he's doing a great job with it, and I'm excited to have the next couple episodes out. Kelly did the voice for the historian. Oh, hey! Thanks, Kelly. So the voice in the beginning of the audio dramas belongs to Kelly, so good job. Thanks for being here. William says, are the miniatures pre-assembled, or does the modeler assemble them? There are a few that are completely assembled, but those that have a lot of like 3 dimensions to it, like those who don't lay down flat, for example, like in a blister case, those do need to be assembled a little bit. But in most cases, the cuts are pretty clean along arms or things like that, things that can fit in pretty well and they don't look awkward. So the folks that we're using to do the manufacturing of our miniatures, they're US based and they're pretty incredible, and they've been able to do the cuts when necessary so that they overlap with the lines that are already existing in the model. So you can, when you put them together, you have to use super glue to put them together. The lines don't show very much at all. It's pretty incredible stuff. Jordan says audio dramaticist is now a thing. Yeah. Indeed.
The Prophet back on the Twitch side is asking if this undertaking is going to pull Opti away from the shadows.
In some ways, yes. I mean, just in that, it takes more time. So you may have noticed that the Neo-Anarchist podcast has slowed down a bit, and the Shadowrun Origins has slowed down a little bit as we all sort of shift our focus to, this last couple months of making gangs happen. But no, in fact, I am still continuing to write for Shadowrun. I'm still absolutely in love with Shadowrun. The entire reason gangs exist in some fashion actually is because of my love for Shadowrun, and we can talk about that in a little bit. But yeah, no, I'm actually working on a book right now with Cliff and a few other folks, and it is a if those of you familiar with Shadowrun Anarchy, it's a rules light or narrative heavy version of Shadowrun, and we are currently writing the third supplement for that, or the second supplement, third book, but second supplement, and it is actually going to be based in the 2050s. And it's going to be doing basically for that time period what Chicago Shadows did for missions, Shadowrun Missions Season 4, no, Season 5. So yeah, we're going to be taking a lot of those old missions, the classic runs from first edition, and we're going to be bringing those up and converting them into Anarchy, and we're changing the Anarchy default setting to 2050s for that book. So that's the book that we're currently working on. So I'm absolutely still doing Shadowrun stuff. Absolutely still love Shadowrun, and again, a lot of the reason that we're doing Gangs of the Undercity is a lot of overlap with Shadowrun stuff. So anybody can pick up a Gangs of the Undercity mini and use that in their Shadowrun game, as there's not a plethora of cyberpunk fantasy miniatures to choose from for your Shadowrun game. So we hoped to meet that niche a little bit.
And I've got to say that I've been GMing for and playing in, depending on the session, for the Shadowrun Origins podcast. And that's not really been slowing down as far as our recording process goes. We've been keeping on going with that campaign, and it's definitely grown to be one of the more fun campaigns I've taken part in.
Absolutely. And that's a 6th edition game, at least now it is. I don't remember when we made the switch. I don't know if we've released any of those episodes in 6th edition yet.
We're still on 5th for the recorded ones, I'm sure.
But
posted episodes, I mean.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was talking about is, Palmer we've pulled him off of Shadowrun Origins. He's the one who edits that, and he does an incredible job. You could definitely tell the moment that Shadowrun Origins leapt up in quality is when Palmer took over doing the editing. But we pulled him off to do a whole bunch of Gangs of the Undercity stuff, and so that's been slowed down as well. So yeah, everybody involved in my orbit in Frag and Unicorns, I've pulled them off of other projects to help me do this, and hopefully we'll get back to that. Like Cliff, for example, is doing something else for us. I asked him to work on some of the community rules for our upcoming role-playing game called Subversion, which is going to... we're not doing any work on that right now because it's all hands on deck for Gangs of the Undercity. But after Gangs of the Undercity, and once we get that all taken care of, and once we get it all out to everybody who needs to get it out to, once we fulfill all the Gangs of the Undercity stuff, we're going to be working on a role-playing game that is based in the Gangs of the Undercity world. And Cliff has been... I've asked Cliff to do the community rules for that, but then he's working on it, and he says, I have all this stuff to do, what do you want me to prioritize? And I said, well, push that stuff way down the line, get this other stuff done, including Shadowrun Anarchy stuff. And so yeah, that's one of the things I've learned as a... I don't know, CEO, that's not the right word. As the owner or the default leader of this new company, is just how to wrangle people and how to... sort of put your resources where you can, and what things you need to push down the line and what things need to be taken care of immediately. It's super big learning curve for somebody who has not traditionally been administratively oriented. So
creative output triage.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
So the prophet on the Twitch side, I just wanted to pass on his comment that you guys and your podcast are what got me back into Shadowrun. So
hey!
Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's good praise. I love to hear that.
Good.
One of my favorite
Josh
things.
Harrison, line editor of Earth Dawn, here in the chat, and Turnus, who also
Sarah.
does some Shadowrun adjacent, but don't say Shadowrun work. Good to see you all there.
Jordan says it's like playing Lords of Waterdeep only for real. Yeah, that's right. Like so I've got to get some thieves and I've got to get some clerics and I've got to send them on missions. That's exactly what owning a company is like. I don't know who the other Lords of Waterdeep are, but
I appreciate the beard compliment, Kurt. So we're both getting beard compliments. So.
Yes, we did hit 57K. That's exciting. Let me refresh this and see if there's been any. I don't think so. I think that was. Oh yeah, there has been. Holy moly, we jumped up almost $400.
Yep.
So yeah, that's exciting. Oh, and only 5 more backers until we unlock that weapon sprue. So when I say weapon sprue, do you guys know what I'm talking about? If you're not familiar with minis, then maybe
like a frame of like plastic or metal, perhaps, that's going to have all these extra weapons and things on them, tiny bits that you can like clip off and then attach to customize your miniatures.
Yeah. So let me see if I have something like a. Okay, so I have a little sprue here.
Hey, Gerard.
So, hey, Gerard. So this right here is what we call a sprue. Now this is actually kind of a small sprue. Let me see if you can. Yeah, see that? So this is a small sprue, and this is part of our Lojax mini. So you can kind of see. Oh, the camera's not going to want to pick up that detail. But you can kind of see it has a helmet, a helmeted head, and a non-helmeted head, and then a shield. Right. So essentially, what we want to do is, if we reach that 600 backer goal, we're going to create a sprue. So it has like a little piece of metal down there, and then it allows us to put a whole bunch of different weapons on there, like for cheap, right? So normally it would be like one figure per sprue, like per mold, but sprues allow us to make a lot of different options, right, by just having this sort of thing right there. So what we want to do is create about 6 different weapon options, so that your minis, like for example this mini, right, only comes with a stun mace. So if you don't like the stun mace, or if you take the Lojack upgrades that allow them to get ranged weapons, then you would just snip this off and replace it with the ranged weapon that comes from the sprue. So that's one of the things that we'd like to do, is give you a little bit more control over exactly what your minis look like, give you a little bit more customization of your minis through that sprue. Hey Joshua, welcome. Thanks for being here. Hey Kurt. Let's see. Oh, Kurt says he took off his beard so that he could wear masks. Yeah, absolutely.
I would totally do that if I had to wear a mask regularly.
I might do that if I hadn't put on the COVID-19, and I felt I felt reasonably secure in the way I looked without a beard. But I feel like the beard really frames my face in such a way that I can still feel decent about.
Did you say you had COVID?
No, I'm saying I put on 19 pounds because of COVID.
I see.
That was a punchy joke at my own expense. Josh says he's been keeping his beard trimmed short because his spouse doesn't like me clean shaven. Yeah, my wife does not like either. My wife doesn't like too much on the top here, but she doesn't like me clean shaven either. It's been a long time since I've had a clean shaven face. All right.
Yes, I'm under strict orders to not remove the beard.
All right, I'm checking around on all the socials, making sure that everybody knows what we're doing.
Oh, I should retweet something, huh?
Not to ignore everybody that's already here. We absolutely adore you. Mark as read, all that kind of good stuff. All right. So, Igor, let's see. He's saying, sorry for asking how compatible Gangs of the Undercity is. No problem at all. That's not even something that you should apologize for. I can actually show you in real time how compatible they are. I have a bunch on the ready. So this is a Necromunda individual model from Games Workshop. And this is an elf from the Warhammer, the old Warhammer Games Workshop. This is a Reaper miniature witch figure. And this is a mini from, shoot, I can't remember what it's called. Free Blades, I believe, yeah. Let me see if I have any others. Here's a dwarf from Warhammer Fantasy. So yeah, I'll compare with those, and you can see how compatible they are. But the answer to the question, to just not be coy about it, is we made them intentionally compatible with as many different systems as we could. So Reaper kind of goes up and down, like their scale is not very consistent. GW's isn't really either, but the idea is if you make it around 28 to 32 millimeter, that is essentially what you're aiming for. So here is, for example, a human from the Necromunda, and this is our orc model from Gang. So you can see how our orc model is slightly taller than the Necromunda figure, the human. This is the Warhammer elf, and let me get one of our elves. So you can see how the Warhammer elf and our elf are, I mean, he's on some rocks, but otherwise they'd be essentially the same height. Let me find one of our dwarfs. But you can see here's a human and a human. Let's see how like they're the same size.
It's actually doing a fairly good job of focusing.
Yeah, it is. I was actually surprised.
Normally it's terrible.
You could see also, let me see doing this. Here's that Necromunda figure along with one of our Yetin models. Come on, do the focus thing. Do it.
Oh, that is so badass.
There we go. So, oh, it's just my face. It's when my face is in the way.
I wonder, do you have like a matte black something you could maybe hold behind the miniatures, like in between yourself and the miniatures, so there's nothing in the background other than black?
Probably not matte black, but let me try this. Not really. No.
No. It's kind of shiny and it's got other images on it, but I don't know if that's what's throwing it off or not, because I don't understand how the technology works well enough. I'm just sort of guessing in a sort of mysticism sort of way.
So let's see.
Try blowing on it.
That's not going to be as helpful.
That's working pretty good, actually, even though your hand is also throwing the effect and it's not complete enough. But no, never.
There we go.
That's
so
pretty good.
You can kind of see how our Yetin model is almost twice as big as our humans. And I think that Games Workshop ogre models are not quite double the size. So I think the last time I compared it, our Yetin models, that is our ogres, Sasquatches, Yeti, Almaslar, and Bugbears, I think are slightly bigger than most of their comparable models in other ranges, which I'm fine with, because that's one of the ones that you don't necessarily need to be super compatible. But yeah, I hope that gives you a sense for where our models are. I'm gonna find one of our dwarfs. And I'll give the caveat before I share with one of our dwarfs, is that this model in particular is going to get a recast, and he's going to be slightly bigger than this, so you can kind of see how they fit. Oh, there you go.
So,
yeah.
Oh man, I love that pink mohawk.
Yeah. That was oh, for Pete's sake, who did that one? It was oh my gosh.
Is that one of the ones where a video was posted about?
Yes, it was, and I can't.
Because
I'm drawing a blank. He was the co-host of Critical Glitch. Why can't I remember his name?
Tim Patrick?
Tim Patrick. Thank you. Goodness gracious.
I mean, when you
like
say
Tim
that-
and I are really good friends, and I can't remember his name.
I did not realize he was so good at painting miniatures. That is really
Yeah,
awesome.
but when I sent him that, he's like, I gotta go pink mohawk. And I was like, absolutely, you gotta go pink mohawk. That's dope.
Nice. So the Prophet over on the Twitch side asks, will the game be available for purchase after the Kickstarter is over? And I want to amend because I know the answer is certainly yes. How will the game be available for purchase after the Kickstarter is over?
Good questions. So the answer is obviously, as Cliff said, yes. It'll 100% be available after the Kickstarter in two ways. After the Kickstarter ends, you will be able to do a late pledge in the backer kit. So if you really want it, and you want to be part of this original production run, you can absolutely get it.
I will jump in and say that that will not add into the amount that will unlock the stretch goals. So today's
Correct.
the day to do that.
Yes. So like the trade-off is it won't unlock any stretch goals, but also low key, it will give us more money, right? So that the Kickstarter won't take that 10% off the top of it. So, I mean, like, do what you want if you want the stretch goals unlocked. I want to talk about the stretch goals too here in a minute. Once everybody has kind of done their thing, I'm going to put a little note for myself. Talk about stretch goals, and I think we have something that will make people happy about those. But at the same time, to finish answering the question, after we have fulfilled all of the orders from the Kickstarter, we are going to offer it both on our website, and we plan to reach out to as many distributors as we can, that is like local game shops and things like that, and see about getting Gangs of the Undercity to as many local game shops as possible. Of course, we'll also have it available at any of the cons that you see us at. I think this year we're planning on doing Adepticon and Origins and Gen Con. So it's gonna wear us out a little bit, at least myself and whoever ends up going with me. But those are the ones we're gonna try to hit, and so you'll be able to buy our range of stuff at those as well.
Hey, Tim Patrick there in the chat.
Tim Patrick,
Kickstarter.
whose name I couldn't remember for 5 minutes because I'm streaming.
You remembered his old podcast name,
Right? I was like,
his actual name, but
yeah, it's Critical Glitch. Hey, what's up, Critical Patrick? No, but yeah, we were bragging on you, Tim, because you did the pink mohawk on the
looks so
spur
good.
model.
yeah,
I was showing
that
him
looks
off here.
amazing.
Let me see. I'm gonna scroll back up. Let me see. I missed a lot of comments while we were chatting.
Well, Joshua asked, so how does our Centaur stack up? Innocent teasing.
How does your Centaur stack up? I don't know what that's referring to. Enlighten
I
me.
thought you would catch the reference because I did not. So
Let's see. So yeah, that was Igor's question. So it took us a long time to answer Igor's question.
Oh, Dan just asked saying that it's his first backing of a Kickstarter and wants to know how to do the add-ons for the Kickstarter.
That's a good question. That's a good question. So the add-ons.
What those are actually? We can talk
Yeah,
about it a little bit.
yeah. So
Because
first,
can we add on?
yeah. First off, the way you do add-ons is you pledge for the Kickstarter at whatever level that you feel comfortable with. Once the campaign is over, your pledge will be taken, but then you'll be transferred over to a sort of what they're calling a pledge manager, which in our case is Backer Kit, and it'll be like an electronic storefront, right? So when you go to like Amazon or whatever, you put something in your cart, that kind of thing. So when you go over there, we'll send out to all of our backers, we'll send out an email link, and it'll say, go here. It'll log you in with your Kickstarter stuff, and then you'll have the interface there will allow you to pick out the different add-ons as if you were shopping, for something on a different website.
Hold on, I'm going to cut in. Apologies for interrupting, but as you were talking, Sarah or Rem Alternis pointed out that there's another backer, and while I was thinking about waiting for a chance to tell you about that, there was another backer, so we are now 3 away from 600 backers. So
Oh wow!
just in the last few minutes, 2 more people backed the Kickstarter. So
Yeah, we're only
if you ever get a
$420 away from a next stretch goal too.
So yeah, let's assume that they're watching the stream right now. So thank you.
Welcome.
We're so excited. You've
Yeah.
joined us.
And I was told to reintroduce ourselves every 30 minutes. So
Oh, yes.
I am Opti. I'm the founding person of Fragged Unicorns. And with me is Cliff. He is one of my best friends, and he's been with me on basically every project that I do, including Fragged Unicorns, Gangs of the Undercity, upcoming role-playing game Subversion. He's working with me on Shadowrun Anarchy stuff. He's working with me on Shadowrun Origins, our podcast. I work with him on Legends of Earth Dawn, a podcast that we are in together, and we both are founding members of the Shadowcasters Network, of which he is Twitch streaming on right now. So yes, we are. That's who we are. I think there was a question that we were in the middle of answering, right?
The add-ons.
Okay, the add-ons. So yes,
In the middle of those and related, I'll toss in Tim Patrick's question of, is it better to add them now so you're closer to the stretch goal, or add them later?
Okay, let me talk about that question after I answer the add-on question, because
Sure.
that's relevant. That's relevant to what I wanted to talk about a little bit later. So the add-ons, so your initial pledge will get you. So say you ordered at the rookie tier, and that gives you a 2-player box set. That will automatically be in your cart when you go to the backer kit, the pledge manager, after once you click on the link we send. But at that point, you can add other things to your cart, and that's where all the add-ons come in, right? So say you wanted, let me find out all the different things we have on there. Say you wanted to add on, let me see. So right now we have add-ons being individual models, gang boxes, terrain bundles, extra cyberlinks, extra pocket-sized rulebooks, deluxe grit tokens, dice, tape measures, vehicles, all that kind of stuff. Say you wanted to add a tape measure, another pocket-sized rulebook, and 4 cyberlinks. You would just click +1, add to cart, and that would be added to your cart, and then you would basically check out. That's how it would work. You'd only have to pay at that point for the add-ons that you did above your pledge, because your pledge would have already been taken from your account. But yeah, so that's how the add-ons will work. It's basically like a shopping cart online for you to add any of the add-ons afterwards. Now, to answer Tim's question and to talk a little bit about the unlocks, the stretch goals. We have plans to make all of the models and the stretch goals that we have listed, regardless of whether or not we meet them as stretch goals. Now, what I don't mean it's not worthy to unlock them. What I mean is that that's what we have planned, and raising that money up front is going to determine whether or not we're able to make them right away, or whether or not we're able to make them, once everything else is done. So I think what I want to do, and I'm just saying it as me, Opti, not as somebody who has consulted the rest of the team about this, but what I'd like to do is, if we don't quite meet a stretch goal in the campaign, I'd like to see if we can't unlock that, make it financially feasible for us to still make that mini if we make enough in the backer kit pledge manager. Now, I can't guarantee that, obviously, but what I can say is, like, for example, if we are, a couple hundred off from something unlocked, and we raise another couple thousand in the backer kit, it would make good financial sense for us still to create that mini and to offer that mini if we have enough left over after fulfillment to do so. So I would, and the reason that matters is because if somebody has a big pledge and they want to give it to us on backer kit, Kickstarter won't get that 10%. Now, I know that probably makes them mad to say out loud, but that gives us more of the money to keep, and it'll allow us to do more with that money. So that's a really roundabout way of saying I think I answered the question. But yeah, if you want to back on BackerKit and you don't want to back on Kickstarter, I am going to try not to hold that against you. Now, what I don't want, though, and here's the trick. The optics of it are important. So if people see that the Kickstarter's going up and they see that people are pledging, that brings more people to the table. If we have people say, oh, well, I'll just do that on BackerKit, and they bail out of the Kickstarter and they say, I'll do it on BackerKit, that looks bad, and it causes people to have like a worried feeling, right? So there's a balance of us.
It causes you to have a worried feeling.
Well, yeah, I mean, like everybody who looks at it, you know what I mean, says like, look, people are bailing out. I wonder why. What do they know that I don't know? So yeah, there's a weird social mechanic that's going on there. So yeah, that's it. That's the big wide answer, and the answer I didn't necessarily want to publicize for all the reasons that we just talked about.
Hey, new backer, 2 away from 600 now.
Oh my gosh,
598.
That's great. Let me refresh the thing here.
Yeah.
So wow, yeah, we're only 280 away from our next stretch goal, and we are 2 backers away from getting that weapon sprue unlocked. That's exciting.
2 more. Yes,
Jordan says, fashion interview question. Who are you wearing tonight? I can't speak for Cliff, but I am wearing, let me give you a good shot of this. I am wearing the X-Men class of 1991 t-shirt that I got at Think Geek. This was one of my favorite eras. Not my favorite. Not even my top 2, but still one of my favorite eras. And yeah, there it is.
As for me, I have no idea really. This is kind of a weird t-shirt. It's like got the image covering the whole shirt on both sides. I thought it looked cool. I found it at a thrift store because that's how I shop for my clothes.
Josh Dewberry says, breaking into his old collection. I think that was in reference to me grabbing all my old minis. I have a absolute garage full of old minis. And some new minis that I haven't painted yet, but that's a fairly common thing. I want to tell my story about why I got into and out of and into gaming again. And I will tell that story if nothing else draws my attention in the chat here. Josh says he's got a handful of old Necromunda figs. Yeah, Necromunda's fun. I was actually more into Mordheim than Necromunda, but yeah.
There's a question about the cookbook.
The cookbook.
Say about that?
Other than yes, it's been unlocked, and it will. One of our folks, Garde-Manger, for those who pay attention to Shadowrun Origins, you'll know him. He has been, well, he's like he's a cook. Not really, like that's not his job, but like he's a fantastic cook.
He's an amateur chef.
Amateur chef. That's the way you say it. Yeah.
I think the term amateur really only applies because he does something else for a living.
Right. And so he's the one primarily responsible for all of the recipes that are going to be in the cookbook. The way the cookbook's going to work is I've been talking it up as something that's totally gross and totally awful, and it kind of will be, but also it will be legitimate recipes that will be amazing, but it's going to have a flavor of Undercity, right? So it might be, here's how to make chicken soup or whatever, but we'll call it Griff stew, right? And we'll describe like how you use these Undercity, feral vermin to create it. But then we'll have a little note that says like, if you can't find any croyotes, use chicken instead or something like that. So it'll be a legit cookbook, but it'll have a flavor that's layered on top of it as if it's an actual Undercity cookbook with these awful ingredients. But there'll be like a little asterisk where you actually make good food with it. But yeah, that's pretty exciting. We did unlock that.
And hey, thanks to those of you out there that are increasing your pledges. I don't see the backer numbers going up as much as the occasional amounts going up. So we're seeing more backers as well as more further backing from the backers. And William Kane says that they appreciate that there are completed minis for you to show off. So it makes them feel better about backing a Kickstarter. It's more reassuring.
Oh yeah.
Because there have been those Kickstarters that were supposed to make miniatures and then they just never happened.
Well, let me pause there then and make you feel really good about it. Because all of these minis I'm going to show you, these are not prototypes. These are, I mean, it was a very limited production run, but these are all minis that the molds are all ready and we can produce them at any time. So let me go through here and just show off some of these minis that all are basically ready to go. And we've had various people working on these. So here, for example, we're going to do this dance again, aren't we? Let's see here. I wonder if I can somehow make this better. Almost. There you go.
That looks pretty nice.
So that's Vengeance, right? Those are both the same mini. One's got a little bit higher of a base on it. And yeah, he's our orc, and he looks awesome, and he's ready to go. I can print him as many copies as I want right now.
That's pretty badass work.
This...
I could see if I were still playing 40k, proxying that figure in for Snickrot, which is a sort of an orc, a space orc guerrilla tactics leader that if you put him in your army, he runs around with like two bladed weapons and ambushes people really well, and lets you sneak in from like any side with your orc squad. I'm being vague on the rules because I barely remember them, and it's been a long time, and they've probably changed.
All right, come on.
Very blurry.
Why?
I don't think white works as well. Nope.
Not doing it, huh?
Josh says, of course, your orcs look awesome.
Son of a gun. Well, anyway, I wish he would focus. But...
That was almost good.
Come on, do it.
You could like find a darker, like
I wonder,
just solid color, like.
I wonder if I put if I put him on there as well. There we go. All right.
That works. Oh yeah, you can see he's got the like some sort of goggles or something in a mohawk. I didn't see that before.
He does have a mohawk, and he's got a piece of metal like bolted onto his forehead.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty fun. He's got a chainsaw hand. See, he's the kind of junkyard cyber guy. That's Domino. He's ready to go. These are all Flaming Skulls guys that I'm showing you right now.
Killian Wargear over on the Twitch side says they look amazing.
Yeah, they are super dope. So this is Char. You can kind of see two different paintings of her. And she's the
paint jobs. The basing though, man.
Yeah, the basing. I mean, it makes the mini look bigger than it is, or maybe they're just closer. But yeah, Char is the Flaming Skulls witch model. So she's got lots of magic going on. I love the source lighting on the one on the right, the eyes glowing and all that kind of stuff. It's dope. Yeah, and they're both ready to go. Let me see. Obviously, I showed you Snapper earlier. I had another Snapper. Oh yeah, I had one gal. I sent this out to a couple folks, and one of them I don't think I described are yet and good enough, and so they got the idea that they were blue. So now we have a blue Yetin as well as a one with a more light skin tone.
Oh, they look so good.
Yeah.
Josh saying that's a badass big.
Those are ready to go. Let's see who else we have from the Flaming Skulls. Yeah, the same. I showed the. See if I can get all of these at one. I showed you the dwarfs earlier. I'll show you some more dwarfs. The same person who painted the blue Yetin decided to paint.
Another backer. We're one away.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome. The same person who did the blue Yetin decided to paint one of our goblins orange for reasons unknown to me.
I gotta give Sarah credit. She spotted that one before I did.
Can't really see them. very well because they're not doing
They're-
anything.
They're really not focusing well.
But anyway, those are goblins and dwarfs, and those are all ready to go. I think that rounds out the flaming skulls. So let me show you some of our Valkyr models. This
Did you do that?
is
Oh, it focused nicely.
Hansa.
Keep it right there.
One of those is pro painted. The other one is one of our buddies. But yeah, she looks super cool. And that's one of our elves.
Oh, ding, ding, ding.
Really? Did we get
600.
600? Oh, fantastic.
And Eric the Mage just dropped by on Twitch, as did Shinobi. Those of you who are on Twitch, I do want to say that I'm essentially
600.
simulcasting this to help spread the word, as we're in the last few hours of the Gangs of the Undercity Kickstarter. If you want to join where the real party's happening, join the Fragging Unicorns YouTube channel where it's broadcasting live, and that's where the busy chat is. But yeah, I'm also happy to see you here too. You can double join if you want, but again, just want to point out it's way more active on the YouTube channel right now.
Thank you, Cliff. And yeah, that's exciting. 600. That means the weapon sprue is unlocked. That means you can expect probably a rifle. You can expect probably some pistols. You can expect a couple of swords, maybe a dagger, definitely a mace. So all that kind of good stuff. Maybe even a big weapon. Who knows? Our sniper rifle or something. Let me see what else we got.
I love that because, again, I think there are a lot of people who are going to be excited about this Gangs of the Undercity game for its own sake, because it's fun and it's a cool idea and all the characters are exciting and then the setting is really interesting. But I also think there are going to be some people who are not really going to care so much about Gangs of the Undercity, or going to have been dying for the right model for their Shadowrun character.
Right.
Or even Starfinder, or any sort of cyberpunk or futuristic or modern thing that's got weirdos in it. So I think it's really worthwhile to consider grabbing this just for the miniatures alone, even if you're not terribly interested in playing a skirmish game or a combat game that is awesome. But yes, just like Timothy Patrick said, I am jazzed for the world and where it can go. I am too. I'm so excited. And I'm jazzed for Fragging Unicorns games and seeing where that will go with this game and Subversion and some of the other stuff that I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about.
It depends on what you're talking about.
It starts with an E and ends with an...
No, you're not allowed to talk about
that. Okay. Okay.
Not that I would be soggy if you did. Just
right.
that's not something that we're like trying to talk about yet. I don't want to jinx it. I'm very superstitious, right? So I don't want to jinx anything by talking about stuff that we want to do way ahead of its time.
So I kind of went rambling. I don't remember what I was talking about to begin with, but yes, you should get the miniatures just because they're awesome miniatures, but also maybe get sucked into the rest. Like I said, if you just don't care about them, but you play Shadowrun or any similar or adjacent game, this is just a great way to get some amazing cyberpunk or post-apocalyptic or sci-fi or modern type miniatures. Lady Orcs?
Lady Orcs is unlocked in... Let me see. I'm going to check the progress. We'll get a Lady Orc in $178. If we...
Oh, we're so close.
Yeah.
What's the next backer number goal? Or did we just hit the last one?
Come on. I think it's 800.
Okay, long way to go there, but that's not impossible. It's the last few hours. A lot of people like to jump in right at the end to make sure that they're going to get something that's going to be successful, not just back something that's going to kind of fizzle. But yeah, this is definitely a strong Kickstarter.
Yeah, you can kind of see the detail right there on Mormagul. I mean, it's hard to tell on this medium, but the detail on this model is so friggin' incredible. He's just such a dope model. And he's one of my favorite characters in game too. He's such an arrogant bastard.
I
and
love the suit and cape.
yeah, he's just so cool.
So,
And then we have these two, and like I said, all of these models that I'm showing you right now are ready to go. Right, I can print them anytime. Sparrow
That's
on
awesome.
the right, one of my favorites, and Acid, of course. Just a lot of cool attitude comes through in that mini. Let me see. I think I have. Oh yeah, one more. And I thought that even though I didn't know, of course, how well we were going to do right up front, but I thought it would probably be cool to start making the Law Jacks too. So the Law Jack is ready to go whenever we start production as well. So yeah, all of these in the 2-player set. Everything, I think everything except the Croyote, which was an exclusive that we added on at the end. Everything but that model is ready to go. We can push print and have them ready to go immediately. And I can't remember who asked the question or who was concerned about it, but one of my main concerns was we can get something that looks good on a render, but can we get something that translates all of that goodness to the actual minis, right? So that we don't lose any of the fidelity and the detail that we were going for. And I could not be happier with the answer that we got, which is, of course, Fortress Miniatures has been able to get us exactly the detail that we were hoping for, and those are all ready to go right now. So yeah, that's pretty exciting. Let me see here. Let's scroll back up. What did I miss?
Andre asks if there are plans to expand the game after the Kickstarter. I think the short answer is yes. But
yeah. In fact, that's. I'm so glad that you asked about that. I really want the chance to talk about this. So, one of my favorite things ever in gaming, one of my favorite experiences ever as a gamer, was in the late 90s playing a collectible card game called Legend of the Five Rings. This is before it was a role-playing game. And they had an arc, a 3-year arc, and they said they were gonna end the game after 3 years. But the storyline was called Clan War, and they released new packs, new boosters, and new sets every season. So like winter, spring, summer, fall, and then they had a big event every year at Gen Con, and every season they released things that moved the storyline a little bit, and they were all based on the results of different battles that the players had all along the way. And so one of the things I really the amount of buy-in, just let me say, the amount of buy-in at the end of that 3 years was insane, right? So you had people, like, this is before cosplay was really a huge deal. You had people cosplaying their favorite Ronin or their favorite samurai from Legend of the Five Rings at Gen Con, and everybody's like, what the hell is this? Nobody's heard of it. But it became basically more popular than Magic in Southern California, which is where I was living. So what I'd like to do is try to capture a little bit of that flavor for us as well. What we're going to do is have a campaign mode in a narrative mode, and both of those things are distinct in the core rulebook. So you can play campaign mode with your friends, and there's rules for how to do that. And there's also rules for how to play solo mode or narrative mode with yourself. But what we want to do is, I don't know we can pull it off seasonally, especially with the limited staff and other games we want to do. But what we'd like to do is maybe every 6 months or so, or every, I don't know, how long, release a narrative campaign packet, right? Whether that's PDFs or however we send them out. And they will have a storyline, and they will have different scenarios that you and your friends compete in. Ideally, this would be at like a local game store or something like that, provided that we're all safe enough to do so by then. Or maybe we'll have online games on Tabletop Simulator or whatever. But the results of those games will be tracked and entered, and we will take those and any stories about like really cool things that happened, and we will roll those into what happens next. So maybe one particular guy did really well with his unknown ganger. and we think, oh my god, that was a really cool story, maybe we will make that miniature, release it in the next campaign arc, and we'll make that guy a feature. Or maybe we'll, if the Flaming Skulls got stomped every single time, maybe we'll say, hey, the Flaming Skulls lost territory and one of their guys died. Here's the rookie that came up to replace them, or here's their new boss. You know, like, things change in the world. That's what we'd like to see, and we'd like to make it character driven. And then once, you know, in Gen Con, we'd like to have this huge, big tournament where, you know, lots of big things change, because we're there to watch it happen, and we're there to record the results, and we can make it a big event. That's what we'd like to see. That's a pretty big undertaking, I think, but it's not anything that us as GMs and authors, freelancers, have not been able to do in other places. So I'm pretty confident that we're going to be able to do it, and that's what I'm excited to do. I don't know if that actually answers the question, because I've forgotten what the actual question was, but.
Plans to develop the game after the
Yes.
Kickstarter campaign.
Yes. The answer is yes. We absolutely do.
We are so close, $178 away from unlocking the Lady Orc. So
yes. And I should say thank you for all 600 backers. We have now unlocked the weapon sprue, which means that you will get more options for all of your gangers. So thank you.
Is that just going to be included now in the base game box, or is that an add-on?
The weapon sprue will be a base add-on. Yeah, so everybody will get it.
Nice.
Let's see. Necromunda, Snazzy, paint job, yay Yetin. Igor says planning to use Necromunda Plantine Enforces with head conversions. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be
why
cool.
don't we talk about the Ukim Plus slot that's available that Michael just
Is that
pointed
still
out?
available? I thought somebody grabbed it. Am I mistaken?
Well, Michael Chandler just said it was open, and let's just double check.
I'm gonna check. Yeah,
checking a current refreshed version of the page. Let's see, which tier is that?
the Arcanist is open. Greystar is open. One of Everything is open. Oh yeah, there is one Ukim tier plus, and the Ukim plus tier is you get to create your own playable character. So that means your character will be added as a playable character, a named character with stats and things like that in the rule book. So if you are one of those folks that want to, make your mark on the game, that's available.
Yeah, and this is not like a ridiculously highly priced, unreachable amount. It's $575 to back. So, I mean, it's more scratch than I can spare for the game. So it's a higher level than I'm backing, I'll say. Yeah. But yeah, it's also not just a super pie in the sky. You know, once you get your golden toilet, maybe I'll buy this sort of price too.
Yeah, I mean, like we're aware that everybody has a different level, right? And that they can go. We want to make it as cheap as possible for everybody to be able to play. So if you and your buddy wanted to get a game, you could pledge the rookie tier, 65, and split that between yourselves, and you guys both have a valid gang. So there's the ability to do that, but also we're aware that people have real jobs and they have steady income, and they want to do something, and they want to be on the ground floor or something. So that gives them something that maybe they wouldn't be able to do otherwise to affect the lore in some way. But it also helps us quite a bit, right? That working with you costs us nothing physically, but it does help quite a bit, right? Like that little extra pad that it costs to bump you up to that tier, it helps us quite a bit. It helps us way more than you would think, per pledge. So everybody who's got the Ukim tier or above, thank you very, very much. I look forward to working with you to get your gang or your individual in the game.
Looking at the rookie tier itself, just at the that's sort of your base level of you get the full game more or less. At $65, you're getting 12 gang miniatures, 6 Valkyries, 6 Flaming Skulls.
Actually getting 14 now.
Oh, 14, yeah, with the bonus add-ons that have unlocked with the stretch goals. So that's less than $5 a miniature for a really, really well-sculpted metal miniature. On top of that, there's the tokens and counters that are included for playing the game, as well as the rule book and the game itself, which just has plenty of value in itself, I think, in addition to just the physical miniatures themselves. But again, I just wanted to reiterate that if you're just looking for cyberpunk miniatures, this is just a great deal to just grab a batch of awesome ones.
Yep. I'm looking at the chat now. So Joshua, did we ever figure out what the centaur? How does our centaur stack up? I bet.
Non-family friendly comment about centaurs that is maybe not better.
No,
maybe
I don't.
Maybe best not.
Does Joshua have a mini that he's referring to?
Oh,
I wonder. Like if Joshua is maybe somebody who my brain is not helping me with, but has his own minis company and he's wanting to compare his centaur. I think that's actually what's going on right there.
I thought he was just making some sort of inappropriate centaur joke that was just not connecting with us.
No, I don't think so. No, our chat wouldn't be like that.
That said, inappropriate centaur jokes are never really inappropriate, are they?
All right, let's see. I finally got to Dan's comment about this being his first Kickstarter. So glad I answered that question 30 minutes ago.
Pulled something from it before, so I'm helping with the chat, but I might miss some here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Will the Beetroot, thank you very much for backing. You're one of those ones who helped get us to 600. Thank you so much.
Thomas is asking how much should I add to my pledge for each add-on mini I want?
You don't have to add anything onto your pledge in the Kickstarter in order to get access to the add-ons. You can add all of the money for the add-ons. You can add afterwards. It'll be like a cart that you can fill, and it'll tell you how much extra you have to pay in the backer kit. You don't have to do it during the Kickstarter unless you want to. Unless you want to help us unlock the stretch goals and help us get that visibility that Kickstarter brings, you can absolutely just increase your pledge whatever you want to. But the precise number will be added onto the backer kit, so you don't have to add anything onto your original pledge for the add-ons at all.
Yeah, also Palmer answering the question in a different direction, saying the FAQ has the box totals if you want them.
Yeah.
You want to see them. So just check the FAQ on the Kickstarter page. The link's down there. Oh, and the doobly-doo. I can say that on my own video this time.
Yeah. Yeah, so Michael Chandra says that Kickstarter takes 10%, backer kit takes 3%. So again, interestingly, Kickstarter and backer kit only take their cuts off of what we make on Kickstarter. Our backer kit, the way that we have it structured, is that they don't take any extra money off of what people spend in backer kit. So we're actually, again, please don't misunderstand me, we're not hoping that people drop their pledges on Kickstarter. But we are hoping that people will have a sort of second life, or the campaign will have a second life in the backer kit, because there will be no fees at all associated with what people pledge during the backer kit.
Okay,
and there will be opportunities to upgrade too. So if you missed out on something, you can upgrade to a better tier in the backer kit if you want.
I'm going to jump in and say, if Thomas was asking how much you need to add now to unlock the Lady Orc miniature, it is $178. So if you and some other people all add up to $178 more to your Kickstarter, we'll all be able to see it cross that mark and confirm the Lady Orc's existence.
Yeah. So like right now there's 26 people watching in chat, right? So if everybody in chat increased their pledge another $7, then that would be enough to unlock the Lady Orc. Not that you guys should do that. If you want to do that, please do.
It would be way cooler if you could think of somebody else that you know that might be interested in backing the Kickstarter at maybe like that rookie tier level, and making sure they know about it.
Yeah.
So that would be like probably the best thing you could do as someone who's already backed the Kickstarter to help make things happen more.
Yeah. Michael asks if we can tease a recipe from the cookbook. So, dirty little secret is that I have been working with Garde-Manger over the last few years to make a Shadowrun cookbook, and there's just they know how to run a company, so I'm not going to tease Catalyst, but they have rejected the Shadowrun cookbook the times that I've brought it up. So yes, I have, for example, the things that we've been talking about in terms of like roadkill dishes, and there was an alternate pumpkin spice latte. Not with pumpkin spice, but with.
Interrupting to say that William Kane upped his pledge by 50 in the chat there, so thank you. See the numbers go up, and someone else bumped it up because we just crossed that threshold. Lady Orc exists.
Oh, right! Excellent. So let me tell you a little bit about the Lady Orc. I can actually give you...
Thank you, Andre.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much.
Andre's also claiming credit.
I'm going to mute... Or I'm going to take us off the air real quick. Not off the air. I'm just going to make it so that...
I was muted.
I'm going to make it so that Mr. Johnson and I disappear for just a second so that I can bring up some concept art. Actually, I don't know what's the best way to show you guys the concept art. I could share my screen, right? That would do it, I think. Actually, you know what? Let's just be lo-fi about it, like Mr. Johnson said earlier. Let me go to...
Serial Killer says, hope all is well with us.
Yeah. Things are
I think you know who that is. You met them in person.
Have I?
Alex?
Oh, hey, Alex. What's going on, man?
Yeah. We never mind. All the things I would say to reference things.
I talk to Alex. I talk to Alex about once a week, or at least say hi to him.
Awesome. I wasn't sure how much you guys still hung out, and I know you really hit it off.
We don't hang out. We won't hang out very much, but I still have a deep affection for him. Okay, so here's I've done this thing, and it's not appropriate, but I've done it anyway. You can't see this, but okay. So now I've got to go back to this, and I'm going to do my share screen. The share screen is going to mess everything up, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to share my screen. I wish there's a way that I could turn my screen into just a shareable screen. But I'm not going to be able to do that.
Not in a super fast one-click sort of way.
So basically, okay, so here's what I'll do. I'll just post this in the chat, and you can get an idea. Anybody who wants to click on that link, you can click on that link, and that will take you to the pose concept art for our female orc. And the reason it is in that pose is because she will also have a guitar or a musical instrument to go along with that, because she is based off of one of the Heteroi gang members. So the Heteroi are basically a music band that are made up from various outcasts and misfits from the other gangs. So the female orc here, and of course you can make up your own backstory, and she'll come with options either for that two-handed weapon or for the instrument. But in reality, she will be Vengeance's cousin, who has broken ties with the Flaming Skulls and plays bass, I think, in the Heteroi band. But yeah, that's pretty. I'm pretty pumped about that. Thank you. Russell Zimmerman is the one who created the Heteroi, and he wrote some Heteroi fiction. Heteroi fiction. I don't know why that sounds vaguely sexual, but yeah, he wrote the short story that will be in our anthology that we're going to release, anthology of fiction that we're going to release, hopefully by the end of the year. In fact, there's no reason why it couldn't be released at the end of the year. And that'll have a short story of the Heteroi in it, and Marianu is her name. So yeah, she'll serve as a generic orc if you need an orc lady to put in one of your other gangs, but in particular, she's going to be modeled after Marianu from the Heteroi. All right, let's see what else we got. SF Joshtopia. What?
Next goal. What is it?
Okay, hold on. I'll read this one comment from Josh. He says he misses playing D&D in the garage full of minis, and so that's a reference to my friend Josh is there, and thank you for pledging, Josh, and being such a big supporter. But in a really, really roundabout way, and actually it's not even that roundabout, but Josh is very much responsible for me even being in the gaming industry at all, because back in grad school, Josh and I and a couple of other folks used to play Dungeons and Dragons, and I would paint all the minis, and I would bring their characters, and we'd all play first in the dorm, and then in my garage. And then at some point, I said, "Hey, what if I was the GM?" And they were like, "Okay, cool." And I said, "Can we run Shadowrun?" Right? Because I haven't played Shadowrun in a very long time. And so they said, "Sure, whatever." And I went looking for a... I started getting into Shadowrun essentially at that point, getting back into it, and I realized there was a lot of lore that I didn't know. There's like 20 years of lore I didn't know, and so I thought, surely there's a podcast that explains all of the lore to this so that I can give this to my gaming group, and there was not. And so that is what led me to create the Neo-Anarchist podcast, to get that group of folks into Shadowrun. And that ended up leading me into becoming part of the industry, which led me to saying, hey, I think we can do something different. Why don't we try Fragging Unicorns and Gangs of the Undercity? So, Josh, thank you so much. I miss playing with you, too. And if you didn't move out of state like a bum, then we could still be playing together. So, Cliff, you what was your question before?
I don't remember. Oh, yes. We had the Lady Orc goal successful. What's next? What's the next stretch goal? And what do we need to get to it?
The next stretch goal is...
As you're doing that, on the Twitch side, Serial Killer is saying, this makes me want to dive into the mini world and painting, but that's a deep rabbit hole.
It's not. It's not a deep rabbit hole if you just do skirmish games, right? So if you stop at skirmish, then that should be should be fun.
You can stop at any time. Okay?
So the next goal that we have for stretch goals is at 60,000, and that is our male ogre model. So we already have the female ogre that I showed off, Snapper. She's a Yetin, and a particular Yetin. We have some other Yetin models that are getting unlocked in the Yetin kit, and I want to show off some art for that in a bit. But we don't have a male ogre, and ogres are basically hairless versions, or I guess like less hair than the typical Yetin. They've their evolutionary tract has sort of moved along the lines of other humanoids, so they've lost a lot of their hair over time. But this model will be based on if those of you who have listened to the Undercity audio drama, there's a character called Raz in that, voiced by one of our good friends, Mac, and that is going to be what this one's based off. I have some concept art, but if you can imagine just basically like a really ripped ogre who's bald, and they're wearing a sort of A-frame undershirt, right? That's like really, really tight, and they've got some jeans on, and they're just looking like super studly. That's what that one is. Now, I say super studly. That model is actually a non-binary model. The model itself is very male, but the character Raz is actually a non-binary model, who's not very machismo, but the way they look is very macho, very traditionally masculine, but the way that they act is not. So that's a kind of a fun backstory for that character. But yeah, the male orc model, or male ogre model, is one I'm looking forward to. It will not look anything like the Shadow. We just haven't got the model for it yet, so I couldn't show you exactly what it's supposed to look like. But it'll probably have melee weapons, big mace or something like that, or I don't know yet.
So I just wanted to jump in with a question from Twitch, from Serial Killer, just asking out of curiosity, Mr. J, let's move on. If it's a Kickstarter you and Opti are doing, or just excited about, or both. So that just made me think, like, hey, there's people that we know, or people in our circle of friends that, like, somehow don't know what we're doing here. Why don't we tell them, just from a very basic level, what the heck this is? Just reintroduce ourselves again or something.
Yeah, we're supposed to be doing it every 30 minutes, right? Reintroducing ourselves.
But also maybe just start with, like, instead of like diving into the minutia, which is great questions.
Yeah.
Just take a moment again to say what this is from a hey, I just met you. This is Gangs of the Undercity
Yeah.
perspective.
So first off, I'm Opti or OC Presley. I can tell who is emailing me, whether they use my real name or Opti or OC Presley. OC Presley is the business side of thing, and Opti's the Shadowrun side of thing. But I have started a company along with some really good friends of mine called Frag and Unicorns, and we have just launched, or we are about to conclude in 6.5 hours, our first Kickstarter campaign for Gangs of the Undercity. And Gangs of the Undercity is a skirmish-based miniatures game where you control a gang of misfits and miscreants in the Undercity of Neo-Babylon, and you're going to be rolling dice and painting your miniatures and fighting your friends, or at least fighting your gang against your friend's gang. So that's what we're doing here. We're talking all about Gangs of the Undercity, and Cliff is my very good friend and collaborator on basically everything I do. And so we are chatting it up in the final hours. We're going to be streaming for another 6.5 hours. I'd probably give Cliff a break here and there and bring in some other Frag and Unicorns folks just to chat. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Anything else, Cliff?
Yeah.
Or did I hit it all?
Just this is gonna be super exciting. I am so excited about this game itself. I've gotten to play it in several forms, early forms to more recent ones, and it's been a blast every time. Partly because I've absolutely trounced you, but mostly because it's been just a really fun game that I just thought the mechanics were really slick and made a lot of sense and were fun to play. And I'm just loving that it's happening now, and also just the ideas behind Fragging Unicorns. Just, maybe a somewhat better ethical foundation for how a game company does business. And that's something that I really want to see existing in the world, both in Fragging Unicorns and also more companies. Maybe more people can start more companies, or more companies can start behaving that way. That would be great. So
Yep.
I want that to be a thing that exists and thrives in the world.
Yep.
So I'm excited to see that happening. And then I know some of the behind the scenes stuff, like you've already talked about Subversion, an RPG that's coming out later that I get to write for, and other things down the road. And I'm just thrilled to see Fragging Unicorns doing well with its beginning, and I want to see it do even better than really well.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So
Thank you very much.
Every stretch goal knocked out of the park by the end of this last few hours. That said, I won't be sad if we don't, because this right now it's icing on the cake. It's awesome. And I'm just gushing at this point, so I'll stop rambling.
Josh says, since he hasn't painted minis in a dog's age, what do people recommend for paints? I use almost exclusively Reaper paints because they're local and I have a bunch of them already. But also they have triads of paint, which is basically like 3 paints that all have a similar, like they're designed to be used together. So you have a base coat or a normal shade, and then you have a lighter shade and a darker shade of each one. So it makes it really easy to know what to use. So for every color in your miniature, you have 3 paints, right? You paint the black, or the darker one, and then you paint the medium tone, and then you paint the highlights with those 3 colors. So that's why I like Reaper. But Vallejo's good too. Some people still like GW paints, and GW paints are great. But I'm
They're
sure
excellent quality, but you pay through the nose for them.
you do, and I really, really don't like the way they come. Like, I don't like their like they
don't
come
seal
mostly
well.
like this, right? So you
They
have
dry
to
out so easily.
open them up, and like you have to fish around. But like the other ones, like I love the ones that come in these, so you can just bloop bloop bloop, and then be done with it. Like it's just so much easier.
I do want to say that if you want to do things on the real cheap, you can go out and buy some inexpensive acrylic paints for 50 cents to $1 for a bottle. It'll last a long time. They're thicker and they don't dry as fast. So if you're real heavy with them, you lose some detail on the miniatures, and they'll take longer to dry in between passes, so it'll take longer. So I mean, there's reasons to spend the extra money on the actual miniatures specific brand paint, but if you are looking to save money and just get into the hobby, it's always nice to just jump in with whatever you can get. And if you buy those cheaper acrylic paints, just water them down a little bit, like maybe a few drops for every little spot you're mixing them in, and then you can go cheap on the washes too. Just go with some black and dark brown paint and mix it in about 50-50 with some water, couple drops of like dish soap, not dishwasher but dish soap, which will act as a little bit of a flow aid, and that'll be a nice wash for you. It won't be as easy to work with as the $4 to $10 bottles of the really nice stuff. I think most are in the $4 to $6 range from what I've seen, but it can still work well, and it's better to jump in early with whatever tools you can get than to wait until you can afford the fancy stuff. So
we have another comment. Tim says, actually, I here's my problem. I was not paying attention while Cliff answered that question, so I wasn't ready when he finished to say that he makes some really, really cool terrain, and so he knows what he's talking about. Like, he hand makes terrain, and he sent me a bunch the other day, and I was like, what is this? And I opened up the box, and it was a bunch of handmade terrain that Cliff had made me and sent me for my D&D game that I started playing with my family. So he's awesome. He knows what he's talking about. I would love for you to show off some terrain if you feel comfortable with that when you get a chance.
I don't have a lot of terrain that's finished right now. I've got a few work in progress, but I've got a couple dice trays I finished recently. Let me grab those.
Cool. In the meantime, Tim says, he verifies that our next backer goal, so if we get up to 800 backers, which is 200 from now, we'll get gang patches for all of our gangs. So that means all of our gangs, even the ones that haven't been made yet because they are backer level stuff, which I think probably at this point is going to be 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, probably 10 or 11 different gangs. We'll make patches for all of them. We'll make those available on our website if we get to 800 backers. Which I think is a lot in another 6 hours, but it's not impossible. Let's see. It's we do the NPR thing and say, all right, we've got 6 hours, and we need to raise 200 more backers. So 200 divided by 6. That means 33 people an hour need to back. But I believe you can do it. Yes, like NPR. Let's get our. Oh, look, there's Cliff. He's showing some of the terrain that he's made. This is all handmade stuff. Like, he's just...
Yeah, this is a dice tray. My family started playing just a home D&D game. The kiddos. It's a game my eldest son decided he wanted to play when we asked him. And, yeah, just made some dice trays. I don't know if holding that thing up works as well, but this is a little dice tray I made for my character, who is a druid. A halfling druid. And then I made one for my youngest son. And this one's made of like a lot of small bricks that I cut up and milled and then like put together brick by brick, and then added some details and painted. It's mostly foam, glue, and there's a little bit of a like railroad hobby turf in there, and just painted stuff. But it's a little dice tray. And then my work in progress. Working for my other son, I decided to change gears from a dice tray to a dice tower. I've never made one before, and
Oh wow, that's cool. You're muted, Cliff, but it's still pretty cool.
Oh, there we go. I think the stream could hear me, but you could. So yeah, this is I sort of glued together these pieces of chipboard, which is like a thick cardstock, and then I made these thin planks out of foam and then textured them with a pencil and wire brushes to look like boards, and just sort of built it all up and around to look realistic. And this last piece, yeah, that's where the dice go in. Anyway, it's going to look awesome. I'm going to paint it up. It's going to look like actual real wood. I'm going to give it a base with like some little bit of terrain around it, so it looks like it's like a tower built in a physical location. And anyway, I'm excited about that. So that's for my other kid. I've been sort of making our dice rolling trays, and the other stuff I've been working on, essentially like modular tiles and stuff for Dungeon Train. But I really want to work up towards doing some more modern and cyberpunk-looking stuff for my Gangs of the Undercity games. So at some point, I haven't decided whether I'm just going to keep this a side hobby thing and not bring in podcasting or videos about it, so it stays, more chill. But I'm more likely to start making some videos or episodes or something about it to show off some of the stuff and teach people. It's actually fairly easy to do this kind of work. It's just it's time consuming, especially if you're trying to do huge things and multiple ones at once. I recommend to do smaller projects and just finish them rather than to be like, oh hey, I can make 4 more sets of these to send out to 4 more of my friends and do them all at once, so it'll be super efficient. Well, it is super efficient, but you also don't get that kickback all the way through. You just spend several hours doing a thing, and it's like, oh look, I've got all these pieces of foam that still look like pieces of foam. It's way more fun to do a few hours of work and go, wow, this looks amazing. Anyway, it's been a fun little hobby for me. I guess if any of you are interested in learning this stuff, I highly recommend. There's a YouTube channel called Black Magic Craft
That's where I got the idea for the big thing of blackwash.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Such a good channel.
I use that on all of my all the terrain that I made for Undercity. I needed a whole bunch of blackwash, and I was like, grrr. So I go in, and that channel popped right up. So yeah, cool. That's awesome. I really enjoyed that guy.
There's also one called Bard's Craft, and he uses a lot of different techniques that are, I guess, a little bit more down to earth, and tends to collect a lot of just random stuff from the forest nearby. And let's see, Wylock's Armory. That's another good one that I've been learning from too. Just some really great channels to watch people build and create things, and you get to see some insight on their creativity, because just some of the real magic that's happening is somebody can just look at like a tube or a part that's for electrical wiring and go, I can make this into a pumping station for my Warhammer games. And yeah, it's just fun to see. So
Danny says, can you guarantee 5th edition Shadowrun or later orc hotness for the Lady Orc? So what I will say is this, that I think that we are making all of our models of an appropriate attractiveness. But I will also say that we are making sure and have it as a value to not make all of our minis the same body shape or the same traditional understanding of beauty. So we have Snapper, who I find pretty awesome, but she's a pretty hefty looking woman, even for an ogre, right? She's got a lot of heft to her. I don't know if you noticed, this is one of my favorite. Let me see if I can find it really quick. My favorite part on any model, if objectification is okay on a model, is this. Look at that ass. Right? Like, that is not a traditional elf female ass. That is got some weight to it. And so we're going that route of making them all hot, but making them all various body sizes. So the orc is going to be a very muscular, thick orc, but she's also going to be attractive. So, I don't know if that answers your question. She's not going to be an orc schoolgirl. She's not going to be sort of male gazy, if that makes any sense.
And I have to say, there's a certain genre of hot orc art, that a subgenre. I don't know if it is. I've seen enough of them where it's somebody just takes some random picture of an objectified, overly sexually posed woman and draws a couple of tusks on them and said, hot orc. I think that's actually what motivated me to step in and become a mod of the Shadowrunners Union, was to shut down Hot Orc Friday. just awful objectification kind of posts, and not
because it's not orcs, right? It's objectifying real people by just drawing tusks on them, right? Yeah. But yeah, we have a couple of people on our team that are like, listen, we really, really like hot orcs. So can you? So like, they would never forgive me if we had a chance to make a female orc and did not make her super thick, super muscular, and super hot. So that's, but she's not going to be wearing a bikini or anything like that either. Like we're trying our best to make these characters feel like alive in a world that makes sense. And so everybody's going to be, wearing the way what they would wear, and they're going to be acting and being who they would be in act. So, but yes, Danny, I think we're not going to be first and second edition Shadowrun where all the orcs are horribly misshapen and everybody hates them because they're so ugly and they say so in the text all the time. I don't think that that's a good way to introduce new species of saying they're all ugly so everybody hates them. Like that doesn't fly with us in this world. Thank you, Andre, for upping your pledge. Everybody's basically excited for the Lady Orc. That makes me so happy. So yes, next up is Ogre. Less than 2,000 now to go.
Yeah, this has been exciting. I've been doing this for almost 2 hours now. We're supposed to start at 4, but gosh, we're both so rusty at streaming and stuff. We were throwing it all together at the last minute. At least I certainly was. Just forgetting all these things at the last minute and to get them ready.
Andre says, is it Canadian shipping friendly? Do we have Canadian shipping hubs? Yes, we do have a distributor in Canada. And actually Canada is probably the easiest one of all of our international shipping, because they have a hub right across the border. Like, we go drop off everything at this hub, and then in the morning they'll come pick it up. And because of some weird laws between America and Canada, as long as it's in America for a day, they can just come pick it up, and it costs a lot less than it does overseas. So yes, we are Canadian friendly. And I think you'll notice that on this, if they go to the Kickstarter story and scroll down to Canadian shipping, it'll tell you what the shipping is. James already answered that question.
As getting to the 4, we've seen the needle move a fair bit during this time, so that's been exciting. I think early on this day it was around 55,000 something, and so
yeah.
We've seen it move up quite a bit.
So Tony says that he remembers last year at Gen Con when you and I were playing and we all came up with the curb stomp rule, right? Yeah. So yeah, we had in the early editions, we had a rule called adamant, and we still do actually. And if your model was adamant, it could get back up after it was defeated, and that's still kind of true, but in a different way. So we were thinking like, okay, well. Like, we played this game with Cliff, and he would kill one of my guys, and I would immediately pop back up the next round. And when we did this, like 4 times, and he got to the end, and he's like, that was a really fun game. But that part where your guys kept getting back up, that was not fun. I had to kill those. So we started thinking, like, okay, what can we do to address that so that this wasn't a frustrating experience, but it did communicate also, I have this model that I really don't want to die, and how do we make it so that certain models can live a little bit longer because they're super important, without having to completely be frustrating. So we came up with this idea that curb stomp, which is if you go over there and there's a defeated model that has adamant still on the board, you can spend your main action, instead of attacking somebody else, you can curb stomp them and take them out for good. So curb stomping is still in there. Adamant has changed a little bit, but curb stomping was so thematic for a gang board. We thought that was it's pretty gross and brutal. I mean, like curb stomping in real life. But if we're just talking about, gang characters and minis, that's okay. So Tony, that's a good memory. Thank you for bringing that up. Shipping costs.
Hey, thanks for joining us, Sarah. She's heading out.
Bye, Sarah.
At least I think that's Sarah. It probably is.
Let me see. I'm still going through all the different comments. Yes, Andre, it is Canadian ship.
Serial Killer from Twitch says the curb stomp is an awesome rule and totally appropriate to the gang genre. Yep.
Yes, Andre, if I haven't answered your question already, it is absolutely Canadian shipping. Absolutely friendly. Don't drop your pledge. Any idea of a private eye detective gang? Something like Harry Dresden. Is from Igor. We don't at the moment. One of the gang ideas that's sort of sitting in the garage of ideas was a gang called the Ravenous, or the Ravenous. I don't remember how I pronounced it, but it was a gang of all witches, right? So like Harry Dresden in our world would be considered a witch. So yeah, that's in there in the lore, but it hasn't come out as a gang yet. So yeah, that's an idea. But I doubt they would all be magical private eyes like Harry Dresden. By the way, my wife absolutely loves Harry Dresden. Like, my wife was not a nerdy person, and she was not super into anything nerdy, like, until the last few years. But somebody told her to read these books, and I had one lying around. I haven't read any of them myself, but she has now, over their whole COVID season, she has read like 16 or 17 of these Harry Dresden books. So she's like all in on Harry Dresden. So that's kind of funny that you bring it up.
I've definitely enjoyed the series. I think I've got about 5 or 6 books in before I wandered off and haven't wandered back towards them yet. But not for any lack of enjoyment of the books, just because that's how I work with some things. And yeah, Tim Patrick asked if we're simulcasting on Twitch. Yes, I'm streaming. I have an overlay open that's streaming to Twitch, and Opti has an overlay that's streaming to YouTube. So basically, I just want to rope in anybody like our buddy Serial Killer, who is a really, really good friend of both of us, who somehow didn't know that this Kickstarter was going on. So
oh my!
Gotta turn those Venn diagrams into a perfect circle if we can. But yeah, to any of you who are hanging out on the Twitch channel, the SCN Twitch channel, thanks so much for joining. But the real party is on YouTube, over at the Fraggy Unicorn Games channel, where this is live. A lot more people hanging out in the chat, a bit more lively. You can do both if you want, but again, I'm just sort of trying to open things up on the SCN side to draw attention over to the Gangs of the Undercity thing here. So. But,
answering a question about Canadian shipping that came up on Facebook. So.
All right. Well, if you're ready for another question that I thought of, I wanted to ask. So, what's the process of just being like a person who's starting a company? You want to get some miniatures sculpted and made, like. I'm not saying like anyone around here is terribly likely to go out and do that, but I'm just really curious about the process. How does that work?
The process of what?
Of having miniatures made and designed. How did you go about doing that?
I wish I had somebody to ask this question about when we first started, because ours is it went well. It went really well. Once everything happened, but I had no idea what I was doing, and none of our team knew what they were doing. So it was a huge learning curve to try to even figure out how to get minis made. But essentially, right now, the process that we have and all the people that we have involved is the lore team comes up with an idea. We talk about what a particular gang needs, or what sort of minis aren't represented in our range so far, which is why we have all of the stretch goals that we have to sort of fill in different genders and different species that we don't have unlocked yet. Once we figure that out, we talk about what we want them to look like, what gang they normally would fit into, and then we take that idea and I say, well, it depends on who's writing it. So if somebody says, I'm going to write up this gang and these are the people I need, if I say, go ahead and give me art notes for that thing, right? Tell me what they're wearing, get me reference pictures of what they're wearing, tell me what their hair looks like, tell me what their complexion is, tell me everything you can about visually about what you have in mind for this model. And then I will take that and I will take it to one of our concept artists. Darko is one of our concept artists, the main concept artist that we've been using from the beginning. and Darko works really well with our sculptor. So Darko will come back and he'll say, okay, here's concept art. Here, what do you think about this pose? I'll say, well, I don't like that pose. Give it more, whatever. Usually, trying to get more action out of a pose. And once that concept art is through, I'll take that concept art and give it to our sculptor, and the sculptor will turn it into a miniature. Depending on how they sculpt it, like certain things can be changed at the last minute, certain things can't. But then once that's done, it becomes an STL file, which I don't even know what that stands for, but it's the 3D or Blender file or whatever you would use.
Brief interruption to celebrate another backer.
All right, thank you, backer. Welcome to the Fraggin' Unicorns Theater. I'm really, really excited. But yeah, I'll take that STL file and I will send it to Fortress, and I'll work with the guys over there and say, this is kind of what we're thinking. Can you put a cut here, maybe a cut here? Here's what I'd like to see happen. Here's the options I want. They will alter the mini and get it ready for production. They will make a prototype, send me the prototype. I'll frag around with it and paint it and say, like, this was easy, I didn't like this. Then they'll go back and then they will create a mold of it. And once that mold is done, they can start filling that mold up with molten metal and make our miniatures. That's as concise and I think as thorough as I could possibly make it. I hope that all makes sense.
I think that answered my questions about the process. Though I liked Danny's summarization of your process as well. Step 1, wait decades for the game you want. Step 2, realize it's not happening. Step 3, DIY.
That's more or less exactly what happened. So like the story of Gangs of the Undercity in particular is the story of wanting a game that we thought was happening and realizing that game is not going to happen. So back in 2012, I think, Sprawlgangers was announced. Sprawlgangers was announced as a Shadowrun, a game of gang warfare in the Shadowrun universe. And at that point, I was just getting into Shadowrun again. I had started the podcast. I was really super excited for this game. And in fact, it was right around that time, as the hype for Sprawlgangers kept increasing, that Warhammer Fantasy, which I was playing like every weekend, going to Adepticon, painting things, winning awards, like doing this incredibly, with all my spare time. It was at that time when Games Workshop decided to say, we're done with Warhammer Fantasy, we're going to nuke the world, all of the lore doesn't matter anymore, we're going to start this new thing called Age of Sigmar. And at that point, like, I was so frustrated. I had all of this stuff to build a wood elf army in fantasy. I had spent so much money and so much time doing that, and then they were like, nah, we're not going to support this range anymore. So I said, okay, fine. I put that Warhammer stuff on the shelf, and I will devote all of my effort and all of my hobby time into Sprawlgangers. And then, of course, we kept waiting for Sprawlgangers and waiting. I was actually part of the playtest team for Sprawlgangers, and it just never happened. And so every year we would go to Origins or Gen Con, and they would have this Catalyst demo agent time where you could sort of spend time with the folks at Catalyst. And I was demo agent by that time, running games, running the missions games for them. And so every time they say, hey, any questions for the people who work for Catalyst? And every single time, even once I started working for Catalyst and I could get this information easily, I still would always raise my hand during that meeting. If there's some of them are recorded, so you could always hear me in the back. What about Sprawlgangers? And the answer was always like, yeah, we're totally working on it. We got some minis coming out. And they did have some minis, but it was always some sort of like, production delays, or, we got to figure out how to make minis, blah, blah, blah. Until
some minis actually came out this last year, and they look pretty good, but they're not Sprawlgangers.
Yeah, they're not hobbyist minis, right? Like, they are miniatures, but they're not the quality that hobbyists would would want to paint for awards and that sort of thing, right? So like the detail of them is just, you know, it's not there. The quality of the plastic is not there, but like that's what they wanted to do, right? They were not releasing them for a game. They were just releasing them as miniatures, which, I mean, hey, absolutely. I mean, people bought them. But like it was like either last year or the year before, when I raised my hand and said, "Hey, Sprawl Gangers, what's the deal?" The response was different this time. The response was, if people buy enough of these minis, then maybe we'll make some more. And if we make some more and people buy those, then maybe we'll make some maps. And if we make some...
Backer.
Oh, yay! New backer!
602.
Thank you. That's so exciting. New backers, like, you know, give me an endorphin rush. So that's very nice.
I hope you don't mind me just jumping in and...
No, please do. I'll talk all day long if nothing else. But yeah, so this time they said if these minis sell well, then we'll make some more. If those sell well, we'll make more. We'll make a map, and if the map sells well, then maybe we'll think about making a game. And that's when it kind of clicked. It was sort of like, this is never going to happen. Like, I don't foresee these selling that well. I don't foresee that next group being made. I don't foresee, and even if it does, like we're talking years down the line. So yeah, I that's why I realized, like, you know, if this is going to happen, if they're not going to do it, maybe I can do it. And as somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, that would be an achievement for me and for us to do. And it would fill a void. It would fill a niche that people wanted to have filled, because people are still asking about Sprawl Gangers. Where's the game? So that's why we decided to make Gangs of the Undercity first. We actually had in mind to make another game first, but we decided to put that on hold and do the really, really hard version first, so that if we could do the really hard thing and it worked, then that would be a proof of concept for the other things that we wanted to do. So that's essentially where the idea and the execution for Gangs of the Undercity came from. Yeah. Let's see.
Andre asking if there is net running or cyberspace battles in the game. I think I can answer that in that you don't necessarily have like a cyberspace alternate place your characters go and have combats into, but there are characters called breachers, which are like the deckers or the hackers, who can access certain points called cyberlinks in order to do special things.
Yeah, it's exactly what Cliff said. There's not an alternate game that takes place, you know, for the breachers, but the breachers are important. The breachers can basically hack into, well, they can use drones, they can affect other characters, but one of the main things they do is attack the clinks, the cyberlinks, and that is a way to generate grit. Grit is essentially the most important thing in the game.
I know cyberlinks are an important enough feature in the game where you've got specific representations of them in the main book, and I don't think we've talked much about terrain, but you have a partner with another company to provide some really neat MDF terrain packages that also include some neat little cyberlink stands. They kind of look like futuristic ATMs.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized what I can do. Let me see here. I can use the image button to find different stuff. Yeah, I'm going to grab an image of one of our cyberlinks that is made by Death Ray Designs. Let me see here. If I knew, I would have been streaming. I didn't know. I could have had some of this ready to go, but.
What about rules for multiple gangs? Is this all going to be one-on-one, or going to be bigger free-for-alls too?
Yeah, I will say this: it is balanced for one-on-one. So, like, if you go to a tournament or something like that, then you will, it'll be a fair battle. There's really no way to make it fair if there's three people and you decide to gang up on somebody else. That's just what you get. But yes, the game will have rules for multiple player battles. That it won't even be hard. It'll be a very easy thing to do.
I could see like 2-on-2 could be a lot of fun as well. Having two completely different gangs with different flavors working together against a mix of another two.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. So yeah, those are questions from Serial Killer over on the Twitch side. We want to know how many people can play it at the same time and if there's rules for multiple gangs. So
here we go. I'm popping this up in so you can see these are our cyberlinks. Now what's cool about these? The two-player game comes with tokens that you can use for cyberlinks, right? So these little circles that you can place down, and those will be your cyberlinks for the games. But these cyberlinks, the cool
new backer,
the cool looking one. All right, new backer
603.
Woo-hoo! Thank you, new backer. We are only 197 away from our next goal of getting gang patches for all the gangs.
Gang patches would be really awesome.
It would be really cool. So if we don't make them anytime soon, then I may be looking forward to buying a limited number and having them for the cons next year.
You should stop undercutting the urgency of your Kickstarter when we're doing the last few hours Kickstarter.
Am I undercutting the urgency? I don't know.
Well, you're talking about how people could. It's better if people buy things on backer.
No, it's not better. It's not better. I was just trying to be as honest as I could. I was trying to be authentic and honest. And
we'll make the stuff later anyway.
So, I guess ignore me and listen to Cliff. He really wants this stuff unlocked right now, and I do too. Self promotion is hard for me.
And what really, it's already at the level of just amazing support. So, I mean, there's no reason not to just feel amazing about where the Kickstarter campaign has gone so far. I'm just saying you're not doing the good salesperson techniques that they taught me when I was working in retail.
So right now I'm going to cover your face up for that criticism, and I'm going to show everybody. I'm going to show everybody something really cool.
All right, enjoy your reprieve, everyone.
I was going to show everybody something really cool, but now
you're still stuck with my face.
My stuff has disappeared. Where'd it go? Maybe if I was a better person, then my office wouldn't be so funky. Okay, here we go. So here's what our cyberlink looks like. I painted this one up a little bit, so you can kind of see what they look like in real life, and this is kind of what they look like next to a miniature. Right, so you can see like this is how big they are. But what's cool about these is you can see in the picture that they're glowing, right? And you can go on Amazon or wherever if you want, and you can get these little finger lights, and you can get like 100 or so of them for like $5. And you take this, and they're made in such a way where they open up, right? And so you can put these lights inside there. And I don't know if you can see, but they actually glow, right? Which is really, really cool.
It focused there for about a third of a second.
This is my face. Come on, do it. Well, it doesn't want to focus. But anyway, you can see it's glowing.
Hey, there you go.
And if it was darker, then you could see it glowing. But yeah, those are our cyberlinks. And Death Ray Designs came up with the idea for these glowing cyberlinks. It was just so freaking cool. That I wanted to, some scenarios, there's at least one scenario that calls for 8 cyberlinks, and you don't need to have these really cool cyberlinks, but we wanted to offer them in case, anybody did. So if you wanted to get like a full barrage of cyberlinks for every possible scenario, then you could buy 4 sets of these for $8 each. So yeah, that's that. Welcome back, Cliff. Danny says, tell me about the Croyote and how pets work with the gang minis. That's a good question.
First of all, what's a Croyote?
A Croyote is...
It's a leading question. I've seen the picture.
Croyote is one of our pet griffs. And in our world, griffs are basically lesser griffins. They're lesser birds mixed with various, mammals. And the Croyote is a mix of a crow and a coyote. So you can see, let me see if I have an image of a Croyote that I can easily get. I probably do somewhere. But
As you're looking for
sometimes
that,
they're
can
hard
we
to
expect
find.
some breacher on breacher cyber combat action?
Yes, there is a breacher ability. I think it's called Control Device, where you can try to get control of another breacher's cyberlink or another breacher's drones, etc., etc. So yeah, absolutely. It's a kind of, if I'm being completely honest, it's at a fairly basic level now, but that's one of the things that I'd like to drill down on very soon before the book gets made, is to have a little bit more breacher on breacher action. What was I looking for? Oh, the griffins. That's right. No, that's the big griffin. Have you guys seen the big griffin? Oh, it's so amazing. Coyote, where are you? Arg.
That background noise is going to be a little bit higher because we're opening the doors to let the nice breeze through. So
there we go. No problem. So here's the Coyote. I'm going to cover Cliff's face, so you can see the Coyote model. It's a half crow, half coyote, just as advertised. So yeah, super cute. And the companions, the way the companions work is when you're building a gang. What happened?
backer.
Another backer!
1604.
Woohoo!
Yep.
Thanks, new backer. We care about you. The way that these griffs will work, or companions in general, is when you're building your gang, you'll be able to, the owner will be able to take one of their enhancements and unlock a companion. And the companions will have basically 3 levels to them, right? They'll have the initial level where they're kind of weak. They're not ever going to actually be like super powerful. The whole point that we decided was that pets are never going to be able to be as powerful as actual gangers. But they will be able to sort of harry or frustrate or block or that sort of thing. But you can spend another one of your enhancements to upgrade your companions. So this same thing with drones and elementals. They have 3 different levels. The initial level, if you spend another enhancement, you can bump them up. But every enhancement that the owner spends on one of these companions is an enhancement that they're not giving themselves. So our gang creation is pretty robust. But one of the things you can do is decide whether or not you want to spend your upgrades on your pet models or on yourself. So yeah, that's that. Andre says, thank you for clarifying Canadian-friendly shipping. Shame didn't have it posted on the Kickstarter page. Yeah, so another one of those things that's just a learning thing for us. Is we did have the little buttons on there that said Canadian-friendly shipping. I don't know if I posted those enough places or not. But yeah, I think we probably could have clarified that a little bit more, saying that the fees are included and all that kind of stuff is included. We do have a Canadian-friendly partner. William says, I appreciate the Coyote because I live in the Mojave. Both of those have huge populations. Absolutely, absolutely. Various trickster myths about the both of them too. So we think that these are going to be the big pests in the Undercity. But we also have the Valraven, who's the Raven and Wolf version. We have the Parakeety, which is the parakeet and kitty. We have the Racondor, which is a raccoon vulture cross. And there was,
all right, but do you have any platypus bears?
No, we don't. There was one more. It was one more. What was the other one that we had? Oh, the beagle, which is a cross between a beagle and an eagle. And then the peregrine fox, which actually ended up being a very cute model as well. So let's see here. I'm going to go check real quick to see if there's any other folks from the Frag and Unicorns team that wanted to hop on. Let me see here. Alrighty. There is one. Oops. Everybody is seeing my the background of all my stuff.
Oh look, there's my guitar and microphone that are off camera here on my screen.
Nobody ever asks about my cool stuff in the background.
I always enjoy seeing them in the background when you're working at your other job.
Yeah. Nobody ever asks about that either. Oh, hey, you want to see something cool? I can't figure out a way to... I wish Discord could be really cool. It could be a very powerful tool. But instead, it just doesn't do what you want to do all the time.
That's everything.
Yeah.
Computers, honestly.
Yeah, I don't want to complain too much about it.
Yeah, Discord could be better, but it's also the best tool we have for the moment, and a free one. So
yeah,
I'm not going to knock it. Not saying you were either.
All right, so let me.
Cooperate with OBS can be interesting.
All right, Cliff, you take this on real quick, and I'm going to talk with and figure out how to get one of our other folks on. I think you could probably keep on as well. So just hang in there while I try to rope them in.
All right. Well, I will go ahead and chat then while Opti is doing technical things in the background.
In the meantime, you can look at this pretty Undercity map that's a work in progress. This is what it's going to be like. Not what it's going to be like, but this is a work in progress.
Cool.
And I'm going to mute myself and then go talk. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Well, I am still right here, so let's see here. Quick update on the Kickstarter page. Newsfeed that offers Canadian-friendly shipping. So yes, maybe Opti or someone on the Dragon Unicorns team that has access to that will start doing that. So that said, it's a few hours in, so I'm not sure if we'll see any big results from it, but it's a good suggestion. And Andre, thanks for emailing your friends. If any of you have any other friends you might email that might be potentially interested in this, please go ahead and do so. It's we appreciate you spreading the word, and it's probably if you've already backed it, it's probably better thing to do than just throwing more money at the project, which is also great, of course. If you want to do both, I don't want to discourage you. Definitely spread the word. And yeah, I'll be here hanging out. What should I talk about? Let's see. Opti referenced that we've been working on the Shadow and Anarchy project, 2050s runs. That's been a lot of fun. But I do want to say, when I was looking on Twitter today, I saw that Genghis Khan was trending, and I recently one of the missions I'm adapting for.
Can you guys hear me?
Hello?
Hey! Okay, now we got to get Cliff on this. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. All right, hold on. Stand by. We're still working things out. I created a call to bring in Usagi, and I nuked Cliff on accident.
Oh God. Cliff, no. This is so much fun.
Yeah, we're having a good time. Cliff.
I'm sure it got swallowed up in all of the scroll in the chat, but I'm William Kane on the chat, by the way.
By the way, we're live right now. I just realized.
Oh God!
So hey everybody, this is William. This is Usagi, and we're talking. We're trying to get Cliff back right now. So he's the mystery guest.
Well, I sound so professional already.
Hey, we are neither of those things. But right now I'm trying to get a hold of Mr. Johnson because he's probably completely unaware that that this is happening.
Today, this is going to be a whole lot of fun for me because it's I live in the Mojave. It is just about 110 Fahrenheit here, which I think is like 45 Celsius or so.
Oh wow!
And
Just a heads up, you're on.
and
Yeah, we're on stream, and now Cliff is here too. Yay!
Like, you have been the whole time, because I was off the thing, and it was weird. So I'm actually, I think, going to just duck out and let you guys take over on here, and I'll be back later.
Okay.
Does that sound fine? It'll be easier for the screens and whatnot.
Yep, that's fine for me.
And I think the people on Twitch and YouTube can hear us now. So.
Yep.
Hello, Usagi. Nice to see you. I will be back later to continue with this finale thing, but I will also be closing the stream on the SCN while I'm away, and it will only be happening on YouTube. So if you're currently on the Twitch side of the channel, go to YouTube, search up Fragging Unicorns Games, and go ahead and join that. And
drop a link to the YouTube channel in the chat for the Shadowcasters.
That's a good idea.
There we
I
go.
am helping.
All right, so Cliff, if you want to bow out, I can adjust the cameras.
Yep, there we go. YouTube link dropped in the Twitch channel. I will sign out and be back later. Have fun.
See ya. Thanks for being here, Cliff.
Thanks for having me. I'll be back.
Yay.
All right, there we go. But you are not me, so and I don't have a tag for you, so I apologize about that. But if you want to introduce yourself to everybody, why should they care about who you are, and what do you do with Fragging Unicorns?
Hi everyone, I am William Kane. I also play Usagi on the Move by Wire podcast as part of the Radio Free Detroit family. I got into this because of Opti. I was a cab driver in 29 Palms, and it is so boring being a cab driver. So I would listen to podcasts, and someone said, hey, here's a fun Shadowrun podcast. So I started listening to the NeoA podcast, and I loved it. And got onto the Shadowcasters Network, Discord, yada yada, talked to everybody. And Opti, of all people, says, hey, if you're going to get into podcasting, get this microphone. So that's the microphone I'm using, my Blue Yeti, and here we are. I started podcasting, and Palmer asked if I wanted to help with Fragging Unicorns, and I ended up writing one of the fiction short stories for the anthology that's going in.
Absolutely. Do you want to give us a little hint, a little teaser about what your story's about?
Absolutely.
If not, that's okay too. Put you on the spot.
A little bit of background about it. A lot of Shadowrun and cyberpunk in general focuses on the cities, and that's appropriate because urbanization and the I don't want to say dehumanizing, but the isolating and disconnect effect that comes from being crammed into an economic underclass in a very populated area is central to cyberpunk. But I live in the middle of nowhere, and I'm talking to y'all people over satellite uplink internet, and I have my phone my supercomputer phone that I listen to podcasts on. So I wanted to point out a little bit of the fantasy cyberpunk element of rural areas, because we are a more interconnected society, and yet there's still some of that isolating effect that technology can put between people, even as it brings them closer together. And throw in magic and fantasy, and you've got some really fun stuff.
Right.
So my story is about a group of scouts, basically, on the rivers of the greater Neo-Babylon area that feed into Neo-Babylon itself, and their magical adventures as they're floating along the water.
That sounds amazing. I haven't read it myself. I sent it to our editor.
Oh, you'll love it.
I can't wait.
Yeah, the editor has given me some really great points. I still have to finish incorporating them into my second draft edit, but the feedback I've gotten has been super supportive. Everyone has been really attentive and cooperative with this company. That's what I love about it. Every single person is like, participate as much as you can, but the moment you do participate, here's some help. Here's some help. Here's some help. Are you taking care of yourself? Are you hydrating? Have you punched the prerequisite number of fascists today? And it's wonderful. I love the energy of this company.
I have 2 questions for you, but first, my wife is asking if I could come in for dinner. I need to eat something, so I'm going to tell her that she's asking, can I bring you food? Which my wife is a wonderful food preparator, and I'm going to ask her to bring me some dinner. So that's what I'm going to do right now. And you're getting, this is slice of life. This is Opti's household stuff going on right here. Can you bring it to me? Question mark. No, that was all. That was all I needed to do.
Fill the...
You could if you wanted to just to chat while I go scarf down something in a disgusting fashion. But so you said you were from 29 Palms, right?
Yeah.
I used to
middle of the desert.
Yeah, I used to go to the Colorado River there by Parker, Arizona. Like every year, you drive right through there, and so I don't remember anything about it other than it's a pretty barren place. It seemed to me, at least off of the highway. But also,
that's what's interesting and neat. There's a super cool little local art community in that 29 Palms is called the City of Murals because there are tons of wall murals on various buildings. There's even one that's 3D. You've got a wall mural of a mining operation, but you have an actual old-timey mine cart halfway into the building, and the bench that the cowboy is sitting on partly juts out of the building, and you can sit on it next to the cowboy. And it's a beautiful little town that you drive through to get somewhere else, or you drive through because you're on your way to the Marine base.
So I mean, I don't exactly know what grabbed him about it, but Robert Plant wrote a song about it. I'm sure you've heard that one before, right?
Yep. And
okay, yeah, you said
I can't remember if it was Rock Hudson or Tab Hunter. One of the we're gay, but Hollywood won't let us say we're gay actors of the 50s and 60s was in a movie about 29 Palms, and I think it was a murder mystery.
Fair enough. Well, like I said, I have only known about it through the song and because I used to drive through it once a year. Back when I lived in California. I don't know. I've lived in Texas now for the last couple of years, but my wife says she will be bringing me food. That is just
more of that. Let's support each other energy.
Hashtag blessed. So yeah, let's see. What else? What can you tell us about the way it would be self-congratulatory, I think, in some senses, for me to tell people what Fragging Unicorns is like to work with and for them. So talk a little bit more about that.
Absolutely. Well, the silence has to be ominous, but again, it's that supportiveness. I haven't done anything. There are 4 episodes of Move by Wire out there. I haven't written for other game companies like you or Mr. Johnson, or edited a bunch of people's stuff like Palmer. I have not done any of that, but I have been made to feel welcome. My suggestions and insights have been asked for in the Discord where we discussed the lore, the ideas. Like, we had a really good discussion. This is, again, going to sound a little bit self-congratulatory, but I think it's important all the same. We had a really good discussion about Wendigo and Skinwalkers.
Mm-hmm.
And whether or not, you'll remember this, of course, because you're involved. We were discussing whether or not it was appropriate to include them or something like them. And I pointed, I'm blanking on the name, Macchiato.
Mm-hmm.
Macchiato and I both pointed out we can include them, and there would be some pop culture points that we would get for including them. But it's still appropriation. You get to do so.
You get a little bit of easy recognition. You know what I mean? From including things that people already have ideas about. So you don't have to work as hard for your lore if you include something that people already recognize. So yeah. That's the benefit of doing something like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they're cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Sure.
Skinwalkers and Wendigo are a cool creature if you're just speaking purely from a fantasy perspective,
or an aesthetic standpoint, or yeah.
The common aesthetic for a Wendigo of this big anthropomorphic gaunt deer man monster that cannibalizes everything,
which may or may not have like a skull head. Yeah, right. Like it's aesthetically something that we think is cool. Yeah.
Yeah, but that all ties in to a very specific set of myths, in particular the Skinwalker, where there is a cultural taboo among the Diné, the Navajo people, that you don't talk about it. Because unless you talk about it in very specific contexts, very specific sacred, religious, and educational contexts, it's harmful. It's a sociological harm, a spiritual harm.
Mm-hmm.
We're treading on someone's religious perspective if we incorporate it. And we're not members of the tribe. We are not initiates into that tradition.
Right.
We don't have that understanding. So can we do it? Yeah.
Right.
Is it an ethical thing for us to do? No, it isn't. And from the moment we brought that up and pointed it out, yeah, let's do something else. If we incorporate something like it, it's going to be different.
Yeah. And to that point, it wasn't as if we had very strong feelings about this. Like I could include a Wendigo or not. Like, wouldn't affect me at all. I might think it's cool. I might not. The difference is that every time we brought it up to somebody from that culture, they politely asked us not to. And so it wasn't it's not like we're being forced to not do something that, is our art, right? It's not like we're being our First Amendment, our free speech is being, it's nothing like that at all. It's us wanting to preemptively care about what other people have to say in the same way that we would want somebody, if we said, like, as a whole, like, please don't do this, we would want to be listened to in that way. Same thing.
And
go ahead.
One risk that comes up is, I know we're good creators and we're creative creators and awesome and we do cool things, but there's always the risk that if you don't understand the context of it, you'll create something that's just really narmy.
I don't know what that word means.
Trope.
What's narmy?
I think it was either 6 Feet Under or Dead Like Me. I think it was 6 Feet Under. One of the characters is having a stroke and is trying to tell everyone, but all they can think to say is numb arm, and all that comes out is norm. And everyone who saw the scene said, this was supposed to be really dramatic, but it was really stupid looking.
Yeah.
And that's NARM. That's what NARM is. Something that's supposed to be dramatic and fancy, but is just dumb. And a lot of these, you'll hear these stories on creepypasta YouTube podcasts or creepypasta write-ups about, I met the Wendigo and, barely escaped. And I'm like, man, it is interesting that something that is literally the apex predator of reality can't catch all these out-of-shape white people. And it comes across as silly. And we don't want to do that. We want a cool game. I mean, there's room for deliberate silliness, but not narm. Let's not be narmy.
We had a similar conversation, not about Wendigo, but about our golems, right? Because golems are a particularly Jewish creation. They're from Jewish folklore, and so we thought, let me just throw ground. It wasn't like we need golems to be golems. It wasn't like we need that word in order to work. Like, we have plenty of other things to choose from. So we went and we started asking, like, hey, to folks who were Jewish, so what do you think about including golems? And the overwhelming response was, yeah, fine, include golems, but make sure that they are, make sure that they line up with our culture and blah blah blah. Don't just slap golem on whatever big monster that you want to use it on without honoring our traditions along the way. So that was just one of the ways where again, because of who we are, we'd already been going down that direction. So our golems, for example, are creatures of clay brought to life using Semitic lettering, right, as words of power, blah blah blah. It's a spiritual thing, just like it is in Jewish mythology, but it has been co-opted and corrupted by the Lawjacks. But one of the things you can do is allow and help one of those golems to fight back against that programming, and you can actually use it to help the people again and kind of redeem it to its true purpose. So we felt like that by having that dialogue, we didn't lose anything. We actually gained a sort of deeper understanding, and we gained the ability to say, no, we actually asked this question beforehand, and we got an overwhelmingly positive response that we should include them as long as we are honoring to the tradition. Now, there's other things we've heard from folks who are Jewish and other things like phylacteries, right, in D&D. They're like, hey, listen, don't use phylacteries because it doesn't mean what you're using it to mean, and it's sort of but the overwhelming thing is, like, whether we agree or not, we just want to be cool, right? Like, we just want to say, like if you don't want us to do something and it costs us nothing, why wouldn't it be good just to be cool to people and do what we would want in the similar situation? So that's what we try to live our lives by, that credo, just by saying, like, if we don't want people to do that to us, if we want people to treat us a certain way, then we owe people the same response. We've made some progress. We're up to 58,293, which is, quick math, only $17,007 away from our next $17,000. $1,707 away from our next goal, and we have 605 backers, which is only 195 away. So my wife is bringing me foods. Awesome. Which means that you all get to watch me eat, I guess.
On the phylactery thing, it's another one of those.
Hold on one sec, Usagi.
Story is so much more meaningful.
This is my beautiful wife, Christina. She is amazing in every single way.
Do you want it cooler in here?
It cannot get cooler in here.
I can bring it over this way.
No, that's fine.
The fan?
No. She's talking about how hot it is in here, and that's just not going to be fixed because it is August in Texas. so in my office it is incredibly hot. But yeah. All right, continue, please. That's better. Thank you.
The real story behind phylacteries is so much more meaningful, and there are conflicts around it that are equally meaningful. But the way D&D uses it, a phylactery is a MacGuffin in which a lich stores their quote-unquote soul. It's the Horcrux from...
This is delicious.
Is it?
from what the heck is it? Harry Potter and the J.K. Rowling is an awful person. The real story of the phylactery, though, is sources differ a little bit, but it's basically a box that you wear on your head or your arm, or in some cases store above your door, depending on the specific tradition. I've heard it explained both ways. A particularly relevant bit of scripture or extra-canonical scriptural writing that it's basically a way to have a specific concept that you're meditating on at all times with you. And
bind these words on
and
your
meaningful.
forehead or on your hand. Yeah.
Yeah, it's deep and meaningful and powerful. And in the New Testament, Jesus would call out the Pharisees, which were a sort of blue-collar, local businessman, conservative tradition within Roman occupation Judaism at the time, that he called them out for, you've got your phylacteries, really cool. What are you doing for the people? And so there's an internal conflict, because Jesus was a Jewish rabbi in the Jewish tradition. Regardless of what you think of the Christianity part, he was a Jewish rabbi within the Jewish tradition who had a, I suppose you'd call it heterodoxical, not heretical per se, but a different interpretation of the scriptures.
So where do the liches come in to this story?
And that's what D&D does. You suddenly you've taken this really neat spiritual tradition with its own real world conflicts and symbolism, and turned it into evil undead sorcerer. It uses this as his Horcrux, and it's just like that's simultaneously insulting, because Judaism has a very strict interpretation of harmful magic.
But the bottom line, though, in all of this is
don't do it.
Right, is like if somebody says, "Hey, please don't do this," right? Then like it's just, if it costs you nothing, like why fight it? At any rate, Usagi, I'm going to let you go because we have another one of our folks, Ian, who's going to come on and talk about some more stuff. And if you're still around later, we would love to bring you back on.
I'll be on all day. See ya. Thanks for letting me in.
Awesome. My pleasure. All right. Take care. Oh, man. You could probably still hear me, but I'm going to rope in one of our folks, Ian, and he's going to come on and talk to us as well. And be patient while my Discord fixes itself. And we'll see if Ian picks up. I just called him. He said he was ready, but I probably should have given him some heads up. By the way, my wife, I don't know if you can see this or not, my wife made some amazing chicken. Can you hear me, Ian?
I can't hear me.
I can hear you, but your camera is not showing up.
Okay, I can set that.
But I'm going to talk about my wife's chicken a little bit more. This is an amazing piece of chicken. It's glazed with a peach whiskey sauce, and it's just the most delicious thing I've had in a long time.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Oh, I realize that you probably can't see because the.
I can hear you.
Oh, hey, Ian, you're probably listening to the YouTube channel too.
Yeah, I'm listening to the YouTube channel. I'm going to mute that now. Okay.
There we go. Okay, so now look at my peach whiskey chicken.
Ooh, yummy.
It's so delicious. Okay.
That looks fantastic.
It is. My wife's a wonderful cook. Now I'm gonna mess around with stuff. Please introduce yourself for our audience.
Sure. So my name's Ian, and I am I think the title we've kind of mishmashed together is historical editor for the game universe, for the Subversion and the Undercity, Gangs of the Undercity universe that we're working in right now. I'm actually working on my PhD in history. I go to a university in Texas, and I got involved in this in a very similar way to Usagi. I'm also in a one-bedroom apartment, so if you hear cats or slamming doors or anything like that, that's what's going on. So I got involved in a very similar way to Usagi. I started actually listening to your podcast in, I want to say 2014, when I was getting my master's in China. And one of the earliest times I listened to it, I was actually on a visa run in Hong Kong and looking around going, dang, this city is so cyberpunk. And thinking about, like how things had gone one way and they could have gone, a completely different way. And I listened to that for years, played the Shadowrun Returns games, and then back in late January, saw on Twitter that you were putting together a gaming company and said, oh, hey, I wonder if they've got a historian. And what you said was, we didn't think a real historian would be interested. And what I didn't say is, yeah, they're probably not. That's why you got me. But yeah, that's how it came to be. And also, before we go any further, because I am a historian and I am a nerd, I want to go with the what are you wearing question from earlier. This is actually a t-shirt that came from one of my advisor's classes. So I'm a historian of technology and also military history as well. And my advisor, as one of his things that he does in his classes, is he has his students say, let's look at this technology that is the t-shirt and how it came to be and all the distribution mechanisms and so forth that accompany it. And you're going to design your own t-shirt and you're going to sell it to the class. And if it works out, great, but most of you will fail. And so it's been a really interesting few years seeing all the different t-shirt designs that come from the various sections of the class. So anyway,
nice.
That's just a plug for what I do.
The chat was berating me for leaving up the OBS thing that said that you were Cliff, so I just had to erase it. This is not Cliff. This is Ian, our resident historian. Yeah. So what have you been working on at Frag and Unicorns, and what has your experience been like working with everybody at Frag and Unicorns?
So I've been working. The very first thing that I did was very narrowly focused. I started working on the deep lore, the alternate history that we have lined up behind Gangs of the Undercity and behind Subversion eventually. And I started going through that and saying, okay, this makes sense to me as a historian, from a professional standpoint, I can see that. This doesn't. How can we tighten this up and make it an even better story? And that was the first thing, but then it kind of spiraled. I started working on, I designed a couple of the very basic concepts for some of the drones that you'll see in more modern form now, and I've been working on the lore in general, bringing concepts together. The good thing about military history and the history of technology is it works really well as a combination for a game like this, when you're trying to kind of put together a whole world and say what happens in it. Because militaries deal with all sections of society, right? Everybody can be involved in war and in the chaos that they get swept up in there. And technology, everybody does inevitably get involved with technology at some point. So you pick up a lot of stuff, and that's kind of what I've been in charge of, is making sure that as much of that gets fed into the game as possible. And everybody's been really supportive. It's a fantastic crew to work with, and we get a lot done. We've put together enough stuff to really fill out, I would say, at least a couple of books, once we get it all typed up and ready for distribution. There's a lot going on in this universe, and part of that's because our divergence point for the alternate history is back so far. It's not like Shadowrun where it's in the late 80s. I believe the original divergence point there is like a Supreme Court justice goes one way when it should have gone the other way. Ours is back with the Babylonians, which is much more your specialty than mine. I deal with a lot more modern stuff, but it's been really interesting to get to learn some of that along the way. It's been really helpful for my creativity, both personally and academically as well.
Nice. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to try to pay attention to the chat a little bit, and they have requested, let's see, Jimmy says, can we show the minis together with each gang? So I'm going to try, see here if this will work. It's not arranged very well. Hold on one second. Let's see if that will work better. That right there is the Flaming Skulls gang, and it's only focusing on Snapper.
Of course.
Let's see if I can do that better.
I think it's that yellow card you put behind it, because the first time you held it up with just the post office box, it seemed to focus okay.
Yeah. I wish, if I would have thought about this more, I probably could have done this better. No, thank you. I will, but my wife's asking if I need more, and the answer is yes. But I need to focus on what I'm doing here.
If anybody's concerned about the cat meowing in the background, you can hear that. That is our 9-month-old kitten who is basically a dog and has decided that if he's not paid attention to constantly, it is the end of the world. Yeah, that's better.
A little bit better. So like the smaller, the dwarf and the goblin model, a little bit small. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just the focus is just not. Oh wait, almost had it. There we go. That's some.
Nice.
So that's the Flaming Skulls gang as a group, 6 of them. Like I said, the smaller models are probably going to get a recast because they are very small and their detail is very petite. But that's an easy thing to do. They've got all the STL files. They just need to scale them up just a little bit. They are true. One of the things we learned is being true to scale is not necessarily what you want in a mini. Sometimes you want a little bit out of scale so that you can show off a little bit more detail. So right now they're scaled correctly to each other, but that's not exactly what we wanted, or not exactly what we decided we wanted after the fact. So this now is going to be our Valkyrs game.
Ooh.
Just put it on your watermelon.
Thank you.
And I'll get you a drink.
I love these guys. They're kind of where the skulls are a little bit more chaotic. The Valkyrs are more of a military-inspired gang, well, military-originated gang, and they've got kind of that special forces gone bad sort of mystique to them, which makes them a really interesting force in the Undercity of Neo-Babylon.
Thank you for taking that description while I'm distracted.
Yep, that's what I'm here for.
All right, let me see if I can pull this off. Hello, kitty. Oh, no! Sparrow just slid into my chicken.
I think it was something about you objectifying her earlier.
It could be. I'm going to do it a little bit more.
Nice.
So
Norton, that's the minis.
This is the Valkyrs gang all together. They are different. They were sent out to different pro painters, so they unified theme necessarily, but that's what they look like. I'm dropping minis. Thankfully, they were not. All right. Let's see. Going back to the chat. Blah, 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 blah. Question for Ian. If you had a beard, what color would it be, and what kind of beard would it be?
Oh, jeez. If I could pick any beard without like any form of social stigma or wife stigma, as the case may be, I would probably go with one of those epic Civil War general beards. Probably just like the the massive like Ambrose Burnside sideburns down this, that just go into like a nice big bushy beard, and it would probably just match my hair. Nothing overly complicated there, but I just cannot grow a beard for the life of me. I once went to an archive for a month, and my wife was like, "Hey, you've never grown a beard before. Why don't you try while we're apart for a month?" And I'm like, okay. So I wound up trying, and it came out really, really poorly, and I apologized to the archivists because they had to watch me grow it for 4 weeks, and it was awful. And those pictures better never get out. Anyway.
Hey, I see Andy Kane Hazen in the chat. Hey, Andy, how you doing, man? Thanks for being such a supporter. Looks like Tim, who painted our spur model. Apparently, he was cursing my name the entire time he was painting it because it was so small.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan, when are you going to come on and talk, man? Jordan's another guy who's been part of Fragging Unicorns. He's had other stuff to deal with in his real job, but he's been a huge supporter of ours, and he's been a dev behind the scenes. So, Ian, why don't you tell us about the divergence point of our world and some of the major themes that affect our world as a result of that?
Sure. So one of the big things is early on, magic gets to humans via kind of a race of mysterious supernatural beings that are in Babylonian mythology. And we see, the Babylonians kind of take this and they run with it. Right?
I'm going to stop you right there and say thank you. We have another backer. Thank you so much. And we have moved forward the unlocks or the stretch goals. So now we only need $1,577. So we're moving forward. We got 4 hours to go. I think we can probably unlock another stretch goal before then. So keep it up. Thank you to the people who are continuing to pledge, and continue on, Ian. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, that's great. So basically the Babylonians take this and run with it, and they become kind of an empire that lasts up until what we would consider the end of the Western Roman Empire. So that kind of 400, 500, 600 period when Rome was, going downhill and collapsing. They're the ones who were in charge up to that point, and they kind of take over. They also do a nice little job of turning Alexander back at at Istanbul, what is today Istanbul. Back then I think it was Constantinople at that point. But they turn him back, and so with Rome kind of knocked out and with Babylon ascendant, we get this really interesting portrait of Europe that's set up as as more of a Greek culture, and you can probably see Palmer's influence in that. He loves the Greeks. But they run with it, and it's just a very, very different Europe with a lot more city-states, fewer large kingdoms, and obviously magic. We've got elves, we've got goblins, we've got all sorts of interesting races that go beyond the standard fantasy stuff, but we haven't really fully fleshed out yet. But over time, the big themes you see are the ones that you see in real, honest-to-God academic history. We're really trying hard to make sure that this backstory, it doesn't read like an academic history book, but it's of that same sort of quality, where it's not just focusing on one or two individuals. It's focusing on big forces and, this idea that there are certain events that are way too large for any one person to have agency over. But sometimes that agency matters. So it's all very complex, it's very messy, but we're really, really into it, and it's been a blast putting it together. One thing that we've really been fleshing out lately is the interaction between our America's continents, so we call them Atlantica, North and South, and the old world, as it were. And that gives us a lot to play with, because what we essentially say is, okay, let's have contact take place earlier, and let's look at how, for instance, North America would look with Native Americans, having gotten through the devastating plagues that Europeans brought and having 1,000 years to recover more or less unmolested. How would that play out, and what sort of governmental systems would we see? What sort of cultures would arise? It's just been it's been really, really fascinating to see all the creativity that the team has brought to bear on them.
Absolutely. Thank you that was a pretty, I mean, everything that you do is pretty well thought out, in my opinion. So thank you for that very thoughtful
Thanks.
answer. It certainly wasn't a one sentence answer, so I appreciate you doing that.
That's the academic in me.
Oh, you know what? One thing that I don't think that I've talked about much to all the folks that are following us because of Gangs of the Undercity. Oh, Danny says he's got to go. Bye, Danny. Good to see you. Check.
Apparently, my Civil War beard is okay.
Okay, YouTube is telling me there's not enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I don't know if that's... Are you guys experiencing any problems? I hope not.
I'm not seeing anything.
But one of the things I wanted to talk about real quick is, while all this was happening, while we were gearing up to launch this Kickstarter, and while we were forming Fragging Unicorns, one of the relationships that I formed was with a guy called Robert Bohl, and he was formerly of Robert Bohl Games, and he created one of my favorite role-playing games of all time called Misspent Youth. And Misspent Youth is a game of teenage rebellion in a fucked up future. That's the tagline. But it's essentially, you get together with a group of folks, you create a world, and then you have your PCs are... oh, Ian dropped off. I don't know what happened. Maybe he sneezed himself into oblivion. Yes, he's back. Okay.
Okay.
But you play as teenagers. You don't have to be teenagers, but that's sort of default. But you all have these sort of idealistic goals, and sometimes in order to win, you have to sell out your principles in order to win or to save your friends or whatever. And it creates a really cool decision point about like how goals and values are important, and how if you sell out, you might save or you might win, but ultimately, is that what you really want, right? Did you really want to win with that? So anyway, one of my favorite games. We had a great time playing it on the Shadowcasters Network. Great time with Robert Bohl. He dropped by and we became pretty good acquaintances. But he decided that he no longer wanted to continue as a creator in the role-playing game industry, and that hurt my feelings. Because, number one, because Robert's a great creator and he's working on a new game called Demi-Humans that I really wanted to play, which is going to come out with another creator. But I reached out to him and I said, man, like, Misspent Youth is really important to me. It would be a shame if, it just died and there was no distribution for it. Would you consider, I actually said, if the alternative is it's going to die, then Fragging Unicorns would love to keep it alive if that's something that you would want. And so he wrote back and he says, absolutely. And so at the end of the day, while we are, still doing our thing for Gangs of the Undercity, while that was all happening, we actually acquired the property Misspent Youth. So we have all the inventory, we have the rights to sell it and promote it and make expansions for it and to release, second editions if we need to, and blah, blah, blah. And that has been a really, really cool thing. So I expect, not that anybody necessarily cares about this, but I expect that the backer kit will have copies of Misspent Youth that you can buy. It's a narrative role-playing game that's incredibly cool. It's incredibly punk. And Fragging Unicorns owns that game now, which is pretty cool. So we'll have that, at cons. We'll be promoting it. And one of the things that we'd like to do very soon after, as we get closer to fulfillment, maybe in a month or two, maybe just after fulfillment, I don't know. But one of the things we'd like to do is to play a game of Misspent Youth in the world of Gangs of the Undercity and Subversion. So that's something that we're very, very much looking forward to. And I don't know that I've talked a lot about that because we've been focusing so much on Gangs of the Undercity. But that's a pretty cool thing.
Ooh, misspent youth. I can play as myself, a doctoral candidate in the humanities. It's wonderful.
All right, so everybody says that the YouTube was fine, that the stream was fine.
Until my sneeze broke the space-time continuum. Yes.
Excellent. So, chat, as I talk with my mouth full, what kind of things do you guys want to talk about? I have some other things that we could talk about, but if you guys have any questions or anything that you want to know, now would be a great time to talk about it.
Yeah. Especially anything lore-related is wonderful. We can both, geek out about that for hours. So if you guys want to ask anything about the lore, Opti will decide whether or not we can actually answer it, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, we love. I mean, Ian and I could talk about lore like all day. In fact,
yeah,
we have done marathon conversations of hours talking about lore.
Oh, yeah.
And we have the pages to prove it.
Yeah. Oh, geez. We spent a good 9 hours going through that document and all my comments on it with the original timeline.
Yeah.
And I know because I have 3-hour call with Opti, 3-hour call with Opti. It was interesting, but definitely worth the time, and I think the end product will show it. I'm sorry. My computer Discord has problems, so I've got to put this on my phone, and my phone has decided that it doesn't want to stay vertical for whatever reason. So I keep having to rescue it.
Nice. I just got a message from a Polish translator who wants to translate the game into Polish. So I don't know. I don't know if that's sometimes you one of the things that I've learned in creating Fragging Unicorns and doing this Kickstarter is you can never tell what is a legitimate offer and what is going to be somebody trying to take advantage of you. Like there is just this mess of people who see, it seems to be an industry of people who just send robocalls with all the right things. They say all the right things, but they're actually people that just want to, I don't know, it's maybe catfish or some sort of get your information so they can scam you somehow. It's super hard to swim through.
Yeah,
we have some more
I
questions.
Completely get that.
Andre says, in the lore, is magic usable in cyberspace? That's a good question. So we don't have a cyberspace, right? It's not like the Matrix in Shadowrun or the Matrix in the Matrix. So you don't go into it at this point in time anyway. But there is also not a very hard divide like there is in Shadowrun between magic and technology. So long term, you should be able to see some crossover between magic and technology, but those points of conversion right now in the world that we've built are in their nascent stages, right? So magic has been the sort of default technology for 2,500 years. Technology, at least non-magical technology, is a fairly recent thing, say 200 years old. It really started to crank up, or I guess the Industrial Revolution started 200 years ago in our world, and really got started in the last 50 or so, right? It's since the Fairy Wars, things have really cranked up.
We've had essentially a slightly delayed computer revolution. Is what we're looking at.
So the technology will look similar, the world will look similar, but a lot of things that you think of as technological in our world, in the world of Gangs and Subversion, will actually be magic. We'll have a basis in magic and not technology. So the technology, the usage of it will still be there, but it might be underlined by magic instead of tech. But to answer your question, go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, one of the things that we're kind of wrestling with right now is how to make sure that Magic A in the game is Magic A in the lore as well. And to try and make sure that there's as much correspondence between kind of the background materials and the actual play materials. And that has led to some interesting changes. we're discussing various issues of range and how long can people actually keep up a certain spell and so forth, and that's much more Force of Version down the line. So don't worry, we've got it worked out for Gangs of the Undercity. But we're really thinking about how to bring that magic to life in a way that you don't often see in fantasy settings, outside of like novels.
We want it to be consistent, right? Like internally consistent. Like it's not obviously not going to be our world, but given the rules of this new world that we're creating, we want everything to make sense, to have a reason to be based in the logic of our world. So to answer your question, like I guess yes, there will be magic cyberspace.
Yeah.
But it will not. But both of those things are a little bit far off, right? So you can imagine, though, a character concept that you create in the role-playing game, for example, of somebody who has just unlocked the secret, or at least for yourself, of combining magic and technology, and that's like your shtick, right? So like there is a room for that character concept, even if the wider world hasn't quite gotten there yet.
Heck, you can put that in Gangs right now. I was looking at the stuff the other night to generate a template game, and one of the things that is definitely available is you can put together a Yojin, which is our kind of we call it sublime magic user. So somebody who draws on the power of their own body and on internal magic to do amazing physical feats. You can create a Yojin who's got a cyber arm, right? If you want to. There's no inherent conflict there. And that's actually a pretty devastating combo if you rig it right.
Whereas in Shadowrun, for example, having a cyber arm makes you worse at magic. And we've worked really hard in Gangs to make all of your options balanced. Not so much subversion yet. We have a lot of cool options, but we're still working on the balancing of them. But in Gangs, things are balanced so that every enhancement is balanced against every other enhancement. So you can take a full range of magic enhancements, you can take a full range of cyber enhancements, or you can take a mix of both, and none of those are going to be unbalanced or be broken or overpowered against each other. That's been something that's really important to us in the development of this, is that you get to engage your your imagination in ways that you want to. I know there are reasons why like games like Shadowrun did that, right? They drew a hard line between them. They didn't want you to be overpowered, but that was because their magic system inherently was better than their cyberware, and still is, right? So if you don't balance those, you get an incredibly, broken character. But in ours, we've gone through the process of saying, like, no, there's no inherent betterness to one of or the other of these things. In fact, that's one of the cool things in the lore, is that technology increasing is actually becoming a balancing factor to people who have ruled through the use of magic for so long. Now you have technology that's coming along, making them able to do the things that only magic people could do before. And so we've kind of flipped that script again a little bit into the cyberpunk fantasy stuff, where before it was that, oh no, the giant tech giants are going to, rule the world, but oh, thankfully here comes magic to kind of save us. In
for
our
like
world,
5 minutes.
Right? Yeah, I know. Things were better for like 10 seconds. But in our world, it's an arcanocracy, right? The people who have the most powerful magic, who have had it the longest, are the ones who end up ruling things. And technology is now becoming a leveler of that playing field. All right, we've got some questions.
Yeah, some really good questions, actually.
Is there a way to do any form of campaign-style single-player, Tim says. Yes, that's actually going to be baked into the game, where the initial single-player style mode is going to be like a teaching you how to play, and like you going around. It's doing both. The narrative part is you starting off as a lowly ganger and then building your gang around you. But it's also sort of teaching you how to play and build your game step by step. But then future, what we have planned is that we're going to have regular releases of campaigns/scenarios that you could either play by yourself or with your friends that will enhance the story. So those should come out fairly regularly. Jordan says, "Oh, good."
That's got some really interesting stuff to it. We're using we've generated a primitive AI, and we're kind of refining how that's going to work for the single player campaign. And it's all stuff that you can find in your own home. We're looking at like a 52 card deck and just using that as our random number generator, and it's amazing how many different combinations you can get out of that. I mean, it's not amazing, it's math, but it's
what sorcery is this?
Yes, when you actually sit down and do the numbers, you get some really interesting things out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the biggest change in the lore from
Hold
where
on.
you started to where it is now?
Cliff says that we have had new backers, and it looks like we've bumped up a backer, and we've gotten some more pledge. So now it looks like we are only $1,322 away, and we have 608 backers. So thank you to whoever you are for backing. We really appreciate it. We love you. And go ahead. What was the question?
The next question is, what is the biggest change in the lore from where you started to where it is now? Oh boy.
Let's see.
Probably, yeah. My wife is going China.
that actually might be the case.
That might qualify.
China. When we started, let me say this: we have done our best to get folks from those cultures to help us create the lore of the cultures that go into our game, right? So, for example, we have a Native American group, the Diné, and I knew that I had no business. Number one, I'm not a scholar, and so I would just mess it up. But if I was going to create something in that world, get somebody who knows what they're talking about. So we recruited somebody from a Diné tribe. And we did that with all of our Native American tribes. We did that with Africa. And Ian and his wife happened to be experts in China, having lived there, been historians there. Ian's wife is actually, I want to say this, diplomat? That's the wrong word.
Yes.
Yes?
So,
Okay.
yeah, that is the correct word. She speaks fluent Chinese. She has a bachelor's in Asian studies and a master's that focused on, she actually looked at labor protests in China, did some work looking at Communist Party propaganda and how they're manipulating media perceptions over there about railroaders.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a master's from Fudan University, which is kind of the University of Chicago for China. My wife is snorting and being sarcastic in the background now. But yeah, so we lived there. I lived there for 4 years. She lived there for 2 years. She grew up there partly. So suffice it to say, we've got a lot of like academic and practical experience in China, and we don't have some of the unfortunately the CCP inspired baggage that you see a lot today in various things, one way or the other.
So when we wrote China initially, I can't remember I think we called it Hongguo or Shuhan, yeah. And that was like placeholder because Opti doesn't know much, and the original idea was the jumping off point for China was the end of the Three Kingdoms period, and instead of instead of the Cao faction winning, you had the Liu Bei's faction, because I was a huge nerd and I loved Romance of the Three Kingdoms. So that was my only real in-step into China. And so Ian came on and looked at the lore of China, and he's like, "Oh my God, we've got to fix some of this stuff. You don't know what you're doing." And so yeah, that was a big help. And we where we are now, I think is a much better place.
Yeah.
But that was one of the bigger. Now I will say this too, as far as like big lore stuff. China or Yangguo in our world doesn't have an outsized influence on Neo-Babylon because it's literally on the other side of the planet. From where our world is, or where our stories, are set, It's in the Atlantic Ocean, like right in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. So a lot more African influence, a lot more South American influence around the southern part, a lot more native and a lot more Germanic influences near the top, and then in the middle you've got sort of Wild West, huge city full of lots of different folks, right? Like that's the whole point. But we don't do a lot with China. Number one, because when we started this, that wasn't my bailiwick. But also, what we've done in the meantime has given us the ability to tell really cool stories about China or Yangguo in the future. But the biggest change in terms of like other lore that like makes a meaningful difference in the direct story. Let me see.
I mean, I can think of some things that we probably shouldn't talk about here.
That's okay. We've made so. I'll be as vague as possible. We have plans for another role-playing game after Subversion, and they're going to be tied together, but they will be radically different contexts, different time periods, etc., etc. So we've decided to plant seeds in Subversion and in the timeline that will bear fruit when we decide to do that next role-playing game. And there was some really, really big deals that we planted in there. So I can't talk about that, or I guess I could. Yeah. It's not like I'm going to get in trouble, company, right? Yeah. But it would
confuse people, I think, at this point.
Yeah, but what I also say is, like, when you read the stuff, and you pick up on something and you go, I wonder about that, right? Like, some of those things are there for a purpose. We want you, like, it's very fulfilling when you play something and you play something else and you're like, I wonder, are those connected? Like, and if they're connected, you feel really good about that, right? Like, you get some endorphins shooting off in your brain when you experience something like that. So that's part of what we wanted to do. Honestly, good question.
I'd say one of the biggest things that we've been able to do, we put together a really detailed map of Neo-Babylon. And before it was kind of, just a hazy mishmash. But what you guys saw earlier was not the map of Neo-Babylon proper. That's the map of the Undercity.
Let me
the map of,
keep talking. I'll pull up that map.
Of Neo-Babylon is fantastic. And it is... But like the underlying map is great. The stuff we've plopped on top of it, we think has some really great potential for storytelling and for interactions, both with the gang's world and with Subversion. And so we're very excited to just have that as a tool for players, right? And various parts of the Undercity correspond to various parts of the Neo-Babylon map proper. So folks are going to be able to maybe, have gang scenarios if they want to that will take advantage of it. And that's going to be a real blast.
All right, so I'm gonna pull up one of these maps so you guys can see what
Maximilian Rockefeller, I see you got your BS in Chinese studies. That's awesome. Population migration, definitely a huge topic in China. I lived in Shanghai, and yeah, there's a lot more people there than the official count says, and it is because of exactly that. Oh God, the Civil War beard is back. Lore-wise, I don't think we have an astral plane per se.
We, man, I wish you hadn't asked that question. The answer is we do, but I'm not going to talk about it. And it's not called an astral plane.
Yeah.
That's
what I meant.
Yeah. It's the Aether, and we're not going to talk about it.
Yeah.
So you can hate me for that or not, but it's not at all, I guess, similar to a Shadowrun or D&D astral plane.
It's not.
It actually might be more similar to D&D's, but neither here nor there.
I think it's more interesting, but we can't talk about it.
Right. We'll just let it go and say curse you for asking that question.
Yeah.
Because I say only because it is central to the deep lore of what we want to do with our world. And if I say literally anything, I'm giving something away that I don't want to give away yet. But that's a good question, and if you pay attention to the little threads that appear over the course of time, that's a good place to focus. So yeah, this is our map of the Overcity of Neo Babylon. Like actually, this is just a map, right? Just one of the versions of it.
Yeah.
Sort of like stylized, dark colors,
like negative colors or whatever.
But it's one of the ones that I thought was kind of visually appealing to me. So yeah, you've got essentially the Undercity, which is one of the maps that we're working on behind the scenes right now. We do things really backwards, and I mean not backwards, but like if we're gonna make a game about the Undercity, we probably should have started with the Undercity map.
Yeah, we really should.
But we didn't do that because we reasoned. Opti reasoned to himself that let's do this the way we would do this if we were doing it right with unlimited budget, which we don't have, so that's why we shouldn't have done this. But we did it, and we get what we get. So I thought, like, let's make the Overcity map first so that we understand what the contours look like, so that we can then say what an Undercity of this city would look like. So that's what we did. So we have this Overcity map. And the main city of Neo Babylon is essentially West, Old Town, Art District, North Side, Ukim Complex, a little bit of the Blessed East, a little bit of Many Waters, down to South Side and the docks and the city center. Right, that's the main area. Now, all of the rest of it has been annexed fairly recently, right? So they basically walked in and said, "Hey, nice suburb you have here. We'll make that part of our larger city, and here we'll give you all these utilities, but also you're going to give us a population boost in taxes." So, very very Roman in that sense. Or if you want to go back as far as you want to, very Babylonian. We're just going to take you over and
Atlanta.
Right, or just very, very everybody, very empire. But essentially the way that the Undercity had formed was that the original city of Neo Babylon, circa 200 years ago or 150 years ago, used to be much smaller than this. There was a big flood, and after that big flood, they decided to build upwards. So they put a big break wall in front of the docks, and all of the it was now 30 or 40 feet higher than it was. So that was in between. In the map that I showed you earlier, basically the Undercity encompasses what is from West to the Blessed East, and down to the docks. That's the break wall. And of course they've expanded outward a little bit, right? Like after they got covered up, people did their own non-city approved expansions and blah 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 blah. But this is the world that you'll be adventuring in if you play Subversion, not necessarily Gangs of the Undercity.
But with this Overcity map, you can tie the various parts down, as I mentioned, and that's going to be a real big help for eventual cross-platform play, as it were.
Yeah.
So we're really excited about that sort of thing. My particular favorite feature is if you go to the Old Town, you'll notice there's a square road around that, and that's the Old Town Road.
Very, very good. All right, we have a question from Tim. How will setting information become available? Lots of different ways. So, for example, right now, on the rest of our videos on the YouTube channel, we have 4 lore videos called Subversive Arcana. Those are not, they're official, but they are not, that's not how we intend to give out the lore, right? That was just a primer on what the lore is going to be like. Everything in there is true, but might be misleading, in some senses. But what we plan on doing is releasing enough of the lore in the core book of Undercity, or the Gangs of the Undercity core book, but it'll be, it'll be basically...
Your place?
You can, absolutely. Thank you, baby.
Are you full?
Wonderful, wonderful spouse.
Are you full?
I'm full enough.
Keep that.
No, that's fine. I don't want to eat on stream anymore. They're all done with me doing ASMR on stream.
ASMR. Okay.
Thank you, baby. I appreciate
I'm
you.
leaving.
Okay. I forgot where it was.
You were talking
yeah.
about ways to release the lore.
So we will release the lore that's apropos to Gangs of the Undercity in the Gangs of the Undercity core rulebook. It will discuss why there's an Undercity, how it got there, and it will go briefly into the very old stuff, but only in enough just to say this is how we got here. Nothing really detailed, nothing really deep. All of that information is there, and it is pages and pages and pages of detailed history from 2,600 years ago.
Yeah.
So
20
it's
pages at least.
Yeah, it's all there. We're excited to give it out.
Yeah.
But a lot of it at this point is just it's acting as prompts, and it's acting as a fence, right? For people who write in our world, right? Don't go beyond this spot, or if you need something to jog your creativity, check this out. But the more of the lore, specifically story and narrative focused stuff, is going to come out in our Subversion books, because Subversion is the entire world and not just focused on. Well, number one, Gangs of the Undercity is not a particularly narrative game. It will have narrative bits to it, but it's essentially, when you come down to it, a tabletop war game, whereas Subversion is going to be a role-playing game. So that feels to us a more appropriate place to give out a lot more of the lore. Cliff is asking when he can hop back on, so we'll probably make that switch here as soon as we get done answering these questions.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Any more figures that you can show from the unlocked games or gangs? Sorry.
Yeah, let's do that. Let me see here. I'm going to answer Cliff. 15 minutes, maybe?
Yeah, we can. I'm sure we can talk for 15 minutes, Opti.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna start pulling up images here.
Sure.
And we can discuss them.
Yeah. One of the neat things about the gangs is that we've been able to tie them a lot into our anthology that we'll be handing out with the boxes. And those stories, I've edited a couple. I wrote one. They are really, really good stuff. Really looking forward to showing off these guys. Some of them in their kind of natural habitat. Some of them as incidental characters, right? Some of the stories are set in the Overcity of Neo-Babylon. But there's going to be a lot of good stuff here.
All right, so here is one. This is Demon Cobra, who is the leader of the Shadowcast gang.
Which actually came about not at all related to.
So that's funny. We had they used to be called
La Guilde Noire.
La Guilde Noire, right? Because I like the Black Guild, and I thought, like, let's give it a French name, because in my head they were going to be from La Sanctuaire. There's this whole big story behind it. And the more I kept saying, this is how my creative process works. The more I said La Guilde Noire, the less I liked it. So I thought, like, okay, if it's bugging me, the creator, to say this name over and over and over again, probably it's not going to stick as well as I want it to. So what other name can we give this? And we had this brainstorming session. What else can we call this? And somebody jokingly said, was it you, Ian? I don't know. Somebody.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't me. It might have been Palmer. I don't know.
Palmer,
maybe
or maybe Damien, or I don't know. Somebody said, why don't you call it, name it after the Shadowcasters network? And I was like, Shadowcasters, no, that's it. And then,
it was like the Shadow Network or something.
Shadow, yeah, and I went, wait a minute, but what if we had, because we do have a cast type system in, especially in the Undercity, but especially, but also in Neo-Babylon. So what if I called them the Shadow Cast? And that it does has a resonance with the Shadowcasters network, which we helped start. So yeah, this is Demon Cobra. He is the first offering from the Shadowcast. He's their leader. So there's some question as to whether or not Demon or Cobra is a real name, or whether that's a title or something like that, since apparently the Shadowcast has been operating in the Undercity for a very long time, and he's been their leader for a very long time.
They've also been operating in other parts of the world too.
That's right. This is just the what you're playing with would just be the Neo-Babylonian faction of them.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got. Okay, so these are some of our freebooters, and freebooters are sort of lone wolves. They
these are your boutique criminals.
Yeah, like they... Oh, wait. What is happening? Okay, I was just not doing things right. So yeah, this is Nakar. He is a breacher. He's basically considered one of the best breachers in the Undercity. He is an elf who has some ties with the Valkyrs, but he's not bought into their philosophy and all that kind of stuff. He just is an elf, and he's the best at what he does, and so he often gets hired by the Valkyrs when they need somebody with a little bit more of a heavy breaching background. So yeah, he's one of my favorite models too. He just ended up turning out really, really cool. But he's not a part of a gang. He's, again, a freebooter that you can add into any gang you want. Let's see, what else? Okay, here's Triggerman. And Triggerman is essentially, in Shadowrun, you would call him a cyber zombie. Because he's more machine now than man.
Oh.
So yeah, he has some ties with the Flaming Skulls, and that he used to be a member of them. But when his body got absolutely wrecked and the Flaming Skulls weren't able to help him, he sort of left the gang and started working for somebody who did help him. So they helped him by replacing basically 95% of his body with metal and technology. But yeah, he's a pretty cool model, very dynamic model in that he's got a lot of really cool like technological sinew and all that kind of technological muscle and whatnot. In his hot pants.
Yeah. We got a shameless plug. If you want to become part of the official lore, there's still one Ukeem Tier Plus slot available, where you become a named playable character in the book. So take advantage of that, folks. We really are looking forward to working with everybody who has pledged to that level. It's something that we're just really excited about.
Mm-hmm. So this is our...
Oh, and it was definitely Palmer who threw out Shadowcast. We just got that.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
Yeah, there we go.
Keep it tight. This is our Lawjack, our basic riot Lawjack. The Lawjacks are, of course, the police in our world, and there's a faction of the Lawjacks that has decided, since the Lawjacks don't officially operate in the Undercity, but they can go back and forth from the Undercity to the Overcity, they've decided that they can make an awful good living by smuggling and becoming just another criminal faction, since there's literally no one to stop them. So there's a faction of the Lawjacks that just runs amok in the Undercity and make a pretty good coin doing it. So this is
no
one
one
of those...
to stop them except your gang.
Yeah, that's right. Your gang actually gets to be the good guy against the Lawjacks.
Yeah.
But this is another one of our Lawjack models, slightly different pose. And this is a Lawjack Commander. Which I love he's just so threatening and domineering. There will be another Lawjack model, basically the same armor, but it will be a lady. So you'll have some variety in the amount of Lawjacks. If you want to get 6 or 7 rioting Lawjacks, that's fine. If you want to have a bunch of these bald head dudes, that's fine too. If you want to be all ladies, that's fine too. We want to give you lots of options for that. Oh, and then there's I suppose I should show you. Where is that? Let's see. Where would it be? Oh, yes. Here we go. And this, my friends, is the Lawjack Golem. We mentioned earlier how the Lawjacks have corrupted this golem creation process, and how one of the things that you can do is free these golems and redeem them back to their original purpose of protecting a community. But these ones are corrupted, and they have basically protect the Lawjacks instead. But that's you'll notice that the armor has resonances of the Lawjack armor, and their shield is a Lawjack shield. Yeah, these guys are on 40mm bases, so they're slightly taller than the rest, or not slightly. Actually, they're quite a bit bigger than the rest.
They're roughly the same size as our Yet, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's see. Go back to. This is in response to the question, show us more minis of everything. So I'm going to try to show you as many minis as I can. The ones that we have, anyway.
We got a question. Can you discuss content difference between the pocket book, the PDF, and the big fancy book?
The big fancy book, in very brief, the big fancy book is going to have more art and more lore. If we can get away with packing the smaller book with as much as we can, we'll try to do that. But I think we're going to have a cap on the number of pages that's going to be able to go into our smaller rule book. But yeah, it's going to have more lore on the gangs. It might have more stories in it, more fiction. It'll definitely have, like for example, whatever painting guides we end up doing will probably not make it into the smaller rule book, but we'll make it into the larger rule book. So basically that's it. Lots of fluff, lots of pictures.
I think the PDF has everything.
The PDF should have everything. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see, the drones.
Oh yeah, our drones are cool.
Let me see. This is it's gonna. Oh, it's a PNG. So
we got a compliment in the chat. William Kane says, "Can I just say that actual thought about the sociology of the game is really deep and often, and it's neat to see you do something different than issues with a new skin."
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
That's what we've been going for, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you take what I study, history of technology, and you reskin it as Magic, you get different issues. You get different issues of control and of distribution, and heck, even little things like record keeping change the game completely.
Yeah.
And so it's a really interesting thing to get to build something like this from the ground up, and it's been a fantastic opportunity for me personally.
I agree, and thank you for saying that. So this is the this is the AR version, I guess. This is our war dog, who basically exists just to shoot you with his I-beam gun. That's one of our drones. This is actually not sculpted by Kieran. This is sculpted by Popsicles, who is an artist with his own Patreon. So he's stepped in to help us with some of the drones. That was because I said, basically said, Kieran, do you want to do the drones, or would you rather do these other things? And he said, rather do these other things. You can go get somebody else to do the drones. So that's what we did. This is a breach fly. And these are going to be pretty small models, actually, because the idea behind them, I love the way it looks behind me. It's like that's about how what the size they would be like to somebody else, right? So the breach flies fly around you, and these are used by breachers to essentially as antenna to extend the reach of their breaching abilities. So if you are more than 12 inches away from a clink, for example, but your breach fly is much closer, if you're within range of your breach fly, you could use it's freaking cool. You could use your breach fly to hack that clink, like use it as a relay, essentially.
My story in the anthology actually prominently features a breach fly.
Nice.
And how it gets modified to be something more, but not in like the traditional AI sort of sense. it's very Gangs of the Undercity appropriate, and I think folks will enjoy seeing it.
So
I
this,
hope so anyway. I wrote the.
yeah, I enjoyed it. This is our Anthoid, and it's essentially a training drone, right? Used to train in hand-to-hand combat, but a lot of course, everything in the Undercity is adapted. So these guys will actually be the sort of melee-focused drones. One of the cool things that I was thinking about with something that Ian was working on, Ian is basically doing a lot of the Necro Goblins lore and stuff like that. So his main character, the boss of his gang, essentially has taken one of these drones and gutted it out in the middle, and like it uses it as a sort of power suit. So one of the things I thought would be cool is just to create one of these, but then to like take off the head and to adjust some things to give it a couple different options. Just put a goblin head right on the top of it. So that would be.
I've been thinking about how to model, and that's a really great idea.
Yeah.
Because he's got this thing taking a lot of his stats as the concept.
Yeah.
So we're really excited to see where that goes. And when I say we, I mean me and Clara, because she helped me produce a lot of the lore for that.
Let me see here. I know I have the models for the elementals somewhere.
Tim, I don't know why you see a Mewtwo from Pokemon with the Anthoid. Shall we discuss, Opti?
Let's see. Oh, is that? I mean,
I think it's the arm musculature, if I'm being honest.
I can see it. And originally Mewtwo had that sort of visor head. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that.
I definitely can.
So I'll find the elementals sometime soon, but I'll move on to some of the other things that we have first.
All snark aside, Tim, that's a really good spot. Something to think about as we move.
This is Unbroken, who is one of the Neverkin. This is again a Popsicles model. I really like this model quite a bit. Pretty flavorful. Second in command of the Neverkin, and this is Upriser, who is the Neverkin boss. The Neverkin are a group of ex-slaves, like a group of humans that were enslaved in the Overcity and escaped to sort of, become their own freedom-fighting faction in the Undercity. Let me see what else I got here. Don't have anything with what was I saying? I don't have any Bulls of Heaven that I think I want to show off yet, but I can show off maybe a little bit. This is these are some of the head renders that are going to be part of our Yetin kit.
Oh yeah, those are looking really cool.
So those are pretty neat. I've seen some early works in progress of the body, but they're not where I want them yet, and so I don't want to share anything and give off an impression that's not quite right.
While you're pulling that up, we got a question from Tim. This one less rhetorical. Mm-hmm. With the weapon sprues opened up, how will they also be metal or resin? Follow up: how many parts do the minis come in?
The minis, almost all of them, for sure. The average is probably about 2 pieces. So the main body, and then probably one limb that needs to be attached. Just because, again, if they're too 3D, then you can't put them flat inside a blister box. So yeah, almost all of them are 2 pieces. Some are 1, some are 3. But almost all of them are 2 pieces. And the weapon sprue will definitely be metal. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. This is our friend, the Rakondor.
I'm just now seeing on the stream the Yetin kit over your face.
Oh, yeah.
And that's, like, really freaky.
This is the... this is the Peregrine Fox. Which I really kind of dig. What else we got? This is the Beagle. The Beagle. The Beagle Eagle. This is... What else do I have? This is the Valraven.
Yeah.
The head is actually a little bit different on this one than it ended up being, but...
A general note on the emphasis on metal miniatures. One of the things that we've consistently talked about is providing the highest possible quality and kind of showing the industry that you can do not just an indie game, but a really high quality game.
Yeah.
With, just the crowdsourcing, right? Just support from the community. And I think we've demonstrated that pretty thoroughly here so far.
Absolutely.
The minis are great. The artwork for it is fantastic, and the mechanics is something that we work on literally every day.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So this one's a big one, and you're gonna love it. But this is the Griffin model.
Oh yeah.
The Griffin is actually a Griffin kit. I got to resize it so it'll fit. But the Griffin kit will allow you to make these Griffins. Let me see. I guess I have to extend it a little bit into Ian's space here.
That's fine. I'll wear it as a beard.
So it'll allow you to make one Griffin, but it'll give you all of these parts, right? So that you can sort of mix and match all these parts to make any of these various Griffins. There's like a full cyber head. There's a partial, half face cyber. There's a natural face. There's natural wings. There's clunky cyberware. There's elegant cyberware. There's normal claws. There's normal backside, and then there's cybered versions of those. So you can sort of mix and match to make your own version of the Griffin, and it just ended up looking so freaking dope that I can't wait to. Obviously, these are colored renders, right? So won't look exactly painted like that when you get them, so you can kind of do your own thing. But yeah, that's what that looks like. And I don't know that I have any other things I can show. The Yetton is actually in a pretty far stage of development, but again, nothing that I want to necessarily show off right now. And
it just needs a little bit more prettifying, I think, is the best way to put it.
Yeah. And let me see what else. Can't remember what else.
Oh, yes. This is a very important distinction. The big Griffins are spelled with a P and a Y, and not with a double FIN.
So yeah, there's the Griffins, the more I forgot what we called them. They're not noble Griffins. They're
greater.
I forgot what we called them. Something.
Yeah.
Epic.
It's very much Palmer's
epic
thing.
Griffin. But yeah,
the most amazing Griffins.
Yeah, GRYPHON for the greater Griffins, and the lesser Griffs are just GRIFF.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got here. Weapons, Griffins, 3 Griffin kits to the backer kit. If that's what you want, man. If you want all 3, then yeah, you'll probably need to get 3.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll be very happy to see that.
All right. I'm gonna let you go, Ian. I'm gonna get Cliff back on. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Yeah, my pleasure.
And I am going to get Cliff on, and then I'm gonna probably let Cliff take over while I go run to the restroom. So because everybody needed to know that. All right. Take care, Ian.
See ya.
All right, I'm still here. I'm still talking to you, but you're going to see weirdness for a couple of seconds while I get Cliff back on. And again, thank you for being here. Oh, I haven't checked the progress for a bit, so let's check the progress on the Kickstarter. Oh, wow! We have shot forward a little bit. We've got an extra backer. Hey, Cliff. Good to have you back. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
That was disorienting because I still had the YouTube sound.
Oh, great.
And I had to mute it, so.
So yes, we have welcome back, Cliff. But in the meantime,
Hello.
we have had an extra backer, and it looks like we are only 1,077 away from our next stretch goal, which would be
Nice.
Raz, the male ogre, which would be really, really cool. So
Yeah.
Cliff, I'm gonna ask you to do me a favor. I'm gonna ask you to take over the stream and keep these people talking and chatting and do your thing while I go run to the restroom.
Sure, I'll be here.
Awesome. I'll be right
Hi,
back,
everybody.
folks.
I've been listening in for a good chunk of the last bit of time, so mostly up to date on a lot of the questions. So yeah, while Opti's away, anything you'd like to ask me about stuff? I haven't actually been very hands-on in the development of games of the Undercity. I've mostly been helping with playtesting, and I'll probably end up writing up a game that hasn't been announced yet at some point. But I've really been kind of mainly watching and seeing it develop, and enjoying seeing the rules get better and better, even when I really liked them already each of the times I'd seen them before. So that's been a fun journey. Anyway, I hope you all can hear me just fine. I haven't actually opened my other stream yet to the Shadowcasters Network Twitch channel. I might do that again and see if I can draw some more people in a little bit later, but I think I'll leave it off for now and just be here on YouTube for the moment. So yeah, when I stepped away and took a break, though, I want to say we were at 604 backers. Seeing it 5 higher when I'm back is really nice. That 491% funded is nice to see. And none of you can hear me. Okay. Oh, okay. Just Tim Patrick can't hear me. But Michael can hear me? I'll wait and see. There's like a 30-second to minute-long time lag between me saying something and you all actually hearing it and typing in a response, so... Okay. Gosh, what I enjoy about the games of the Undercity rules, is that they're fast and easy, but they pack a lot of density, mechanical density within the rules. Like when you make a dice roll, several different things. You might have several different things involved and results in that dice roll really easily without having to look at a bunch of charts or figure out what happens. I mean, there's a little bit of a learning curve getting to know it because it's a fairly deep game. And thanks so much, Tim Patrick. I appreciate the joke there. Haha, you totally got me. Anyway, yes, I do know his sense of humor. Let's see, where was I? Yeah, so I like the way it plays out as far as the simplicity, yet with the sort of this complexity baked into it easily. I also just like the attitude, and I'm a huge fan of Shadowrun, and it's not a direct change, or rather, it's not a direct representation of Shadowrun. Games of the Undercity very much has its own vibe, but it does scratch some of the same itches, especially that sort of older style Shadowrun. So, that said, it's been quite some time since I've actually played it. I want to say it was back in March or something. I played a game with Opti, so I'm curious to see in play how the next set of rules fit. And yeah. I'm hesitant to bring up any specifics because it's been a while since I've really looked at them and focused on them, and Opti's not here to sort of allow me to touch on things that might be things he'd rather keep under the hood for now. So, but that said, yeah, I've enjoyed the rules every time I played. I did enjoy it less when we didn't have the curb stomp rule, and one of his characters was adamant, was just getting up every turn. Like, I'd hit him, and it didn't matter how much extra damage I did. Like, this character would just, he'd make the roll. That was the one thing he was getting good dice rolls on. I was clobbering him with it was dice luck, just completely. It wasn't any sort of extra tactical expertise. It's just my dice were hot in every single game I played against him, and his dice were very cold. except on this adamant recovery roll. So just like a Necron in 40K, he'd pop up every turn after I'd take him out, and I'm like, I wish I could just curb stomp this dude and put him down for good. And that's more or less where it came from. Anyway. So, yeah, I've probably played the game in its fairly close to complete form. But as I said, it's a lot of fun. I like the attitude, and just the rules are really smart. It also, I guess, being a Warhammer 40K player, there's a certain aspect of familiarity to it. I think a lot of that comes from also Opti's familiarity with Warhammer Fantasy, and I mean, there aren't a huge amount of comparisons, but the idea where you pick up a bunch of dice based on, however many points you have in something, and whatever many hit a certain amount, you take those dice and set them aside, and then they roll to save against them, and it feels very intuitive for me as someone who's played some of those other games. But it's also, it's different. It stands out well on its own. Let's see. Any other questions here? What's the core mechanic for going? Because of the Undercity, you roll dice pools. So your character probably has a ability called Prowess, I think, and that determines how many dice you get to roll on most of your stuff. There might be other circumstances where you have a different stat, but you have a dice pool of a certain number of d6s, and then you roll them. Then based on your skill or what ability you're using or what stat might apply, there's a certain number that you need to hit or get above in order to score a success or a hit on that. So Shadowrun fans might find that fairly familiar. But it's also present in a mechanic in a lot of different games, such as 40K. But yeah, so if I've got a character that has Prowess 4, I probably roll 4 dice on my attacks. And then if I have the skill of 3+ on shooting, whatever that's called, I don't recall off the top of my head, every dice that comes up a 4 counts as a hit. And then my opponent might have armor or some sort of mitigation that might be, say, a 5+, so they might roll a certain number of, or they roll a number of dice equal to how many times they were hit, and every one that comes up a 5+ is one that they get to ignore because their armor or dodging ability, and any ones that don't actually go towards their wounds total. So I'm probably misusing terms all over the place and substituting ones from other games, so apologies to Opti for that and the other developers. That seems to be the general mechanic. You roll dice and probably want to roll high and get as many hits or successes as you can. And if you're getting shot at or hit, you want to be able to roll well enough to mitigate some of those. And there are various different abilities that allow you to influence and re-roll some of those. And I think much like many other video games, I think the more terrain you're able to put on the table, which gives, say, cover and elevation and different mobility options, line of sight blocking, I think the more you have of that also on the table, the more interesting and fun the games are going to be, because it provides a lot of different, I guess, tactical nuance to the games. So, anybody here planning on getting the MDF terrain add-ons that are on there? I think there's a bonus add-on you would add on with Backer Kit, and I think there might be some tiers of the Kickstarter that include them. I thought they looked really cool, but I've never actually worked with building or painting MDF before. Opti tells me the best way to do it is with airbrushing, though you can get some good results with careful spray painting. All of my terrain building that I've been getting into lately as a hobby, that's kind of been like a lot of people have been doing sourdough. I've been getting big into gardening. I've been advancing my cooking skills like crazy. I'm getting to be such a good cook lately. And I've been building terrain and diorama type stuff, mostly modular dungeon type stuff for I guess D&D type settings, but with an eye towards doing more cyberpunk terrain, so I'm ready to play games of the Undercity with a cool looking table, maybe even do some streams or videos. So, hey, welcome back.
I'm back.
Probably been back for a while because I'm actually looking at the YouTube feed.
No, I just got here.
Okay.
So yeah, I was. I don't remember what the last thing we were talking about was.
Let's see, the main thing that you missed is that Tim Patrick said that he couldn't hear me, but he was totally lying. And it was hilarious.
That's funny.
Yes, it was.
All right, let's see. Igor says, just want to double check the PDF rulebook will contain everything like the hardcover book. It will contain everything rules-wise. Oh wait, the PDF. Yeah. The PDF will contain everything that the hardcover book does. Yeah, that's right. At its most basic, the core mechanic. Did you answer that question already, Cliff?
Yeah, I probably mangled terms and pulled jargon from my 40K stuff.
Yeah.
But I more or less explained that you roll dice, usually equal to a stat like prowess, and try to hit a number based on your skill. And every dice that comes up equal to or greater than that, you sort of set aside as a hit. And then if it's an attack, your opponent would then roll whatever resistance they have to that. It might be armor or dodging or something. But they roll one die per time they're hit, and they have a certain number they need to equal or exceed in order to avoid damage.
Your defense just takes away from the hit, period. There's no rolling. Unless you have a what we call an Aegis save, which is sort of like your luck, and you can...
I guess that's what I was thinking of, was the Aegis save. Gaming chair. That's pretty sweet, right?
Where did I get it? I got it online. It's a Respawn chair, but don't be fooled, because that unicorn thing is just a unicorn headband type thing. So it's homebrew. But also, before I go further, to William's point, the basic mechanic of attacking is what we just talked about, but the basic mechanic to win Gangs of the Undercity is grit management. Grit essentially represents your gang's stick-to-itiveness or courage or fearlessness or commitment, and when you run out of grit, you lose. So the main point of the game is not necessarily to kill your rival, but it's to manage your grit in such a way that you still have some by the time their gang doesn't want to fight anymore. So yeah, that's basically it. How are we doing on our progress here? Let's see. We've got 4 hours left, and we got 1,300 and something left to go. I can't tell. Did we lose 2 backers? We've gained money and lost 2 backers? I
am not sure that we lost backers. We're at 608, right? I think the money did go down. Maybe we did lose one. Maybe there was 609 at some point. But,
well, that's okay.
But whatever the case, it's it was a nice jump. Oh no, I guess when you refreshed, we did lose some backers. Oh well.
Yeah, that's fine.
They'll join in the backer kit or pick it up whenever later. But
so we've got. I know the thing says 3 hours to go. It looks like we have 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go. Yeah. So I'm gonna make one little post on social media while you guys think of cool stuff to ask.
Yeah, I think when we hit on the last 2 hours, maybe 10 p.m. Central, I'm going to launch the thing on SCN again on the Twitch channel. So. Oh,
you know what might be fun here after I do this? If we want to go through gang creation a little bit.
Oh yeah, because there's a gang I kind of want to create anyway.
Yeah, that might be fun. So you guys will get the lowdown as soon as I've done writing this. We'll walk you guys through gang creation. Now, I will say I'll save the caveats for later. Let me focus on this, and Cliff can talk with you for just a minute while I get this out.
Sure. Do you have a doc you can share that's up to date for that?
I will. I'll get that here in a minute.
Okay.
So are there anything that you guys wanted to talk about or anything you wanted to know? Please
Maximilian Rockefeller, in his alter ego on Twitch, had asked if there was going to be a music release as part of the Gangs of the Undercity completion. And that was on Twitch. And that was when things were switching over, and only the Twitch people could hear what I was saying at the time. So I did say that I haven't made a specific thing regarding Prism Shard creating a track for Gangs of the Undercity, though it's entirely within the realm of possibility. However, I have evident good authority that Prism Shard has agreed to create a soundtrack to go with the release of Subversion, the RPG. So there's that. By the way, I'm Prism Shard, so I'm just being silly. Words. Anyway. So yeah, there will be some music inspired by this, and I am absolutely open to collaboration. So if anyone out there is a musician and wants to contribute and do some stuff, or maybe even just do their own track to go on the thing, I don't mind sharing space with people on an album. That's fine with me. It's the latter, Prism Shard, not Prism. Like it's
prison shank.
God damn it! I hated that you said that when Tim Patrick was in the room. Don't know why.
Oh, really? Accidentally stepped in something funny.
Not you. I mean, Thomas Who Doubts. In the chat.
Doubting Thomas. I get it. That's funny.
Anyway, soundcloud.com/Prism Shard with a dash in there. I've got a bunch of music there. A lot of it's Shadowrun inspired. A lot of it's sort of interesting background music to play during a role-playing game that I wrote mainly with streams in mind. And some of it's just like weird collaborations with Opti. So feel free to check that out if you want. It's all there under Creative Commons, so you can use it in your own stuff if you want for free. I hope you don't mind me plugging my music on your stream.
No, man, of course not.
I should have asked first, I'm sorry. But anyway, I'll be doing some music for Subversion as well, so it'll be fun. And like I said, if anyone else wants to do some collabs with me or wants to do a track or two on that soundtrack album, just let me know. Reach out. I suppose introducing myself, I'm Cliff, also known as Mr. Johnson of the Arcology Podcast. You can reach me, I guess, via Twitter at Arcology Podcast or contact@arcologypodcast.com. I podcast about Shadowrun and other gaming-related stuff. And I do the Legends of Earth Dawn with, which is an Earth Dawn actual play podcast with Opti and other people, which has been lots of fun. That's really all I have to say about myself right now. So, what are we doing? The 607 backers. We need like 193 more for the, what is it, an ogre?
Yes, there is an issue with my post. I have to edit it. Hold on. Yes, the male ogre is what we're looking at right now. So it's a companion model to the ogre that we have already. What we try to do with these stretch goals is to... oh, God, it's yelling at me again. I'm so distracted. Can I post it now, please? Yes. Okay.
Thanks, Corey. Says they really enjoyed Legends of Earth Dawn.
Oh, Legend of Earth Dawn is a blast. Yeah, we have a good
Jordan
time.
is asking me how many games do I have going on right now. Fewer than usual, but
more than you'd think possible.
List them off. What's that?
Fewer than usual, but more than you'd think possible.
Okay, so sorry, go ahead.
No, I was done.
So the Arcology Podcast regular actual play campaign has been going on for years. has been on a bit of a hiatus. Instead, Maverick's been GMing Rifts using Savage Worlds for us, and that's been loads of fun. I also GM and play in the Shadowrun Origins podcast, which is a lot of fun. Legends of Earthdawn, I GM that once a month. I GM for 2 different patron groups for the Arcology podcast. What else? Oh, there's Apocalypse World, streamed on the Shadowcasters Network YouTube channel. And once a week or so, I play D&D with my family at home. That's really all right now. So yeah, a little bit of a drier spell for me right now, I guess. It's a little bit of a lull, I'd say. Maybe about 2/3 of my usual load that I put on. I'm actually planning a stream campaign soon with a different role-playing game, MechWarrior Destiny, which is a lot of fun. It's like Anarchy for BattleTech.
Really?
That'll be coming up at some point this fall, I think. I've already got my players roped in for it. Oh, the Lost Vegas campaign, Jordan? Yes, that's actually concluded. We finished playing it. I'm still in the process of releasing episodes, but it had a conclusion. Oh my, it was a conclusion. Ghouls living in Las Vegas. Well, you can imagine how it might have ended. It probably would be wrong, but it was, so much fun. So much fun. We ate so many people.
All right, I'm loading up the gang creation now.
The next campaign, I haven't really talked to anybody about, like, publicly, just as far as another group of players that were playing the Las Vegas campaign, is we're looking at doing a Shadowrun Anarchy campaign. The concept of it being that it is in the Shadowrun setting, but all of the characters and the story that's being role-played is an action. It's an action Trid series about Shadowrunners. Like they're not real Shadowrunners. They're characters in an action Trid. So you got all the crazy, over-the-top stuff that like might not even be real in the setting, even that can happen with Anarchy, with extra excuses because it's last action hero but Shadowrun. That's kind of the idea behind it. We haven't actually gotten started or making characters yet, but that's another one I have on my plate for the near future. And of course, I'll be getting back to playing the regular Arcology actual play campaign and seeing what's going on with Hayes and Doc and Kenji and all them. But it's also likely I'm going to do some sort of a change with the rules, because 5th edition is fun and all, but I've played it for a long time and I might want to do something different. I don't think we're going to go to 6th edition with that team, and I don't think we'll go to Anarchy. Currently I'm toying with the idea of doing something with Savage Worlds, but I don't know for sure. I might just go back to SR5. We'll see. I've got a month or two to decide. Anyway, that's my rambling about my various campaigns.
All right, I have pulled up the gang creation document. I'll send that to you, Cliff, real quick.
Thank you.
Just
Posted that in our shared Discord. Let me know if you can't open that for some reason.
I've got it open here.
Cool. All right, and then I'm going to see if I can't pull over. This is something that I was just mucking around with, so this is not anything official, but this is a sort of gang sheet that I was toying around with. That's not it, fam. Alright, so let's see if I can. So OBS is actually really cool for some things. Like being able to do this and just like drag stuff and make the window however you want it to.
OBS is actually really, really cool.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful and
All right, so I'm going to cover my face with the gang builder, and I'm going to cover your face with the rules. Okay, so here we have again. This is not at all what the end result is going to be, but it is something, right? So the first thing that you would do in order to build a gang, to me, because we're going to do it my way, is to give your gang a name. So do you have a name for your gang, Cliff?
All right, so picking off kind of a short list that you had given me earlier for ideas for a game, I'd like to go with the Sons of Scratch. However, I have I guess something I feel about that is I'd like to have a name to the gang that is maybe not so gendered.
Okay.
Some seem to suggest that they're all dudes.
Yeah. Do you have a thought?
They're maybe not all dudes. And I've been mulling this over for a long time, and I don't have a good replacement idea, so I'd like to throw that up to chat.
Oh, I just had one. Chat doesn't come up with one. I think I might have one.
Let's see what chat says before you share yours, just in case.
Okay.
All right,
That's
so
fine with me. What do you got? What do
Corey
you got,
Gilman knows where I'm going with this. Where we're going with this, right? So the Sons of Scratch would be, when I think about them, they would be a gang that's probably fairly rambunctious and maybe a bit orc heavy, but also has lots of other friends. They're rather rowdy. They probably get into trouble more because they just want to see what they can do and how far they can take things and how awesome they can be, rather than wanting to go around and murder people or steal stuff. I mean they're a gang, so they do that stuff too, I'm sure. But
that's not their reason to exist.
Yeah. So Corey's suggestion was Clan Scratch. I kind of like the direction that's going. So what's the next thing I pick after?
Yeah, we can come back to that later. We'll put Clan Scratch, and if we come up with something better, then we'll change it. So the next thing we want to do now, this is where it gets tough because there's no gang template for the Clan Scratch, right? So we have to pick an existing gang template. You have the Valkyrs, which probably won't work because it's elves only. The Neverkin and the Necrogoblins are also, and the Bulls are all sort of locked by species in some sense. The Heteroi might work. Flaming Skulls might work. Well, the Lojeks won't work either. So yeah, essentially right now we don't have a gang template. So you're just going to have to pick one and then just sort of put a stick in it to come back later and make another gang template for you.
Let's go with the Heteroi then.
Okay. All right. So the Heteroi are all about community. Their stuff revolves around togetherness and like literally in some cases being together. So we'll give you the default fortune is 50. So that's how much you have to start off with. Grit doesn't matter right now because each scenario will give you an amount of grit. But there are certain things you can do to unlock in your gang that will give you bonus grit every time you play a scenario. So let's see. We also have Scions of Scratch, Scratch's Dozen, Scratch's Motley, Scratch Tribe, and Heirs. Heirs of Scratch.
I like a lot of those.
So one of the first things that you'll do, and here's where I have to beg a little bit of forgiveness because this document is not laid out in a very good way right now. We know it's not laid out in a good way, which is why we're not going to release it like this. But it does mean that we're going to have to bounce back and forth a little bit because it's just not properly laid out. So we're going to go all the way, since we're picking gang enhancements first. Now, I say we're picking gang enhancements first. We don't have to. You can, like, if you have some extra left over, you can go back and add them, or you can just skip gang enhancements and go right to your gangers first, and then come back, with enhancements if you want to. But since this is first on our list here, I'm gonna scroll to the heteroi. All right, so the heteroi here, they have no restrictions, so that you can make them all orcs if you want to. Their gang abilities are as follows. Now, gang abilities are things you have to pay for. Your gang starts off with 50 total fortune to build, and as you spend fortune, obviously, it goes down, but you get certain abilities. You can buy gang abilities, you can buy gang treasure, or you can buy gangers themselves, and they all cost fortune. So for now, let's just take 2 or 3 or 4 gang abilities that you think sound cool, and we'll put those down there and then move on to the gangers. So the first one the heteroi have is Punk as Fug, and that is you gain +1 prowess. That is 1 extra dice, for example, when you're attacking with maces, knives, pistols, and machine pistols. So basically, like, stuff that's fairly cheap and doesn't cost a lot to get. Your guys do better with that. The second ability is Proof that the Youth are Revolting. All models gain access to the Abolitionist enhancements. Abolitionist enhancements are enhancements that are freedom-oriented, right? Or that sort of resist oppression or resist being tightened down.
Okay.
So basically, the enhancements are after this. So you'll have enhancements. There's brawler enhancements if you take the brawler skill set. Gunner, obviously, there's a bunch of skill sets. They have species enhancements.
That definitely sounds like a clan scratch thing. So
yeah, the abolitionist enhancements, salve, basically it enhances the use of medkits, gain 1 speed, ignore speed, difficult terrain. So again, freedom type stuff and that kind of stuff. So
are those ones I'd pick at this stage or later?
You can't. No, those particular abilities aren't something that you'll pick at this stage. But if you pick this gang enhancement, it'll allow all of your gangers access to those enhancements later when you're building your gangers. That's why I said, sometimes taking these first makes more sense because it affects what your gangers have access to.
All right. Well, I'm definitely going to go with Proof the Youth are Revolting.
All right.
Also, Better Together seems cool.
Okay. 2. Which one? Better Together? Okay.
Yep. If during the refresh phase, no ganger of yours is more than 12 inches away from any other of your gangers, gain 2 grit. It seems like a good way to gain grit.
Yeah, being together, right? Like within 12 inches of each other, it can be a negative, but it can also make them a force to be reckoned with. So, I think I wanted that one too. This is also, me showing off how not well I know how to use Adobe Acrobat. Because this theoretically should drop down and not be the way it is. But okay, we have also Found Family, +2 to composure tests if allied ganger is within 6 inches of you. Unity, not uniformity. Obviously, that one won't match if your gang has at least 5 different species. Sonic Pain is more thematic towards the heteroi because they're all musicians as well. Sold Out Show, Band on the Run. So yeah, I think you could probably stop there unless you wanted to add.
I think I'm going to go with Found Family as well.
Okay.
Because it also fits nicely with the Better Together.
I agree. Actually, they sort of stack on top of each other.
Yeah, and it sort of fits with this sort of freedom, but camaraderie and working together as a group sort of a mentality that I see Clan Scratch having.
Let's see. Thomas Who Doubts says, can you set it up so that you and your opponent both have 100 or 200 fortune gangs? Yeah, you absolutely can. That will essentially mean that your gangs are super powered, and you will have an awful lot of gangers, but you absolutely can play huge fortune gangs. Absolutely can. Probably won't be as fun in campaign mode, because part of the fun in campaign mode is growing your characters over time and kind of making them better. And if you start off with all the best stuff that you can get, then that takes a little bit of stuff away from it. But you absolutely can do huge battles. It's up to you. So you can spend as much as you want to on gangers. We'll get there. Actually, we'll get there right now. So going down here to your first ganger. Now, here's the full disclosure. I didn't make this sheet past boss. So I don't you'll have to maybe keep some notes or something like that somewhere else about what your gangers are like. But yeah, we'll scroll back up to the header. Well, scroll down to the heteroi. Oh, I should say this too. The gang treasure. They have unique gang treasures that you can give. So in a minute, when we make your gangers, they'll each have a number of enhancements. So they'll have a melee slot for an enhancement. They'll have a ranged in an armor and a species enhancement slots. This gang treasure allows any of your gangers to choose from these treasures, in addition to what they're normally able to do. Some of them are unique, meaning you can only have one of them in your entire army. But yeah, that's what you would do. So if you have something like, you want a magic item, that's part of your gang or something like that. That would make sense.
Okay.
So yeah, do any of those look good to you? The melee weapon that's also gives free grit, or a luck stone that protects allied gangers within 6 inches, or
yes, I think we shall have to have Trajan's Folly.
Okay.
Which, in the case of this gang, will be renamed as Faindar's Wit.
Boss. I don't think we can get in trouble for that, right? Like that's all.
What? No, we made that up.
We made that up. No, I know. I guess I do that.
Yeah.
Playing with Josh confuses things. So yeah.
For those of you who don't understand what we're referencing, the Legends of Earthdawn Actual Play podcast is an Earthdawn Actual Play. We play with the line developer of Earthdawn, Josh Harrison. Opti's character Scratch is an orc that wields the sword Faindar's Wit that actually belongs to a character of one of the current players that was horribly killed in one of the early adventures. And the same player, Russell Zimmerman, actually, or Rusty, as some of us know him, it plays in the campaign with Gareth the Windling Cavalryman, who is definitely a lot better at not dying than his first character.
Okay.
Faindar's Wit is the name of the sword that Scratch carries, because it's the sword that Faindar carried in the Battle of Faindar, who died. And Scratch seems to do really well with that sword.
It's insane. He would definitely not have gone down that sword route. He would have gone more down an axe route if given the opportunity. But Faindar's Wit has been so good to him that he can't.
Good night, Michael.
Good night, Michael. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, yes, Corey remembers the blood bees.
Oh yeah, the blood bees were awful.
Yes, they were.
All right, so let's keep going. Now,
Michael, when you go to bed, you can rest assured that when you wake up, you can know that they turned out well.
Everything's going to be perfect, just fine.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. Carry on. Oh, actually, I was going to say the luck stone is something I want.
All right.
Because that gives all allied gangers within 6 inches 5 plus Aegis.
And since your gangers are all going to be bunched up, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and Aegis is like a Well, for those of us who have played a lot of Warhammer 40k or whatever, it's like an invulnerable save.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so do you have a boss name in mind? Because we got to make your boss first. And you'll notice...
Yeah, you'd think it was. You'd think it would be Scratch, but the boss of this gang is actually is an ogre named Virag.
Is that what you want?
Yep.
An ogre named Virag.
I mean, that's the equivalent of a troll, right? Either that or a Geddon of some kind.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay. We'll go with an ogre named Virag.
All right, so let's go back up here and count. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So you have 40 remaining fortune. Bosses cost 0. Basically, because everybody needs one, and we thought that would be silly to charge you for it if everybody has to have one. But your Yetin will get a rank bonus. So bosses get +1 composure and adamant. Now here's a good place to stop and go back up. And we're going to get your... These didn't translate. Like I said, I'm not very good with Adobe. So I'm going to enter these in manually. 3, 5, 3... 6 plus 0 defense. Aegis. Magic 0. Alright, so real quick explanation. When something says 3, that is exactly what it says, right? Like if there's no plus to it or anything like that, like prowess is you roll 3 dice. Speed is you move 5 inches. Brawn is you have 3 health, right? But when something says 6 plus or 5 plus or whatever, that is a target number that you need to hit in order to succeed. So if I was rolling just to punch somebody with Virag here, I would roll 3 dice, and since it's in a close combat... Whoa, what happened? Blah. Since it's in... That just messed everything up! What'd I do? No! Look at me. I'm just messing everything up. I don't know what I even did. Okay, well, whatever.
I can't tell what you did.
I scooched everything over in a weird way, and now I don't know what's what. But anyway, we'll move on because my Adobe skills are awful. But yeah, so if you were going to punch somebody with Virag, it did again. Stop doing that. Oh my lord. It won't stop. Punch somebody with Virag, I would roll 3 dice because I have 3 prowess, and all dice that got 6 or above would be hits. So that's what the 6 plus means, or the whatever the plus. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that. That seems like a weird bug. Okay. So now, because Virag is a boss, they would get +1 composure. So you see, do you see my problem here? I don't know what it's doing. It's not letting me click on anything anymore.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I don't know how to use Adobe Acrobat at all. I do almost all of my writing in Notepad.
All right. Well, anyway, so you would, because of your boss, get +1 composure and adamant. So I'm going to alter their composure. So from a 6 plus to a 5 plus. So now when you roll a composure test, which is like a fear test or any kind of psychological effect, you'd only have to get 5 plus in order to make that.
+1 composure, why did the number go down?
That is an oddity of the way we are doing things, right? So if +1 is essentially better, right? You get +1 better, not necessarily +1 to the number. Because if it was +1, it would go up to a 7 plus, which would be impossible to get. So the target numbers count down, essentially, and it's just an oddity.
I guess you might think about it as you have +1 to the die, so you need the die to come up with a lower number.
That was essentially what we did have, but it just got confusing to folks.
Yeah.
So we just had to explain that very succinctly in the rules, that when something is a +1 to a target number, it actually goes down.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah. So now for Virag, you're going to choose a skill set. And skill sets essentially have 6 different flavors, but then, within one of them there is a number of other flavors. So Virag can be a brawler, which is a melee focused person. They can be a gunner, which is a ranged focused. They can be a breacher, which is somebody who's essentially good with, breaching into clinks or using drones. You can be a chosen, which is a sort of sacred magic caster. Religious type folks, one way or the other, whether that's in a shamanic way or a cleric type way or a nature or a druid or just a straight up priest. You have a witch, who is your classic arcane. Actually, not classic. Like, witches are essentially outcasts of the official magic schools. So they don't get to go to the magic schools, but they've learned their own trade in the Undercity. So they're sort of looked down on, but they're still very powerful mages in their own right. And then we have Yojin, who are physically powerful in that they can enhance their bodies, both with their own body's magic, but also they can align themselves with particular elements. So you have air, fire, earth, water, and void flavors of Yojin. What sounds more like Virag?
I'm going to go with Chosen because it's, I think the +1 composure speaks towards the character of Virag as I know her.
All right.
Virag is very good at keeping her composure.
Sounds good. So as a Chosen and as a boss, she will get magic of 4 and +1 composure, which means, again, she's got a better composure now. 4+ is not too bad. That's hitting half the time. Now, because Virag is a Yetin, we will go to the Yetin enhancements. And these are species enhancements. And every ganger gets a free species enhancement. Not all of every species are the same, so that you can pick different ways of expressing being a Yetin. There is big and tough, where you gain 3 brawn. There is large, where you gain 1 brawn and 1 max reach. And then there's long gait, which is +2 speed and +1 brawn. Thomas Who Doubts, have a good night. Thanks for being here. We would love it if there was another ogre waiting for you when you got up. We would love that too.
Progeny of Scratch, that sounds... I mean, it's not a... It's definitely not a bad suggestion. I just think it's too big of a word for Scratch.
Doesn't flow off the tongue in small bits. So did you think of one of those things for Virag? Big and tough, large, or long gait?
Let's go with long gait.
Okay.
Mobility sounds useful for the spellcaster type. More so than straight up brawn or the other one, the reach.
So we'll go over here to speed, and we'll add +2 speed and +1 brawn. The speed, what the heck? Adobe, you're killing me. +2 speed and +1 brawn. There we go. All right, next you'll pick your armor enhancement. So we'll scroll down to armor. Most armor costs extra fortune from your gang fortune collection, unless you just wanted gang leathers, which just gives you +1 brawn, but no defense. So that means any damage you take, you're just going to take.
Sounds like I might want something better. It would be a good use of my gang's fortune for my gang boss to be less squishy. What are my other options?
Reinforced clothing, which costs 1 fortune, and you get +1 defense and +1 brawn. Then you can choose an armored coat, which is 2 fortune, but it also gives you 2 defense and a brawn. Or you can choose body armor, which is 2 fortune and gives you 3 defense and +1 brawn, but is also cumbersome, which means that
mean?
Cumbersome is it sort of limits you to your brawn. So you cannot. Your speed is reduced to what your brawn is, and your prowess is reduced to what your brawn is.
I've got the name, by the way. It's Scratch Pack.
Scratch Pack. Nice.
I'm going to use 2/3 of Joshua Dewberry's suggestion.
Scratch Pack fever.
Yep, it's a Scratch Pack.
Scratch Pack.
This pack suggests like a tight knit social connection, and it sounds nice.
It also sounds like a disease. I like it.
You know, I think that works with the vibe too.
Scratch his loins.
No.
That's funny. Okay, cool. All right. So yes, yeah, you're right now sitting at a brawn of 4, which basically means that your prowess and your speed would both be. Wait a minute. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Your prowess and your speed would both be limited to 4. Again, Adobe's throwing me off with their stinking, sidewaysing of all my stuff.
So I can't increase those with armor, or it's already capped out.
That's just that's what cumbersome means. You're asking what cumbersome means.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So if you took coat. Okay, yeah, armored coat would be a good one because it's the good balance between plus 2 defense,
plus 2 defense and plus 1 brawn.
So up in your brawn and up in your defense, which means you actually have a defense. 2.
All right. So can you refresh the pledge thing? I don't know if it's moved for a while.
Then I have to get up here and get rid of your remaining fortune. All right, let's see what we got for progress on the pledge. I think we're about the same. 1,382. Well, actually, there's a little bit of progress on that. All right, let's see what we got here. Next up would be your melee weapon enhancement. You could give Virag Feindar's Wit if you'd like.
No, I don't think so. Virag's not going to carry that one.
All right. So then your other options are, if you don't want to spend any more fortune, then you can give her a mace or a knife.
Let's just go with the knife.
All right. Knife is archaic and piercing 1, which means 1 point of damage is not dealt with. How I say that? It
Can't
mitigates
unless you have Aegis.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. It mitigates 1 point of damage. All right. So knife, archaic, piercing, plus 4 prowess. Piercing 1. There you go. All right, and then next we'll go to ranged weapons, and same basic thing. If you don't want to spend fortune, your options are pistol and a machine pistol.
We'll go with machine pistol.
All right. Machine pistol is slightly more prowess, but doesn't have a piercing component to it.
More shots, less punch.
Yep. So more potential, I suppose. Now that that's done, you have 8 additional enhancements because Virag is a boss. And so Virag gets 8 different enhancements that they can choose. Now, you can choose from, for example, you can go to Virag is a Yetin. So there's still 2 other options for Yetin that she didn't choose. So she can choose from there because she's a Yetin. She could also go up here to the Chosen skill set, which means she can choose from these. She could also choose from utility enhancements, which were more like universal, and anybody can pick them. I think your group used abolitionist, if I'm not mistaken. So she can choose from the abolitionist enhancements as well. And then if you scroll all the way down, there is what's called syncretic enhancements. And these are essentially like multi-classing. So you take these and you become a rookie version of that thing. You get the rookie bonuses, and then it also allows you to take enhancements from that skill set.
All right.
So that gives you a lot of options, I know. But I guess it helps to have a good idea for what Virag, is. If they're basically just a chosen straight up and they want to just roll, right down that line, then you wouldn't want to do a syncretic enhancement. But if you think of her as being also something else, like a breacher or a brawler or a gunner, then you might want to branch out. And you cannot choose another empowered skill set.
So I think we'll start with the abolition enhancements and go with the salve. Medkits remove dazed, immobile, and knockdown conditions and gain 1 use of medkit.
Okay.
And I think maybe guide as well. May spend 1 grit as an interrupt to treat all allied models within 6 inches as if they had taken a move action for improved cover.
Okay. So those are both pretty utilitarian. Good for your game.
Virag tends to hang back and support the team rather than jump in and do the damage herself.
Yep. I want to thank chat for being so patient with the Adobe. It'd probably be cooler if you just watched us write it down on a normal piece of paper, but I'm committed to my crappy Adobe for now. Because this will actually give you somewhat of an idea of what a gang sheet would look like. Okay, that's 2 down, so you have 8 more to go.
Here, 6 more?
That's exactly what I meant to say. Yes.
Okay. I think Stalwart Faith from the Chosen ones gains +1 Composure and +1 Brawn.
All right, let's see. Stalwart Faith, +1 Composure, +1 Brawn. Yeah, that's a good one. Good one for a Yetin Chosen. So +1 Brawn makes this 6. +1 Composure. Woo woo! So +1 Composure means that she's got a really great leadership style.
Yep.
And she is now making most of the majority of those roles. All right. Now, as of this point, Virag does not have any spells. Oh wait, no, she sure does, doesn't she? I think that was one of the
1 spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I want to take spell casting, which gives me an additional sacred spell and 1 use of the psych charm.
Yes,
I'm not sure what
I
those
missed
do.
that.
But also devotee sounds like something I want to gain boost 1 on all spells. I don't know what that means, but I want it.
All right, let me find.
While I'm at it, I'll probably take Divine Intervention to get +1 Aegis.
All right, hold on. Let me catch up with you.
So
You
in
have-
a sense, I'm taking all the chosen ones,
Okay.
as well as those 2 from the abolitionists.
You're taking all the chosen ones?
Yep.
Okay,
And I might take the spellcasting one more than once, unless there's something else I want from elsewhere.
Okay.
Because as it is, I would have 2 spells then, and I think 2 uses of a psych charm. What's a psych charm?
Okay, so this is where grit comes in. When you do a spell or something else, you have the ability to boost it. Usually these come in the form of exploits or spells, and exploits and spells have boost 1. What that means is if you spend 1 grit, like it says boost 1, you would spend 1 grit, or boost 2, you'd spend 2 grit. And that would enhance the power of whatever you're casting. So, for example, if you were casting a firestorm, boost 1 would be increase the range of the spell. Boost 2 might be, roll an additional 4 dice on this spell or something to that effect. So when it says gain boost 1 on all spells, that means that you get a free grit when you're using that spell that you can boost it with, which is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, it sounds awesome.
Psych Charm is essentially a one use of that exact thing. Psych Charm basically allows you to give another free grit to a spell that you're using. Psych Charms are one use only. Devotee is gain 1 boost on all spells, which is incredibly gnarly.
Yeah, those are all pretty awesome. Do you think 2 spells is enough?
It depends. I don't have the spell list on me. But your spells are going to be pretty utility oriented, right? So pretty buff and debuff oriented. And they target the composure of other people. That's what Chosens tend to do. So you could probably really mess up a group if you're throwing around the right spell at the right time.
Okay, I think we'll just take spell casting twice.
Okay.
And that'll fill it up, I think.
No, I don't think so. I think you got one more.
Did you get Divine Intervention down?
1, 2, 3. Oh, no, I didn't.
Unless,
Yes.
can I take that more than once, or is only the one?
No. That would be much too powerful. So that's not normally with Aegis. You would just get a number, right? 5 plus 6 plus. Plus 1 Aegis is pretty rare, in that it's an additional bonus, right? So right now you go from 0 to 6 plus Aegis. But like, let's say that you were in battle and you hunkered down behind cover and then used your main action to take cover. That would give you a 5 plus, but now with your Divine Intervention, you would have a +1 to that. So that would actually give you a 4 plus.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
And Grayson has joined the chat, says, hey, congrats on the Kickstarter.
Hey, Grayson. Thanks so much. Appreciate you. Let's refresh and see how we're doing on the Kickstarter progress. My gut tells me we're about the same. Well, our numbers haven't gone down much, but we've lost maybe a $1 backer. Sorry about that, $1 backer. I wish we knew what we could do to get you back. So yeah, that's essentially as far as we can go on my gang sheet. But that's what gang creation would look like. It goes pretty quick if you know what you're doing. And
yeah, my next character would be like a lieutenant or something.
Enforcer. Yeah.
Enforcer, I put Scratch in that role and make him just a badass melee combatant with some sort of skill at getting people to maybe buffing allies or hardening their resolve or gaining grit in some way.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. But he'd be wielding Fendar's wit.
So yeah, I hope you.
I might have failed to put this in here. I think Virag should also be carrying the Luckstone.
Yeah. So that would have taken one of your. So maybe instead of that extra spell casting, you would use a Luckstone.
Yep, we'll put the Luckstone there, so anyone who's close to Virag is more protected and lucky.
Yep. There you go. So yeah, I hope
he's running off on his own, he gets in trouble.
Hope everybody enjoyed seeing what that was like. What I'd like to do, and what we are going to do, really, is work on the layout of that. So it kind of, right now everything is kind of disjointed. So the things you would pick first are kind of underneath some of the other things, but that'll all get fixed in layout. And obviously, we would have a very robust index section that would help everybody. So we're looking forward to getting that all in there. So yeah, that's what's out. How much longer do we have? We have 3 hours left, almost exactly left. So what can we do to get up to 60,000 and get that male ogre unlocked? what kind of outreach can we do? Or what do you guys want us to do in order to help people tune in and get excited for that? Maybe I should post again that we're doing a final live stream of the last few hours.
I think when 10 o'clock hits, I'm gonna launch on the Shadowcasters Network Twitch channel as well, and see if I can rope in whoever's hanging out on Saturday evening. See if we can grab another Alex.
Final 3 hours of the hashtag gang. I will not miss having to do hashtag gangs of the Undercity 4 times a day. Just like writing things in order to hit all of the metrics and things like that has been so exhausting. It's not how I normally write, right? So like for this whole campaign, this last month, it's just like it's been a weird Twitter experience.
Yeah, I feel like I'm annoying people if I post more than a couple times a day.
I've been told that like
general.
Facebook's or Twitter's algorithm makes it so that like posting 3 times a day, you'll probably only hit, one person with that at a time. Join us on the live stream as we celebrate the conclusion of a I don't know. Again, using words, vibrant and I'm just making up words now. The conclusion of a vibrant and highly enjoyable. No, that doesn't sound right. It just sounds. I'm just being goofy. I've been streaming for too long. I have streamer syndrome.
Oh man, this should be easy compared to, say, the Streamathon stuff we've done in previous years with the SCN. Of course, that was really more Bobby and Oz's marathon than ours. We kind of pop in for a few hours here and there and pop out. Actually, maybe I'll just speak for myself because I had DJ gigs. This was still in a world when people could have wedding receptions without being insane.
Mm.
Josh Topia says we're down to 2 hours, not 3. Is it close to Eastern time midnight or Central time midnight?
I thought. I mean, like the Kickstarter says 2 hours, but I think it's just like it'll get to like 1 hour. Anything that's like less than 2 hours, it'll say 1 hour, and then if they get to the end, it'll start listing the minutes. But it should be ending in about 2 hours and 52 minutes.
Gotcha. Yep, that's why. It says it ends at 11:59 p.m. CDT. So.
Right. That should be about 3 hours. Yeah.
2 hours and 51 minutes, give or take a few seconds here or there.
And then add my lame old hashtags: cyberpunk, fantasy.
I'm going to step away from the mic for just a minute or two. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's post that, and then I am back with y'all. All right. Way too many insane people out there. Words are hard. Yes, indeed. It's a smile time midnight. Yeah. Jimmy, the buy blow scratch. That's funny. I don't know. I don't know if Cliff will buy that or not, but it's definitely worth consideration. So yeah, like I said, once we wrap up here, we'll launch the backer kit almost immediately. I'd say within the week, and then we'll have until about September 15th to lock in your backer kit add-ons and your backer kit pledges and all that kind of stuff, and then we are hoping to send everything, all of our specs and all of our orders on the 15th, because we are told, hey, what's up, Daryl? Good to see you, man. We are told that it will take 75 days from the time that we say print go to get everything done and everything back to us so that we can then send it out that week. So if we get all of that stuff sent away, all of our numbers, everything ready by September 15th, then 75 days from September 15th will be, 15 days after September 15th will put us into October. And then another 30 days will be November. And then another 30 days after that, 75 days after September 15th, will be the first week of December. So if we get everything back from all of our distributors or from all of our vendors in the way that they have said that we should, then we will have everything to us the first week of December. That means assembling all the boxes and doing the shipping, sending out all of the shipping from where it needs to go to the first week of December, which should be plenty of time to fulfill everything by the time that we said that we were going to. Obviously, I can't help what shipping looks like at this moment. So if we send it out the first or second week of December and it doesn't get there in December, that's beyond our control. But it is our intention to send everything out with the understanding that that the mail will still be running and that everything will be sort of okay, and that at least postage within America and then the wider international postage will be somewhat fixed by then. So yeah, that's the plan. So Tim, we do have a fulfillment partner. We have two fulfillment partners, one in Canada and one in the UK, that's going to help us get those folks out. But basically we'll be getting one group of things packaging wise from one vendor, and then we will be packaging the bases and the minis into the package, and then we'll be sending them out to our fulfillment partners. So it's a little bit of a the way we decided to do it was because we needed the minis made here locally in America, but some of the other paper goods we could get for quite a bit of a discount going international. So the paper goods we went international, but some of the other items like the fancy rule book and of course the metal minis and the plastic bases, we could absolutely get cheaper and better quality and have quality control by doing those here in the States. Aaron, the last bits of a Kickstarter, an emotional roller coaster. That's true. We have though bumped up about $4,000 today, so that's been a really cool thing. We shot up on the first 2 days of the Kickstarter. We shot up far higher than we ever thought that we were going to in those first days. So that was a cool thing. But you're right. Like the Kickstarter, the way that Kickstarter happens means that we shot up to like about 54 within the first 3 days, and then it just kept going like this the entire rest of the time, which I kind of, for my own sanity, wish we would have started off at like 12 and then gradually got to 54 or 58, because then I could have had a little endorphin boost every day until we got to the end. But as it worked out, It was just it was a little stressful. But yeah. So Cliff, what do you had a cup? What's in the cup?
Oh, I held it up. It's I saw the abstruse one or Daryl Mott Jr. join us on the chat, and I have this glass, which is a Gamer's Tavern pub glass, one of two that I got from backing the Kickstarter for the Gamer's Tavern podcast. God, like a decade ago.
Oh wow!
Probably not that long. Anyway. So there were two of them. They were really, really nice pub glasses, really durable, and one of them has since somehow been destroyed, broken somehow. I don't know what happened, but yeah, this one is still a very nice drinking vessel, and you can, I think only Daryl would also recognize the logo that has been mostly rubbed off of the glass. So I was just showing that to him when he showed up.
Daryl says it's a good sign for longevity. It means you had a bunch of people with fingers hovering over their mice looking to support Fragging Unicorns. Yeah, that I agree with you. Like that at the initial offering means that there are a lot of people who were going to be here for us. So that is kind of encouraging. Yeah, I kind of and yeah, this is a first go round, a first offering for us. So we're kind of unproven. Nobody knows if they can trust us, et cetera, et cetera. So I think proving ourselves in this pretty hard category of miniatures games will allow us to open up some, hopefully, other avenues down the road once we get ourselves established a little bit. So that's what I'm hoping.
And also that you've done so well with it, even in the, the current apocalyptic circumstances. I mean, that's pretty encouraging.
I hope so. I know a lot of people were, every time they see the December date, they sort of say, "Yeah, right. That was stupid. You're not going to fund by, or you're not going to fulfill by December." And I am not arrogant enough to think that criticism, has no merit. But we made sure that before we pushed the trigger, we had all of our vendors in America. So if necessary, we can meet all of our obligations. It wouldn't be the most cost-efficient option, but it absolutely can happen. And we will make sure that we fulfill as soon as we possibly can, regardless. Like, so if things absolutely collapse, in China and, between America and China, we're not able to do that, then, we can get those paper goods other places. We can get those, the boxes and the printed stuff some other place. That's not a big deal. But because we have the actual things that matter, the minis themselves are being produced here, and we are able to have a lot of control over that. Hey, Pat, good to see you. And yeah, you have been a pretty awesome part of this, so we're glad to have you around. So yeah, what do you guys have any questions? Do you guys want to see anything? Let me see. I will show you something I shouldn't show you, but I will show you unrelated to Kickstarter. Let me see. But related to Fragging Unicorns in general, is there a manner that you would like prospective freelancers interested in working with your business to contact you? I mean, you could reach out to us via email. Oh, that's something I wanted to do. I wanted to give everybody the link to our Discord server. Invite people to join us in our Discord server. So let's see. We're going to edit that to expire after. So if you have this, you can join within the day. How about that? I want to make sure. No limit. All right, there we go. YouTube chat. Yeah, this is the place. You show off it. So here's what you can do. You could click on that and immediately hop into our Discord, which we haven't quite made public yet. We've been waiting until things sort of calm down on the Kickstarter end to do that. Are we frozen? It looks like we're frozen on the... Are you seeing that, Cliff? Or is it just my computer?
I can't tell because I'm not seeing our faces on the stream. It's showing other aspects of the Discord screen.
Okay, well, it looks like we fixed it. Or at least I've refreshed it and
it looks like I'm moving.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. I've gone back to normal on my screen. There we go. All right. Yes, I can show off terrain. Let me go back and say to Corey, if you want to write for us, you can reach out to me at this email address or just join us on the Discord. So yeah, you can do that. But I will say this. We are not like super in the market for writers right now. But we are always interested in talking to interesting people who are interested in working with us. Because we don't have... right now, we're not hiring people to be freelancers. We are bringing people onto the team who just want to do stuff. And as stuff comes up, they sort of do it. That's a really weird way of operating right now. But we have hired freelancers, but we only hire them when we have a need. And keeping in relationship and keeping in conversation is the way that you kind of keep yourselves in our minds when we need to hire somebody. But yeah, if you wanted to, basically what we want is people to not just do the job and then leave. We'd like having people that want to interact, that want to, that care about the world, right? And that will be in it for the long haul and kind of tie their boat to it, I guess. I'm mixing metaphors. But yeah, anyway, thanks for the question. That's how I would do it. I would join the Discord and just be in conversation with people. Let's see here. Tim says, can we show off any of the terrain? I've seen the pictures, but it would be nice to see a turnaround on stream. Yes, let me go grab a whole bunch of it, and I would love to show off the individual bits of terrain I have. So Cliff's going to keep you company. I'll be right back.
Right, I'm curious to see this too. I've seen the pictures as well, but not them in motion. Except earlier when he got the Cyberlink out. So I thought that looked really cool, especially with the you can dock these finger lights in them and they light up. Unfortunately, the camera didn't focus very well, so we had about 2 seconds of a clear view of them overall. The rest of them were fuzzy. All right, looking at the Kickstarter, I mean, it's overall going good. I want to see us hit that 60K, I think, before the end. I feel like that's a potentially achievable goal. Maxing out all the stretch goals, probably not going to happen unless, somebody shows up with lots of money, I guess. But, yeah, the noodle shop of the terrain, Jordan, you're bringing up, I think that's a really nice touch. Makes it feel lived in. Pictures of the terrain I've seen look nice. I've mentioned before, I really think the more terrain you have on the table in really any kind of miniatures combat game, for the most part, up to a certain degree, more is better with terrain. Less is more doesn't really apply, I think. It gives certain army types or gang types a significant advantage over others. But I guess having things being too tight gives the more melee or close combat type ones an advantage over the ones who have more long range. So overall, though, I think having more terrain just makes things more interesting and fun to look at. So. I'm looking forward to seeing what these look like. He's probably got some paint on them too, I imagine. So one of the things I looked into for making some of my own terrain kind of on the cheap is there's these things called gang boxes. They're little like weirdly shaped like plastic boxes that I guess they're designed for like running cables into and out of, but they kind of look like sci-fi buildings if you put them down. You could glue stuff onto them or adjust them in some way in order to make them more detailed, but that's one cheap option if you can't afford some of the more expensive terrain possibilities.
Hey, Graduate Gamer. Good to see you. It was really nice to be on your show. Thanks for having me, and thank you for the congratulations. We're pretty excited. Okay, so this is some of
Cassie, Pullhammer.
Oh, hey, Cassie. How's it going? So this is a piece of Death Ray Designs terrain. Their terrain is all modular. I say are, right? So like they're using their modular system, but have created some cool stuff for us. This is the basic, building box. But then you would take things and you would start adding to that. So for example, like this garage door, right? We just slot right on here. Much easier than I'm doing it. So it lines up like that, and then now you have a garage, right? Or, for example, you can take this and put it on the side like that. You see, that creates that, and then you can slot in a staircase, right? Just like that, right? And it creates this really cool area for your minis to be either under, right, or like right on top of, like that. Then on another side, and again, like there's all different sizes. Let me show you. This is like like the medium small version. This is like the small building version. But then again, you can just take this. This is sort of like a bus stop or a metro stop type thing. This is all terribly embarrassing to try to do something so simple on stream and then to have it not work when you're in front of literally tens of people. Okay, well, apparently I can't slot things right now. Oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet it's the stupid humidity in Texas. The heat and humidity is making it hard for me to slot these things in. You guys believe that? Then we'll go with that. Okay, there we go. So there, yeah, it'll slot in like that, and you'll have your little guy waiting for the bus to kill someone when they step off. And then you've got like freestanding things like this. They could also, if you wanted to, slot into a building, but I'm not about to spend that much time. Oh, good. How easy that would work. This is the kebab shop, right, where you've got people back. Oh, that doesn't look right. So now you've got somebody making a kebab for you, and if you don't like it, he's going to blow your face off. Then, like I said, there's bigger stuff. Like this one is like a more medium size. There's still one that's even larger, in the bundle. But what I like about this, not necessarily about this piece, but what the pieces I'll show you here in a second. So right now I've got sort of window type thing on one side, and it's got a garage on this side. That's missing a little thing. I think I might not have glued it right, but that should have this sort of lined window thing like that. But what I really like is this bit right here, and it connects to another piece like this, and it creates a cool little alleyway. So on the terrain that I have set up at home, it's got a multiple of those stretching across, and it provides a way for you to get from building to building on top of it, but it also makes a really cool looking alleyway. And of course you can make these like lower as well, so that you can make your alleys like low like that too. So again, it's so modular. These are doors. You can just stick them on just like that. So basically you can do whatever you want. That's one of the reasons I like them. We have these rails on the top right there. And then for us, because it's Neo-Babylon, they made these minarets like you would see in another, it's got a kind of like a Middle Eastern theme to all of it, just a little bit like a cyberpunk. Like one of the things they brought up was they were really excited to work on something that was cyberpunk but not necessarily Japanese influence. So like cyberpunk, but like what if the different culture actually, existed in the future, right? So that's like one of the things that we really like too. So we have these sort of, pointed doorways and pointed entrances, but they also have these minarets, right, that just sort of rise at the building. And then there's these, I don't have them right here, I haven't done painting them yet, but they have these sort of globe type glass bead type things that sit on top of these, and it looks really, really cool. So yeah, all of this stuff is super, super dope. Death Ray Designs just absolutely crushed it as far as my expectations were concerned, and I love all of it. And of course they have made us a number of these different ones. Let me see if I can show you all the different ones that they've made us so far, because they're so freaking cool.
So one of the questions raised is, how long does it take to set up a game and get going? I found in the playtest it was pretty quick. There wasn't a lot of steps or time involved. You just kind of place the terrain and put your miniatures down with deployment went pretty quickly. Probably longer than normal because we were playtesting and kind of learning the rules a little bit as we went. But I think I could see under 10 minutes as being a pretty reasonable expectation. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if you already have your gang created, what am I doing here?
Yeah, and that's the question, assuming both parties have complete gangs already. So yeah, if you've already done the work of building your gang, and maybe you don't need to read over every different scenario to pick which option you're going to take. You kind of pick a scenario and lay it out and go ahead and through it. I think it seems like it would be fairly fast. You don't have a huge amount of forces deploying or a lot of rules or minutia to go through before you start moving models and killing each other.
So yeah, if you can imagine something exactly like that, but I'm just going to line it up perfectly. Yeah, so something like that would be another one that we have available. The crowbar, which I thought was a fun little Easter egg for those of you who get that. We also have this, which again is the crowbar, which again is really freaking funny. And that hangs off the side of the buildings instead of on top of them. We've got this, the Metro. In Neo-Babylon, in the Undercity of Neo-Babylon, we have these monorail metro links that... one of the good things about Neo-Babylon, one of the only good things about Neo-Babylon, is that they have good public transit. So not everything in a dystopia has, can be bad. So you have to have some things that are good. And one of the good things in Neo-Babylon is their public transit. Let me see what else I have.
So the $30 pledge level, Pat wanted to know how the process for picking your 4 minis works.
In the backer kit, there's a question that when you log in, it'll just say, which 4 minis do you want? And you answer that question, and that's that.
And Miguel asks, can you talk about gang customization, custom gang creation? It's too bad you didn't get here about 45 minutes ago because we just sort of went through that process. But real quickly, I will say from my experience of it, just now, you sort of pick a gang template, which is like an existing gang that's in the rules that your gang is sort of kind of similar to. And then it gives you a pool of different abilities and things you can pick from. And you have a certain amount of fortune, which is like your point total that you can use to build your gang. You start with building a gang boss, fleshing out some of their abilities, and then you may pick some abilities that are, I guess, general to your gang. And from then you spend the rest of your fortune to buy your individual models to put together your, I don't know, half a dozen or so in this case for 50 fortune. Maybe double that for 100 fortune gang and potentially bigger ones. But each one of your characters will have a certain range of abilities they can pick from, some of which are free with their species or type of character, and some of which you may have to spend points from your pool. But if you're able to click back about an hour in the stream, or sort of scroll back till you see where our faces are covered up by these like walls of text, that's where we just went over it. So that might be handy to go back and see that. We didn't go through the whole gang, but I went through sort of picking a few different things and making the gang boss. And that's about where we stopped and moved on.
Yeah, it's the gang templates are balanced against each other. So you would some gang templates are locked in by species, right? Some are not. But yeah, you would just, like Cliff said, pick the one that is closest in theme to the one that you want to make, or you can just choose to be one of the, canon gangs, and just use that gang template to make your gang. So you could be a Flaming Skulls gang and play as the Flaming Skulls, or you can choose to make your gang the ice cold skeletons or whatever, right? And just use the Flaming Skulls gang template to make your gang, and change the names, just file off the serial numbers essentially. But yeah, we have to balance it in terms of gang templates. And then when you go to tournaments or when you play in big things, you'll say, hey, here's my gang, the frozen skeletons. I'm using a Flaming Skulls template. Right, that's kind of how you would introduce them.
All right. Let's see. The abstruse one asks, what you have planned for the future of the world of Gangs of the Undercity, other tabletop games, fiction, RPGs, etc. I know we've talked about that a little bit here and there, but I think I don't know if you want to answer it. I know at least of some of them.
Was there specifically
okay, there's Subversion, which is the tabletop RPG that you're planning on.
Was this Daryl's question about putting the cart before the horse?
Yep.
Okay. So we definitely have things going forward in gangs. We'll continue to support gangs and unlock more models. We'll unlock even write more gangs, and we'll have stories moving forward, and things will change. They're not going to be static gangs like you would see in 40K, where like these are the gangs that always will exist. We really, really hope to have a dynamic, changing universe, right? And we'll continue to make minis to support that as well. But we definitely do have a role-playing game that is going to be set in this world called Subversion. That is so far. I mean, we have other games that we want to make. Another role-playing game, for example, we have a card game that we want to make. But as far as being set in the world of Gangs of the Undercity, it's just those two things that we have right now. If somebody came to me and said, hey, I have a really cool idea for a board game set in this universe, what do you think? Like, we're totally open to that. But those are the only two things that we have that we're focusing on right now. Okay, actually, yeah, fiction as well. We have an anthology fiction book coming out Everybody who backed the Kickstarter will get that fiction, will get that anthology. But then we've also are going to, well, we have hired Russell Zimmerman to write a novella, or not a novella, a novel for us. And if that goes well, then we'll hire him to do another and another. So we're pretty excited about that. But yeah, I think that's all. Oh well, I mean, shoot, we also have audio dramas. We have a lot of stuff planned, but nothing. You know, we don't think in terms of traditional categories. We just do what we want, and hopefully people like it. But yeah, I think that's all that I can think of at the moment. Tim says, as you play, your gangs gain power and level up. Yes, in campaign mode and in solo mode, they absolutely do. In competitive mode, they do not. So unless you're playing a campaign, you know, as a competitive deal, which is totally possible. But like if you would go to a tournament or something like that, and an official tournament, you would not be playing campaign mode. Most likely, you would just be doing head-to-head with a pre-made list that people can look at first and make sure that they're legal, etc., etc. But yeah, we do have campaign mode that you absolutely can level up in, and in the various narrative modes, we absolutely are going to build that in. We actually have built that in already. Let's see, Kickstarter. Let's see what we got. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! 798 until our next goal. So whoever that last backer was, thank you so much. Yeah. Love it. Josh, thanks for keeping us abreast of what was happening. Grayson says, things not everyone wants: cookbooks and branded roofing products. Maybe so, but it's literally bringing the flavor to the Undercity is what we're concerned about. So we just sometimes do what we want. Sometimes what we want is not necessarily the best thing. As you'll maybe notice, we got the horse, or the cart ahead of the horse, when we were doing the Griff models, the Griff pets. So here's a dirty secret. The Griff pets are going to be made regardless of whether or not we meet those stretch goals, because they're already made. I made an assumption about where things were headed, and I made an assumption about how things were going to go in the Kickstarter, and it turns out I was wrong, but the end result was I got a really good deal with a sculptor, and he says, I'd love to work on all these Griffs. I had him just made one, but he says, I want to work on all of these. Can I make all of them? And I was like, cool, but he's like, I'll give you a good deal. I just want to make all of them. So I said, okay. So I ended up having all of them made. So now I have all of them. So don't tell anybody, but whether or not they get unlocked, they will be available in the backer kit for you to purchase.
Don't tell anybody, he says to the internet. That's what it's for. It tells everybody. Anyway.
Like I said, we went ahead and pulled the trigger on that, thinking that it was going to happen. But then we heard very clearly that people did not want the Griffs. I mean, it's not like they didn't want the Griffs. It's that putting the Griffs in before all of the other relevant models that were unlocked for the gangs seemed like a misstep. And we said, like, okay, totally. We're listening to what the fans are saying. So we went ahead and pushed the rest of the Griffs back towards the back. But they're going to be in there because at this point, I mean, I can't see any reason to not if they're already made. So that's not that they're already made. They're not manufactured yet, but the sculpts are all made and they're printable. So. The cookbook is a great idea. It means it can entice friends with tasty treats. Yeah, exactly. Right? I want to see people's Undercity themed parties and get-togethers where they get together and they play and they have all this weird food set out for them. Let's see. Thanks to add-ons following the conclusion of Kickstarter, we were able to offer all the pets. The semicolon makes it an accurate, true statement. I mean, like, that's basically. We made our stretch goals based on what we could afford to do, and frankly, we could afford to do it. So we wanted to give people as much as we could afford to give them. And I mean, again, it's my money, right? Like I've made a mistake, but it's not a mistake that's going to cost me anything because if 15 people buy these griffins or buy the griffs, like, we will have made that money back. It's not like it was a huge gamble on my part. Like, but it was to put them where they did, to put them where I did, was our mistake, because I didn't know that I could get that good deal, and I didn't really think about. I thought people might like how cute they are, and want to unlock more. But I guess I wasn't thinking about, what people would rather have an entire gang box. Thank you very much, which makes perfect sense, and like they're absolutely right. So we switched it around. So yeah, and the Griffs are really cute. That's 100% true. The Griffs are just damn cute models, and I can't wait to paint them up. So yeah, we're down to let's see, almost exactly 2 hours left. Getting so close, and we're so close to unlocking the male ogre model. So get on your tweet horns and yell at people to come back, even if it's just a little bit. Just say, hey, everybody, back just a little bit.
Hey, have we talked about vehicles at all yet?
No, we haven't.
What's the role of vehicles going to be in this game?
Right now, there is no role of vehicles other than as terrain. We have vehicles, STL, printable vehicles that you can get if you have a 3D printer at home. You can use those and print out. But right now, they're only going to be as terrain. One of our things that we want to do is add vehicles into the mix, but we didn't have the resources to make minis on vehicles, and we didn't have the resources to test vehicle combat and having vehicles in the game. So that will be an expansion down the road, right? So throwing a saddle on the Cyber Griffin and getting some of the models that we have and putting them on motorcycles, and having some of the vehicles that we have in the game, the STL files, like making those into vehicles, is something that we actually want to do down the road, but that's going to have to wait until everything else comes first. Let's see, we have some new messages. Let me check these out. That was the Polish translator. I already looked at that one. Yep. Jason says, inch higher and higher. We're almost there. Almost there. Here we go. Oh, we're getting ever closer. Now we're only $777 away. All right, another tweet post while Cliff talks to you. I'm gonna tweet.
Oh, I'm supposed to talk. Okay. I've just been scrolling through, looking at some of these different things posted in here for the different tiers. I'm curious to see what's exactly on the stretch goals then that isn't going to be met if we don't have a huge windfall at the end here. And now that we know the grifts are all the way through.
Don't tell anyone.
Let's see here. So we're looking at the male ogre model unlocked at 60,000. I think that seems likely. 62,000 would be the male satyr. 64.
Oh man, that would be really cool. The satyr model is so, like, the concept art we have for it is so cool.
Well, it might happen. It's not too far out of reach, but let's see. 64K Neverkin Aesop model unlocked. 66K female dwarf model unlocked. That sounds like something I want to see. 68K the male goblin unlocked. And then, let's see, 70K. Oh, those are all going to be unlocked anyway.
Don't tell anyone.
Well, I don't know. And then we have 72,500, the Abiramus.
Abimirus. Yeah, he's the main character in the Undercity audio drama.
Yes, the guy in the wheelchair that Palmer's hoping to see.
Mm-hmm.
And 75K will be the paper 3x3 map included in every box. So I think my prediction is that we're going to hit the 60K, maybe make the 62, but probably not. That's where I think we're going to end up. What do you think?
I am the eternal optimist, but I'm also I try to be a realist. So I think, let me see. I don't know. I think I'm a bad person to judge. I have no sense of balance when it comes to my own stuff.
All right. Well, it's not important to make a prediction. I'm just
No, I think you're absolutely right
something
for fun's sake, but I can't. I don't know how to. I don't have any balance. I have no sense of sanity when it comes to judging my own stuff.
Well, it looks like unless we get some sort of uncharacteristic, really nice push in the last couple of hours or so, we're not going to see the Neverkin Aesop model, the female dwarf model, the male goblin model, or the Abumiris model, or the 3x3 map. But
only you all can prevent this.
We're going to be getting the pets for sure, and we're hopefully going to be getting, I think we're almost certainly going to be getting the male ogre, and we might just get that male satyr. But yeah, we're going to need a.
It would require effort. Maybe I can make one last update as well to the Kickstarter before we end. That might help.
Pardon me, I've got to step away. Kiddo needs help.
And join us on the YouTubes for the live stream finale. And I think we're going to have Palmer on maybe in 8 minutes or maybe an hour and 8 minutes. I don't remember which. But he said he may be able to stop by. And then, let's see. All right, posting the post. Everybody go share the post on your face tweets, Instagrams. We'd appreciate it. Come on. Why is it not posting? Post away, Merle. It says unable to post, unable to send to Facebook. Well, why not? How lame. I'm going to post it now anyway. All right, let's get back to chat. Graduate won't be complaining about the minis because they're cute. I agree. Plus, the great way of tempt people in. Like, right? That's exactly what I thought. Sorry if that's already been asked, but will add-ons be unlockable if enough is raised by people adding more money via the backer kit? Okay, so that's a question that we did talk about in the first hour, and I want to be very careful how I answer it, because I don't want to give the impression that our Kickstarter numbers aren't important, because they are. Getting higher Kickstarter numbers absolutely, helps whatever algorithm is going on and gets it in front of people's faces more. And Kickstarter is a big deal in a way that backer kit is not, as far as getting eyes on it and getting hype. Having said that, between you and me and the 27 other people watching here, if we get high enough money, if we get high enough bumps in the backer kit, it has to be higher than what was on the Kickstarter. But yes, if we get high enough in the backer kit, it is still my plan to offer, to unlock some of those models that might have gone unlocked. Because it will actually make us more money if we can make those models and include them in the gang boxes. So that is our plan, but I'm not sure of the numbers yet. But yes, if we get more money in the backer kit that will allow us to safely produce those models, then we absolutely will. We will produce them eventually, I think. But if we're able to do it right now, and if we're able to get those gang boxes together to fill out those gang boxes, we absolutely will. So yes, I hope that answers your question. Please don't anybody back out of your Kickstarter pledge because of that. I think that would look optically pretty crappy. But let's see. Oh wow, we are 452 away from that male ogre model. Oh my gosh, yeah, we're so gonna get that. We're so gonna get that. Can't wait. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, for somebody out there, there's an Ukim level that is still available. So if you want your personal character, playable character, named character with stats and story, I mean, it'll be, it won't be the entire story, but it'll be some story stuff that you've written in there, and your character will be in Gangs of the Undercity forever. So yeah, we have the Ukim tier 1 left, I think. Yeah. Which means one more person can get their personal character into the game if that's what they want to do. Let me see. Backer key. Okay, good. That all sent out. Let's see. Somebody upped their pledge. We're at 500. Yep, exactly. Hey, Aaron, don't worry about it, man. I know everybody is doing their best. We are all doing what we can. So, yeah, thank you so much. Hey, Damien, good to see you, man. Damien has been our art director, and he's been helping us out quite a bit in that regard. Working with layout, getting our artists lined up. We're pretty excited because we hit that more art tier, or that more art unlock pretty early on. So Damien and I have been going over looking at quite a few artists. So I'll say this: if you know any artists that would fit into the art that you've already seen from Gangs of the Undercity, or that has a sort of edgy Shadowrun type feel to it, and you know that they can do stuff, somebody's consistent, reach out to us, let us know. We're always looking for artists. So that's pretty exciting. Let's see here.
Hey, just jumping back real quick. If you have someone else who wanted to step in for a little while, now might be a good time. I'm going to be a few minutes yet.
No problem. I'll reach out. I think Palmer said that he was going to hop on, but I don't remember. Oh shoot, we have so many people that just showed up in the in the Discord. That's great. Welcome.
I've got something to take care of.
Yeah, no problem, man.
It'll be a bit.
Do your business.
All right, I'm going to disconnect.
All right. And
I'll be back later. Last hour, I'm sure, but hopefully sooner will.
Anyway. Oh, if I do the webcam, it's going to go all junky. But go ahead. That's fine. We'll see ya. So disconnect from this, and we'll see if I get the webcam back up, if it works. Hey, it works. So I might have to shut down Discord after a while, because it always wants to act a little bit wonky after the fact. So let's see. Damien says, yeah, we've been reaching out to a few that will work the style of the book, always looking for more. Tim says, do we have a list of how much the unlocked minis will be from the stretch goal? Yes. Every unlocked mini will be $10 if you just want to buy just the mini. If they're in a gang box, they will be severely discounted, and if you get a one of everything, if you do the one of everything tier, all in, I think it's called, then it'll be at a pretty large discount, more than 50%, I think. Mondo Quando on Instagram, huh? He did Jupiter Sanders' current Discord avatar. Let me go look up Mondo Quando real quick and see what this guy's got going down. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, I kind of dig that. It's a well, they've got a pretty broad style. I mean, I was gonna say it looked a little bit too anime for me, but like they looks like they're able to change their style up quite a bit. Especially for the line art looks pretty good, which is what we're looking for a lot of is that black and white line art. So yeah, Damien, check them out. That's pretty dope. Kind of enjoy that quite a bit. Let's see here. Alex says, Fragging Unicorns, when can we invest in the company? So, like, yes, that's a weird way. I don't know how to answer that question because we are not an investment company. Like, in other words, we don't exist to make shareholders money. That's not a way that we do things. So, like, if somebody says, hey, I'll give you a loan, that's fine. We can use that and then give you back your money. But what we don't want to do is say, and this is exactly what we don't want to do, is to say, thanks for investing. We will now continue to give you money forever based on the small amount of money that you gave us before. We say, if you want to support the company and you want to give us money, fine, great, give us money. If you want to work for us and do work on a product, you will continually, every time that gets sold, you will get a portion of that if that's the deal, if that's what you want. Or you could just take a normal pay if you need money right now, then you just take, name your rate. But investing is such a weird thing that it's basically against what we stand for. We do not want somebody to continually gain something for not to gain an infinite return, essentially, for a finite amount of work, because essentially that's stealing from the people who are doing the actual work. That's a philosophical thing. If you want to just give us money, great, and we can make a deal for what we give you back in return, but we don't want to do investing in the traditional way because that just takes away money from the people that are actually doing the work on the book. And I know, Alex, I know you're not saying that's what you want, but I really have struggled with this. We had some backers or some people who donated and essentially invested in the company, but we made it clear this is not an investment in the traditional way. We are not taking your money, and we're not going to promise to give it back. We're not going to give you a return, every time we that's just not how this works. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Oh, look, let me refresh because I think we've got some good news. Huzzah! 500% funded, and the male ogre model is unlocked. Yes! And, for what it's worth, only 189 more backers until we get gang patches for all the gangs. That's fantastic! Fantastic. So, yeah. Okay, Palmer is here. Let's bring him on. First, let me back out of this with the webcam, and then I will call him. Hopefully that webcam shut down, and we'll bring on Palmer. There we go. Perfect. Glad that worked out. Yeah, so there we go. Now we're switched up. I can't hear you, by the way, James, if you're talking. And now you look like OC, but that's okay.
That's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
Cool.
Doop, doop,
Hey.
doop, doop, doop,
How are things?
doop, 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 doop.
I was off doing other things, and a bunch of exciting stuff happened while I was gone.
Yes, indeed it did. Okay, there we go. So, Daryl, it's a loan, not a stake in the company. So if somebody gives us money, like, for example, we had a very early person who gave us money. He said, I have $1,000 that I want to give you as an investment. And I said, okay, I will take your $1,000, but I want you to know I am not promising to give you this back. I'm not going to give you an indefinite return on this, but if there's something that you want me to do with this, I will do that. And their response was, no, I just love what you're doing. I just want you to succeed. I'm giving you this money. And I said, okay, if it's possible, I will pay you back if it ends up that way. But I can't get into a relationship where I pay people back promising to give them money for a finite amount of help. That's just not how things are supposed to work. That's why people can accumulate stupid amounts of wealth on the backs of other people's work and continually to make, I don't want to get into economic theory here, but that's, we at Fragging Unicorns, as a company, not necessarily everybody who works with us, but everybody who gets involved in the company needs to know this is how we operate. We are not an investment company. We are a gaming company that is crowdsourced in a very particular way. If people want to give us money because they believe in it, great. I will put your name in everything. I will make sexually suggestive poses at you if you want. I will do all sorts of things, but I will not continue to give you money based on a finite amount of money that you gave us. I will write your character into something. I will name a country after you. Like, there's no end of really immature things I will do for money. But one thing I will not do for money is simply take it from somebody else and give it to you, even though you haven't done all the work. That's what I will not do for money. And it does hurt us. It does hurt us, right? Because we could have gotten more investment if it wasn't that way. And if we were cutting more corners, we had some people that wanted to get in, but they're like, hey, you're not doing this. You're not going to China for everything. I don't believe in you. I was like,
we are,
cool.
Yeah,
I don't care.
we are making what business people consider poor business decisions.
Yeah.
And that sounds like a great idea to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
because I don't want to, speaking for myself, I don't want to become a business person.
Yeah.
That's not something I'm interested in doing. I want to be involved. I want to make something good things. It's always weird. It's always weird to me. As a person who owns investments for retirement purposes, I'm happy that I'll be able to retire, but it's also not a system that I actually like.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, hello everyone. This is Palmer. Could you introduce yourself and what you do with Fragging Unicorns?
Yes. So, as mentioned, I am Palmer. You've been seeing me in the chat now and again. First name James. Everybody online calls me Palmer because that's my username that I use most places. I have been the person working on the audio of anything that you may have heard. So if you listen to our Subversive Arcana series, I did the audio design on that, and also produced the Undercity audio drama under the banner Worlds Without End, and that 5 episodes of that is out, and it's on this very YouTube channel. In fact, if you haven't seen it, it is, without patting myself on the back, all of the actors and everybody did such a good job. It's really solid. The last episode should be coming out to sort of wrap off the whole Kickstarter hype and everything. I was hoping tomorrow, but it's going to be a little bit longer. So Monday, late in the day, probably. And I'm excited for everybody to hear it. And there's some characters that are going to be actually. Did we just get to 60? Did I hear?
We did. Yeah, before you came on.
So that means Raz, who's in Undercity, is now unlocked, right?
That's right. The male ogre, yeah.
And also there was a little sneak peek of Char in one of the episodes, who's in the Flaming Skulls gang. So
yep.
So that's basically what I've been doing. I've also been working with Opti and Ian and Garamanger on the sort of the lore side. So I did some writing on that. And what else did I do? Oh, I suppose I came up with the concept for the Bulls of Heaven and all that stuff. So that's sort of been. If there's any questions about that kind of stuff, I can answer any of those things I mentioned. I can yammer on about.
Did you mention that you do Shadowrun Origins for? Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a big deal to me, but.
I am doing the editing behind on Shadowrun Origins. My podcast is Radio Free Detroit with Ziggy, so I do the writing and editing on that one, but not the voice. So if you follow Ziggy on Twitter at all, that's also me. But yeah, Origins, I've been working on it for a year or so, trying to get caught up. We're slowly getting through the latest episode, so that'll be out eventually. Fingers crossed for this week. Looks like it's going to be a slower week for me at work, so I'll be able to get more stuff done.
Sounds good.
Especially now that we're not Kickstarter hyping every day.
All right, I'm making a small preview for the Seder so that I can send that out.
Is that our next?
I think that's the next one. I thought I just looked at it.
I don't know. I don't have it up in front of me. So.
It very much is. Now I'm not super savvy about when it comes to well, I'm not super savvy apparently when it comes to talking.
Do you need me to fill some space while you do something?
Yeah, please do. That's exactly what I wanted you to do.
Does anyone have any questions? Like I missed like a whole bunch of stuff, so I don't know what was talked about while I was away. But if anybody has any questions, I'm watching the chat over in my second screen there, and I'm on this screen. I've got Opti so that it looks so I feel like I'm talking to someone instead of to nothing, which is real. Something they don't tell you when you go to stream is that you're talking to an empty screen sometimes, and that's difficult. But yeah, if there's any questions about the auto drama or any Fragging Unicorn stuff, that I'm happy to do that. And yeah, please let me know. Yes, Sarah, my first name is James. I do not ever use it online. Honestly, if people online call me by my first name, I probably will not respond to it right away because nobody online calls me it. So that's fine. Yeah, Damien. It's my first name Palmer, last name Palmer. That's more accurate. So how are we doing there, Opti? Almost got it?
I'm doing really...
You're doing it. That's fine.
I'm doing really crappy Photoshop work right now to get like a graphic for the last 2 hours so we can get this mail Seder unlocked. But it's really, really crappy.
For real though, I want the last 2 hours, our last 110 minutes. I want us to get up to 70 whatever thousand it is.
You do.
I'm gonna keep hyping it because that's what I want to do. The main character in the Undercity audio drama is Abimaras, who is a denizen of the Undercity who uses a wheelchair and does a lot of upper body exercise on top of that and is freaking awesome. And if we get up to, I don't remember what the number is, 72,000 or 70,000,
72.5,
then he will get to be a model, and we will have some hardcore disability rep in our Cyberpunk minis game, and I am on board for that.
Yes, I would we had in mind to make Abimaras. You'll notice he was actually one of our stretch goals very early in the campaign as well. So we've had that in mind for a while, but in the meantime, there was some controversy that erupted online about whether or not Dungeons and Dragons could have a
combat wheelchair.
A combat wheelchair. Like somebody online created a rules for a combat wheelchair, and the internet fucking lost its mind because like, why could you do that in my fantasy game? It's like, dude, you have Tensor's floating disc, like, and no one complains. Like
the whole
why,
thing.
Like you're like
it is a mess.
you have people. You have things that are mimics. There's just so much other fantasy, and all of a sudden you're like, but Marialism. And it's like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you
ableism is the answer.
But even like without giving it a label, but like, why do people? Why would you act like? Why would you care so much?
Just
that somebody wants to write rules for their make believe game.
Yeah, especially like people just care a lot.
But the point I was making was actually because of this, some other really cool people said like, "Hey, I'm gonna make some minis that have wheelchairs."
Yeah,
and so we got some really cool looking wheelchair models this week out of nowhere. So yeah, that was really bizarre.
Super awesome. I've followed Mustang, who designed the combat wheelchair, did the rules for it for like a year and a half now, and then all of a sudden I like was looking at their Twitter, and it's like, oh, since this whole thing, it's like gone up by 4,000 followers or something, and I'm like, okay, well, that's gonna make things a little less responsive. Was it? Oh. Yeah, exactly. Abstruse one. I mean, as soon as a disabled woman wrote it, it became a problem. Representing herself, right? So I did actually get a couple of questions from me through in the chat, so I'll speak to some of those. Damien, I will speak to your question first because yours happens to be there first. So the experience of bringing Neo Babylon to life, it's been really interesting to try and. Ian was on earlier, wasn't he? I don't know what.
Yeah, he was.
What Ian said, but
we had a lot of turnover since then, so don't worry about repeating.
Yeah, no, it's just a matter of like, did Ian say something that I'm gonna mess up or whatever? I don't know.
Not at all.
So it's been interesting to work on that side of things. I think one of the most interesting things about trying to bring things to life is one, I started the audio drama and had to do the scripting and the casting and get people's lines started in before we had a lot of things nailed down. So there were some things that ended up getting created for the audio drama, and then it's like, well, this is canon now. So that was sort of, there's some stuff that kind of just happened. And there were other things that, I had to change mid-script, and like lines I had to cut and things like that. But otherwise, overall, it's been a really interesting collaboration because everybody on the lore team, especially, has very different ideas about certain things, and we're all very passionate about those certain things in our own way. So the discussion can get a little robust at times.
Robust is Palmer's way of saying we vehemently disagree on a lot of stuff. And sometimes it gets awkward, but
occasionally. But I mean, that's the joy of working with a company that is more concerned with the creation than with the creation of business. And we're all essentially coming in and saying, hey, this is something that we love, that we want to do, not this is my job, and so I'm not gonna deal with this. Annoying other person. I'm gonna go talk to HR about this. We can figure it out between
Palmer
ourselves.
is HR at Fragment.
Yeah. At this point, if anybody's got problems, talk to me. Mostly because I don't know. I volunteered to do it, and that's how the company works. So hopefully that answers the question a little bit, Damien. It's been a ride, and it's also it's interesting because we've worked so much on Discord through collaboration. It's I work in a day job with a lot of meetings, and we don't have a lot of meetings like that. It's just like messages and stuff, and so it's interesting to just kind of be always able to create, because we can go 2 seconds of, I just had to read what this person said and I had a thought, I can just bounce it right back. I don't have to wait until our next meeting when I had a great idea or anything like that. I can just, here's my half-baked idea, now let's hopefully no one will tell me why it's wrong.
And that's actually part of what happens is we have these ideas, and sometimes the way that, I mean, especially Palmer and me, the way that our brains work is we just like vomit creativity all over the place all the time, and we don't actually want anybody to tell us we're wrong. We just want to vomit that stuff out so that we can move on to other things. But then the way that we have it structured is everybody can comment on everything. So basically, every other thing we post is somebody going like, guys, that's not going to work. And we have to be like, and we're getting dragged back to that thing that we wanted to leave behind for a bit. Which again, it to the point of like, we did it this way on purpose, but it's not always easy on everybody, right? Like doing things in a way, how do I say, the idea of community is easier than actually having community. So that's probably the better way to say it. Yeah,
that's well said. And I think it makes it stronger in the end, like, because you could just say, Opti, you could just say, Palmer, I need you to write some lore about this, and then I write it, and then you say, okay, none of that seems insane, so this is now what's true.
Right.
And then everybody else just has to deal with that because I did my assignment. And then I think that is one way that you end up with contradictory lore in a game, because somebody else just is like, well, I don't exactly like that, so I'll do it a little bit different, or then it completely different. You know, people are just doing whatever. But because everything is collaborative, we end up with something that's more consistent in the end.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Again, sometimes those conversations get very, very long and unwieldy because because we don't like to say like no. We don't. I mean, it's not that like we can't say no. We've said hard no's on certain things, but we don't say no just to say no, and we don't throw any authority around. Like nobody has the authority. Which actually has been part of a problem sometimes, is that certain people come in and they say, I'm saying hard no to something. Like, we've all done it. And, like literally, all of us have done it. I don't think we're not doing that. And, like, people have to come along and say, you don't get to do that here. You don't get to say no to something, you know, like, just to tell everybody that that's what you're doing. So, yeah, that's kind of funny. It's hard, it's just it's hard to do as a company.
Let's see, what's the next question that was for me there? Opti, there's the most recent question I want both of us to address in a minute or two, but okay. I'm going to deal with this other one first. The graduate gamer asked me to sell the Bulls of Heaven as a game.
Oh, do it, man!
So the Bulls of Heaven. The Bulls of Heaven is an all-Yetin gang, and there's some minor exceptions to that that may happen down the line as well, other different things. But basically, the Bulls of Heaven are all Yetin. There's the different types of Yetin. So you might have an ogre, you might have a shaggy Sasquatch, that kind of thing, depending on what different models you want to put in there. But the most important thing is that all of the models in that gang are going to be the large ones. So that's one interesting thing. In terms of their lore, they have a history that is very community oriented, very community based. So some of their abilities and things are based more around the ability to work together, rather than just like, hey, it's a giant shaggy people with big claws that can rip people in half. So I tried not to make sure that they were going on that angle. Their aesthetic in the lore is really based around sort of a fusion of sort of the Babylonian motifs and like medieval Tibetan and Nepalese kind of a look, and I think it blends together in a really interesting way. So that's their look. And what else did I want to say about them? The template that I just recently worked on. So basically, the version that's going to be published with the named characters There's one character that I think it just unlocked male
Raz.
male ogre Raz, who's non-binary in the gang, but I don't think that anyone else has as much brawn in the whole game, which basically makes them the hardest thing to kill.
Yeah, Raz is
hopefully
pretty hardcore.
We'll see. So that's going to be really fun. And every single character, one of the in the gang creation, every model gets a melee weapon and a ranged weapon. I think they all just have pistols in the Bolts of Heaven, but they definitely all have giant heavy maces, as many of them as I could get in. Their goal is to get up close and smash, and there's that's not it. It's a little more complex than that, but like that's the primary thing is movement to get up close and power to just overwhelm as fast as possible. And there's ways strategically that could be countered, but that was just like kind of a fun thing that I wanted to do. Oh yes. Also, the only gang so far with a free golem in it, which was, I think, we had talked a little bit about golems like being in the game, and then I was just like, I want one because they're big like Yetin, so yeah. It goes in my Yetin gang.
It fit thematically, not only because they were big like Yetin, and that's the theme of the gang, but also because of the community focus of the bulls, but also because the bulls lean towards chosen magic in a way that most of the other gangs don't. So thematically, we are leaning into the origins of the golems in a way that is honoring to the origins of the golem itself. That was the request we got when we asked folks, hey, what do you think about golems and their tie to Jewish folklore? And I don't know if this is much of a spoiler. We don't make too much of it, but it's not much of a spoiler to say that like Jews exist in our world, and they are Jewish, and they have Jewish folklore, and they're the jumping off point for our game takes place while Jews are in New Babylon or in the Babylonian Empire. So they have an effect on the world, and you can be Jewish in our world. So the golems will reflect their Jewish heritage, and the bulls reflect that getting closer to redeeming the golems to the way that they were supposed to be, which is protectors of the community. The Lawjacks have hijacked that and have used the words of power to corrupt the golems to protect the Lawjacks, and so there is a definite theme among the golems of redeeming them by turning them back into community protectors.
Well said. Yes, and I was just answering a question in chat, or making a comment in chat. The free golem's name is New,
yeah,
and they're just going to be super fun. And they're going to have. Is it a unique model, or down the line going to be a unique model for that one?
That one will. Okay, let me just do this. I'll pull this up here, and then we can talk about it while we look at it.
Awesome. What do we got? 96 minutes left to go, guys. If there's anything more that you want to know about, or if there's anybody who hasn't bought the game yet that you really should, or if you've been convinced by my rambles that maybe you want to increase your pledge, now's the time for all that.
Okay, so here is... Oh, goodness, we actually have made some progress. We are now only $1,207 away from getting the Satyr unlocked. The Satyr is actually based on a character called Jax, who is one of the Heteroi, and he's one of the ones that actually plays to form as far as satyrs go, and so he's a very indulgent character, but still he's a really fun character. So I really, really hope
That's
that
that character's in the Hitaire, right?
Yes, he is one of the band members of the Hitaire. I don't remember. He's not the drummer. Maybe he's a guitarist. I just remember reading and I don't want to spoil any of Rusty's stuff, but I remember him being more naked than not, and I remember thinking that was really funny. So yeah, that's gonna be a fun one. So this is the Lawjack Golem, and it comes in a Golem kit. So what you're going to be able to do is choose how you build this Golem. There will be for sure alternate arms and the alternate arms and maybe alternate legs. I'm still working with the sculptor on this, but we'll have less armor plating, right, to show that they are no longer with the Lawjacks. So you can kind of see the clay underneath. If you zoom in on the texture there, I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's a layer of clay underneath all of those metal plates. So the golems are themselves clay, and so the like New, who is the rogue golem, you'll be able to make a rogue golem. So he'll have a lot less plating, and you'll be able to see a lot more of the clay underneath. And he'll probably not have that weapon in his right hand. He'll probably have another shield to sort of indicate that he's protecting the community now.
Yeah, double shield action. I mean, the great thing about a shield is you can still bash with it.
Oh, Rusty said that Jax was the lead guitarist. So yeah, that'll be a super fun one.
Awesome.
Let me see. I think I saw something from William saying, Palmer, can you speak more about how Fraggin' Unicorns is creators first?
Yeah, I sort of addressed that a little bit when I was talking about working on the lore and things like that. But basically, based on my experiences, like I'm in a little bit of a more unique situation, being on sort of the core team, and I'm not directly being hired. Like, hey, can you do this one particular job, like doing art or things like that? But that's one of the things that was really important to me when Opti was talking about, like, hey, do you want to be involved on this? Was that we were going to hire people at the rate that they thought would be fair, and even like Opti even like volunteered, like to me, like, hey, do you want to get like paid? And I mean, in a certain way, like how do you want to manage this? We had that conversation, and it was sort of like, well, I think that I would like to volunteer for now so that we can make this happen instead of siphoning away something that we could use for something else. And I think so many of our core teams sort of have that same mentality, is we just want this to happen. And, when we succeed, then we can figure out what that success means instead of defining it ahead of time. Yeah. While at the same time, through all of that, we're paying the sculptor well, we're paying the artist well, we're paying the layout people well, and trying to make sure that nobody who works with us is going to say, God, I wish I hadn't worked with them. Like, they did this, they did that. Only positive reviews from collaborators. That's what we're trying to aim for. Mm-hmm. There was another question, Nati, that I wanted us both to talk about from Aaron, which was, what is one piece of lore that you had to throw out that you wish you could have kept in?
I talked a little bit about something like this with Ian earlier, but it wasn't the same question. What's one thing we threw out? I know that there's been things that Palmer and I have wanted to keep in, but we were overruled. I can't remember what they might have been though. If you can remember something, please.
That's the thing. I have it in my head where I was like, I remember being disappointed, but we've moved on so much.
Right.
There's so much happening.
What was it? Let's see. I remember it being so irritating at the time that people were not immediately on board with this. I know Ian would know, But shucks, yeah. Let me think about that one a second.
Yeah, well, let's continue to fill airtime while you think.
Yeah.
I actually need to answer a question here in the chat. The answer, Graduate Gamer, is yes. I'm going to see if I can copy paste it. It doesn't format very well. Oh, it's too long. Okay. Let's take this out and do that. Is that short enough? No. How about that? No. Okay, I'm just going to delete until I can actually post it. There we go. So basically, looking at what you're looking at there, each gang box is like 35 to 40, depending on what's in it. The Bulls of Heaven's a little bit more because it has the Golem kit, which is a little bit more expensive because it's a kit.
It's two of them. You get two
Yep.
Golem kits. Two
Awesome.
Golem kits and...
Two Yeti
No,
kits.
sorry. Two Yetin kits and a Golem kit. Yeah.
Yeah.
For a total of 5 characters. And you can supplement that with any of the Ogre characters. I mean, if you want to buy more Yetin kits, knock yourself out. But you could definitely make your Ogres or make your Yetin like super buff. Or you can, like for example, grab Snapper from the Flaming Skulls and use her in your gang. She's a Yetin as well. So yeah, you could do all sorts of stuff, or at least the model, right? You don't have to make her Snapper.
One of the tiniest things that we argue about names of things a lot. I use argue in a loosest sense.
Yeah.
We're not arguing; we're just discussing. But I was relatively attached to. Ian was talking all about lore and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I loved the name that we had for our Eastern Empire until the China expert came in.
Oh yeah.
That kind of thing is like just sort of the random lore stuff that happened. Luckily, I have a background in classical archaeology, so anytime anything comes up that's Greek or Roman or sort of the rest of the Mediterranean, ancient Mediterranean related, I can kind of lay down what I feel like. But
what? Oh! I absolutely remember now. I'm still trying to find a way to fit this in, but remember when I suggested that we have a sort of what was it, like a children orphanages that sell wage slaves, right? It was
yes, a lot of the economic stuff.
Yeah, it was something like in the Undercity, like guilds will have entire orphanages. Like basically they'll find kids and they will train them in a certain way, and then when they're old enough, they will sell them to corporations, and because they're like fully trained, ready to go, in that particular skill or whatever. And I remember it wasn't because of any moral quandary, like there wasn't anybody saying like, "Hey, I don't like this. Please don't do this." It was just a group that was just like, economically, this doesn't make sense. It was just like,
look, we want people to feel really bad about wage slavery, okay?
Yeah, it was like me and Palmer were like really excited about this idea, and then like a couple of the people were just, no, that's not going to work. And they're like, no, you don't understand. Like, listen, it doesn't make sense. Like, if you have an already semi-educated workforce, this will all work itself out without your stupid slaves. And like, it's like, no, we need slave orphanages.
Hey,
I don't know.
I've written an entire script that I haven't recorded yet about that's basically an academic article comparing cyberpunk wage slavery to the system of slavery that existed in the ancient Mediterranean.
Yeah. So I think we could do it, but it just became very not fun to argue about. And I was like, this company can never be a place where we just don't want to go. We don't want to get together. We don't want to talk to each other. It has to be a place where we still like each other at the end of the day.
And that's the thing. We clearly got over it somewhat, but not totally.
Yeah.
Sorry if anybody goes back to watch this later and is offended.
I don't know.
We love you. It's fine.
It's not like that. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I just thought I'd better put it out there.
Yeah, but it's certainly that is to answer the question in as appropriate a way as possible. That was something that I felt very, very strongly about. I was very excited to start writing about, and we just couldn't convince the people that needed convincing.
Yeah, here's what I think. Let me make a live suggestion on Livestream. I think that if we put it in the past, it will work. If we're like, this is the way that they used to do it, or this is the way that they do it in the Siberia, still, like, I think that might fly through, and then at least we get to talk about it.
Yeah. Let's see. We got one. No, was it 100? No, one. I can't do maths. $1,246 left. All right. Let's see. Like we had something else. Somebody said, "What are the playable characters?" So the playable characters are essentially just named gangers. They're pre-made characters. You can make any of your gangers however you want them in Gangs of the Undercity. But named characters are ones that will exist in the game that you can just take and put right into your game without having to create them or anything like that. They'll have their stats, they'll have their abilities all preset. They'll probably have a little bit of a discount just to make them thematic. Et cetera, et cetera. So if you wanted to play, as Vengeance, for example, the leader of the Flaming Skulls, that will be an option. He'll be an option to be in your gang as the boss. So yeah, there will be a section at the end called Freebooters, and these will be characters that you can just slot into your gang, any gang that they meet the prerequisites for. So
Yeah.
when people have pledged at the Ukim tier, for example, and they want their character to be in the game, they will have the option of either making them part of an existing gang or making them freebooters. So that will be
something I wanted to comment based on that is, like, you've got your Flaming Skulls gang with the characters that we've named, and that's the base, the base template Flaming Skulls, mm-hmm. right? And you've got I can't remember the name, Char and Vengeance and Snapper and other names I don't recall right now, Singe. Mm-hmm. And so we've got those, like, that's your basic template. You can just pick that and you can use that, or you can do gang creation and you can say, my Flaming Skulls, even if you want to make it a faction of the Flaming Skulls, great. You want to make it, I have the rabid Panthers, and that's my gang, and they use the Flaming Skulls template. And guess what? The leader of the Rabid Panthers is the Snapper model, and her name is Samantha, and she's an ogre with a minigun. So you can, that's the kind of thing that you'll be able to do. You don't have to follow the, this mini is this character. There's just, like Opti said, I think there's a slight discount for doing it that way.
Yeah, a little bit. Just a very small. Like, you might get like a small little prowess bonus just for taking that character above, but it also might cost a little bit more. It'll just be more efficient, I guess, to take that one, not necessarily cheaper.
Yeah. So I think it's a fun way for us to keep, like, here's the canon list of, like, our version of this gang, but also for people to either use the template to make their own gang, because there's not just 5 or 10 of these gangs. There's a lot, or you can make like I said, a different faction of the same one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you'd be like Flaming Skulls West or whatever.
Yeah, just be like my Flaming Skulls faction has Singe is in charge,
or the Frozen Skeletons, which are not the same gang at all, but they are sort of like them. Yeah.
I think that's really the really interesting flexibility that gets put in with the way that we built the gang creation system, especially.
Yeah. Yep. All right. What else have we got? Half-baked ideas, great. Piece of lore, got that one.
Mm-hmm. Someone wants to know why they can't grow a beard as well as you.
Oh well, he's a very attractive man, so he's just trying to make me feel good. Sounds like an opponent's become Rusty lead guitar. When does the /fic get published? If you follow Rusty Zimmerman's Patreon, he will write you /fic about whatever you want. So if you want some Gangs of the Undercity /fic, then go support Rusty Zimmerman's Patreon and you'll get it. What was one of the, William says, what was one of the hardest ways to change your thinking in making this game get going? For me, it was letting go of creative control. One of the best ideas, which was grit, which is now the basic building block of a Gangs of the Undercity game, came about because I left the country for 2 weeks and I came back and two of my folks had rewritten the rules for something, and I went, oh my guys, I can't even, like, I don't even understand these rules anymore. And they were like, here's what we're gonna do, and I was like, that's really good. Like, that's really brilliant. And but it was hard to let go. It's hard to take something that you created and then to let other people like mess with it, and they have as much say as you do. Like, you can't say stop doing that. Like, that's not the way our company works. It everybody has to agree. And so it was just like, they've done this while I was away because I told them they could. And like they did it better, but like I'm still having these weird feelings of like, but I wasn't there. I wasn't involved. I didn't, So like learning to let go and learning to delegate and let other people do the things that they can do. The things, if I were to try to do everything, it would not only not get done, but it would suck. And that was a hard lesson. Like that, understanding that hurt my feelings. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I want to be that guy that can do everything, and I cannot do it. I can't do everything in this company, and that still messes with my mind. But that's the way it is.
It's the thing. Like, one person can write a role-playing game. One person cannot make a minis game. I think that is a lesson that we have learned.
Yeah.
One person. I think one person can do logistics. One person can do different parts, but it takes a team to do this kind of project. I think for me the hardest thing was the opposite, which was taking ownership rather than giving it up, especially on something like I am not a minis game player or fancier or anything like that, so it was difficult for me, especially I came on to talk about lore and do that kind of stuff, but I sort of was stuck in the mindset of, well, Opti is in charge and he is going to give me an assignment of something that he would like for me to think about, and that was sort of harder to just say, okay, no, we are all equal. I just need to spout some ideas. And then when it came to like the minis game part, I was like, I don't know anything about this. I'll just stay out of it. But then you get to the point in an organization, in quotation marks, like this. Well, it's an organization.
We are loosely organized.
Well, you get to the point where some things need to be more organized, and someone needs to do the organizing. And because there's no one in charge, no one's going to tell folks to get organized. And no one's going to say, hey, what's happening next? When's the next meeting? Unless someone chooses to do it.
Yeah. I've had many people tell me, Opti, you're the leader. You have to do this. And like, that's a weird thing because that's not my normal way of operating, right?
Yeah.
But when you have something that needs to be done, I have to keep telling myself that that leaders aren't rulers, right? Like, it's okay for somebody to have a role in making a final decision. I mean, I'm not coercing anybody. I'm not ruining anybody's life. I'm not in control of anybody. But for this project, somebody has to be the one that says, okay, we're done with this, move on. And I've had multiple people say, Opti, that's you. You're going to have to do that. If you don't, nobody will. And like, I hate that, but that's true. Yeah. And that's been a hard lesson for me to learn.
Well, and that's something like, a project like this doesn't work without a project manager. And that is, the same as you need an art director, the same as you need, sometimes you need a single point of contact who is the person that can be the decider. When we can try and have a vote, but who breaks the tie on the vote?
Right.
So there's always got to be somebody who is leading things. And that, like I was saying about myself, like I came in and, I'm like, I don't know minis or anything like that. I'm just going to not get involved in these mechanics things. But I got to the point where I saw a space where where I could help out by basically when people were saying a bunch of things like they had done this work, sometimes somebody just needs to come in and say, awesome, great, you're doing it, fantastic job, and I can do that. And other times you need somebody to come in and say, okay, but what does that mean? Like, get down to the essential of what you've been talking back and forth for an hour on Discord. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of information in there, but not a lot of, okay, here's what we do. Somebody tell me what it is that we need to do. Or even like another thing that I started doing was, if things seem slow, I just come in and say, okay, guys, what's the next step? What do we do?
Yeah, Palmer is chief motivational officer for sure.
I can't do any of those things. I can't write the rules for Grit while Opti's gone for 2 weeks. But I can come in a few days into it and be like, all right, well, Opti's away. What's happening while he's gone? What's going on?
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna bring Mr. Johnson back, but we're gonna keep you on as well, all right, Palmer. So cool. Stand by, everybody. You're probably gonna hear me, but it might take a second to get everybody else on the same page because Discord is what it is. So I'm going to hang up this call with you, Palmer, and then rejoin with everybody else. You guys can still hear me, so you know what's going on. Now we're going to start this video call, and I'm going to have to readjust my Discord action. So there we go. Let's move Cliff over here. Now you guys talk for just a tick while I get all these.
Yeah, we can. If our audio's there, I can fill up airspace as much as you like. How you doing, Cliff?
Yep, doing well. How are you?
Doing all right. I was distracted from watching the live stream. I was telling Opti earlier I was doing some GMing, so I was busy with that. But now I have returned and have been filling up airspace ever since.
What were you GMing?
Actually, D&D. Yeah, my sister and brother-in-law live out of town and picked up D&D this year, and I was like, hey, I haven't played the current edition, but I can GM anything, as long as it's similar enough. Give me some time. And so I never read the rules at all. I just GM'd a session. They had their rules, they had their characters. I just said, all right, give me a monster manual. Let's run some game, and I did, and it was fun. And so we just decided to keep it going.
Cool. I don't play D&D too often, but I've been playing it at home with my wife and kiddos.
Yeah. I think I heard that earlier, yeah.
Vox or Courtney has been actually doing the DMing, and Let's see.
Awesome.
I play a halfling druid named Toadston Ladletop, and my youngest son plays Marco Carpenter, a warrior or fighter with a big hammer, and then my eldest son plays Crawford, who's like a weird cleric, but dresses like a plague doctor.
Why not? Sounds like a lot of fun. It's the thing with D&D is it's just so prevalent, right? So it sort of becomes accessible for new people entering. Even like, when I have to explain like what I'm doing tonight to people, it's sort of just like, yeah, it's like it's like a game with like little dudes and stuff, But if you're just like, if I'm making an RPG and I'm like, I'm just gonna like play like a D&D type game, but it's like this, it's become a shortcut, right? It's something that people actually have heard of, that people know D&D more than they do role-playing game.
Yeah, and ultimately that's a thing that I'd rather see change rather than reinforced. And
Fair enough.
To that end, I kind of like to aim that way, but I'm also going to play the role-playing game my kids say they want to play when we ask them what game should we play. So,
yeah,
it's fun. I like it. I want there to be more room for more games, but I'm glad it exists. I have some issues with some of the company-related things.
Yeah, I mean,
let's stay positive about our
right now.
we
we are on Twitter together, and I think we share opinions. So let's move on.
Let's answer this question from Tim, who says, "How interchangeable will the mechanics be between Undercity and the RPG?" There's concepts that are going to be similar, right? So concepts of like species not being all the same, but having different variations within them, or having things like grit or something that's not necessarily directly combat related, but affecting you in various ways. Like those things will carry on. But no, the mechanics themselves will not be similar at all. The attributes, I think, might be. So we're going to have brawn.
Similar, not identical.
I don't remember if we have prowess or not. Yeah, but like, it shouldn't be too bad. Hey, baby.
Hi.
My baby is back from her socially distanced girls' nights.
Kathy sent this for you.
And I've been gifted with. You can't see
blended. Something blended.
It's beer cheese.
Oh.
I don't know what beer cheese is.
Some blended.
It's a very Wisconsin thing, actually.
You can say who made it.
It's my friends have a company called Blended Family, and they make all sorts of like.
Just taste it, and I'm taking it back.
God, that smells delicious. Should I?
Just off the lid.
I mean.
Oh my God, that's delicious. Okay, well, it needs to go away now before I devour it on. Oh, look at that. I didn't
on public TV.
It's
you have
not.
hand sanitizer?
No, I have it, but I didn't get that on very good. So be careful.
Okay. Hi, Cliff.
Don't watch me lick from my hand.
Hello. Is that Christina?
Yes, that is my wife. Look at
Hi,
everybody.
Christina.
It's my beautiful wife. When you support Fragging Unicorns, you are supporting my beautiful wife as well. I love you, baby.
Okay, I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay, have a good night.
Yeah.
All right, back to sci-fi. Right. Damien knows I cannot go any stream without eating on the stream. I bring food to live panels. That's true. I think it's like a defense mechanism, or what is it called? A soothing mechanism. Where it's like I got to do something in front of people. Give me some food quick. Makes me feel at home. Yeah. What are you doing this weekend? Playing a D&D game called Shadowrun. That's good. Devour away. Yeah. It's beer cheese. It almost looked like hummus, but it was delicious. I don't know what beer cheese is. What do you use beer cheese on, Wisconsin folk?
Beer cheese soup, or you make like a sauce, you dip your pretzels in.
Oh, yeah, that would be delicious. Yeah.
Super good.
That's exactly what I want to do now. Is I want to dip my pretzels in that.
I want some pretzels now. Look what you've done.
All right, look, we
so-
are at the 1 hour mark before the end of the campaign.
All right.
How crazy would it be to get up to 62,000? Should I make another post with
Yeah.
1 hour left? You guys talk
Do
then
it.
while I make another post.
Sure
well,
thing.
I will say that I have now relaunched the stream on the Shadowcasters Network Twitch channel. So if you are joining us on Twitch, actually you should join the party on YouTube. The Franken Unicorns YouTube channel, where we're having a live stream to close out the Gangs of the Undercity Kickstarter campaign. It's a finale. We're in the last hour. It's over 5 times the original goal, 611 backers, 58 minutes to go, and we have stretch goals yet to meet. So
This next one actually would be really cool.
yeah, the next
Jax
one
the Satyr would be just super dope.
Yeah, Satyr model who is a lead guitarist in a gang.
Don't you want a lead guitarist Satyr model?
Chances are, if you're listening, you've already done your part
Yeah, that's
monetarily. Now, please spread the word and see if you can rope in some other friends to go ahead and back the Kickstarter as well, and have a chance to get some awesome cyberpunk and/or fantasy miniatures. So there.
That was pretty good. That filled a lot of good space. Opti's
Yeah.
not done though. You got distracted by your amazing pitch.
I did. I had to jump in.
So, yeah, Palmer and I are sort of like occupying the same square on the right on my Twitch stream thing. I hope it doesn't look too weird, but I didn't want to set up a whole different overlay.
No, don't worry about it.
Looks,
As long as everyone can hear me.
oh yeah, I see Opti came up with a better lo-fi solution. So,
Let's see. Power here.
I will say that, I was just going to say it's not that hard to make pretzels at home. It's pretty easy. You do need a lot of baking soda though.
You would, yeah, to make sure you get the right consistency. Joshua says Satyr is one of his end goals. What I'm interested in is, based on what I've seen, sort of in the front is the Satyr. They're are they a subtype of?
No.
No. So
Now
they're,
I will say this. I don't want to spoil anything, and I probably shouldn't say this. I probably shouldn't. We have a really interesting origin of satyrs that we've been toying around with. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to be good this time and not say it because I don't want to spoil this. Yeah, but it's really it's not. What we've been talking about is some maybe alternate origins for some of the older species, right? So maybe like minotaurs did not come from such an awful story, right? We don't want, and I don't know if you know the story, the Greek story, the Minotaur it's basically like a rapey bestiality story, and nobody really wants their entire species to be to carry that weight around. So we thought, what if we change that a little bit, right? Like maybe change that story to make that story more subversive, or maybe we just give them a totally different origin story to make them a little bit more honorable or whatever, right? So maybe that story in Greece happened, but maybe it happened reverse, right? So maybe a Minotaur was trapped, and forced into a dungeon instead of the weird story that had happened. And I have a really, really cool story for satyrs that me and Rusty discussed on the way back home from Gen Con a year ago. And it involves goats and religion, but I'll keep it there. I'll keep it there because it's really awesome and it's really cool and really flavorful, but it still needs to be run by some sensitivity readers before I step in it and release it. Yeah, and release it out in the world. But it's really cool, and I want to share about it, but I won't.
Let me talk about Minotaurs for a second, then, because that's one of the things that I'm interested to see down the line. Since we're sort of in the last hour here, that's something that we're going to probably have in a future expansion. is Minotaur models. Fingers crossed.
Mm-hmm.
They exist in the world. Whether they will exist in gangs, down the line for sure.
There is a Minotaur in the lore for the Bulls of Heaven.
Yes, so that is. I don't know if it's going to get published with a Minotaur in there or not, but either way, there is a Minotaur that is a member of the Bulls of Heaven, and it's like it's a fun adoption sort of story where this There's also in the lore, there's close ties between those particular species. The Minotaur are sort of, Central Asian plains dwellers, which makes a lot more sense for a bovine humanoid population instead of the Greek islands, where this doesn't make as much sense. So just sort of small stuff like that we're working on. I'm pretty excited to see what happens. There's a lot of chat movement, but nothing that needs addressing, I don't think. Unless we want to have mini-tars, which was mentioned.
Mini-tars?
I suppose they're just little.
I don't think we have any of those.
I don't believe so either. Anyone have any?
Zane Powell over on the Twitch side just says, hey, congratulations on a successful Kickstarter.
Thank you. That was very sweet.
With a couple of emojis I can't quite figure out what they are. I think one is a smiling Doge face, and the other one is some guy giving a thumbs up.
Nice. We'll take it.
Corey on YouTube just says sprites or pixies, which I assume is a question for us to address. Are there anything resembling those types of creatures?
Yes, asterisk.
Do you need me to speak to it, or are you trying to
do it?
Or trying to figure out what to say? Pixies, I don't know. I don't have anything in my head. Sprites, I think were
like as expressions of the Fae, if that helps.
Okay.
Palmer.
So the sprites I can speak to, they're basically a type of nature spirit of a certain power level, right? You might just call them. They're all the same thing, just based on how strong they express. They might have a different name in the world. So you might have a sprite that's inhabiting a particular pond or river, something like that, and it's a water spirit like many others, but it just happens to be called that based on its we'll say domain. Maximilian asks, what are your long-term hopes for Fragging Unicorns games?
I'd like us to be solvent and to be able to give some people, if not careers, at least help. I'd like to be able to help people, employ people with what we're doing. I want to do our part in changing the nature of the industry in from something that is predatory into something that is life-giving for people who participate in it. I want to be good to people. That's it. To have something long term that we can all be proud of, that is a force for good instead of a force that takes advantage of people. So to be able to have people play our games long term and know that when they're playing our games, they're playing something that is wholesome and something that is a product of people that care about them as players, not just as people giving them money. That's the goal. And then to along the way provide money and a living and shelter for creators and creative people that want to be a part of it. That's it.
Good answer. I think that's important to all of us, right? Is being able to make something that is not going to slowly lose our values over time, or to have a company that or to have created a model that slowly forces us to make the choices that we don't want to make. I think we would rather be like, nope, Fragment Unicorns is over, rather than to sell out, as it were.
Absolutely. Everybody feels that way. We'd rather end the whole thing than sell out. Now, we're not against money. We'll take money and we'll do awfully whorish things. For me personally, speaking, like I will do lots of undignified things for money. But what we won't do is try to hurt other people. We won't take other people's money and do bad things with it. And but yeah, I mean, like I will do all sorts of undignified things for money because I know I can use that to help other people. How much more do we need?
I don't know here.
1,246.
46.
Next goal to get the Satyr. 48 minutes to go.
We're so close.
I've not seen the new remove on that for a while.
Yeah, I think is there anybody in the chat who has a friend who hasn't backed the Kickstarter? Go send them a text right now.
St. Pal on the Twitch side is asking about events at Gen Con next year.
Yes.
I remember much earlier you were mentioning all sorts of con stuff. Adepticon, Origins, and Gen Con were the three I remember you mentioning.
Yep.
Hopefully those can exist safely.
That's the hope.
2021.
Yeah. That is
I'm
absolutely
a
the
lot less
hope.
optimistic about that than I would have been even a month ago. But
yeah, it's
stay positive. Let's stay positive.
For a 100% sure, if it's possible, Origins and Gen Con, and then we will have the big event at Gen Con. And I'd like to make Adepticon as well. I might have to just send some people, some of our demo agents there myself if I can't go myself. But if it's possible and if it's safe, like Cliff was saying, then we absolutely want to do all three and be represented. I would love to do this really cool big event at Gen Con, have lots of cool terrain set up and have lots of people playing, lots of cool storyline stuff going on, and have people like dressed up like one of the characters, like, man, that stuff would be so freaking cool. And then
I'm down for that.
Have people
definitely
play
I
testing
definitely know someone-
version, blah 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 blah. So yeah,
I know someone who will be Char in a heartbeat if they're able to make it. So,
that'd be so cool.
the voice of Char would love to cosplay Char.
That would be so cool.
So, anybody who's familiar with the Shadowcasters Network would know Scrim. So, and she did the voice of Char for the Undercity audio drama, and she has said to me that she would wear that outfit if the opportunity presents itself.
All right, we got a little bit of bump. Let's see if we can't get a little bit more bump. I'm gonna spam social media. People are gonna be so sick of me here in a minute.
If I try to do that, I'm gonna end up in the same place.
Wait a minute, we went down. They maybe already got sick of me. They're like, oh, thanks for reminding me. We have an hour left to cancel my $30 pledge, you jackass. But it's okay. We forgive you. We know that life happens.
Stuff happens. That's for sure. Like
I was gonna post an update, but then I was like, "How much is? Wait, it's more than." I don't want to post that update. But yeah, it's a small amount of money. That's okay. But we're still time. There's still time.
All good.
But let me just take this moment to address the chat. Oh, look, everybody was talking and I wasn't paying attention. I should have said. I'll tell Christina you said hi, Josh. Thank you. What's the difference between a centaur and okay.
There's a bunch of, you go past all that.
Okay. So Josh, I see. Josh is the one asking about a Min Centaur. So in our D&D game where I met Josh, I mean, technically he was in one of my classes in grad school, but we really met playing Dungeons & Dragons. the way we got him to play in the game was we said like, hey, do you want to come play D&D with us? And he says, not really, unless I can be a minotaur crossed with a centaur. And we're like, that's not really a thing. But they were like, you know what? Like, who cares? Why can't it be a thing? So we were like, what do we call that? And he's like, a min centaur. And I was like, of course not. It's a sea minotaur. And so that was the joke. He kept calling it a min centaur, and I kept calling it a sea minotaur. And I thought that was fucking hilarious. And so yeah, his character Ravpos ended the game as some sort of deity of creatures. Anyway, we had a really great time during that game. Awesome. Let's see. Would I rather have 100 duck-sized centaurs or one centaur-sized duck? Clearly, the centaur-sized duck. Followers of a forgotten god of you. Wow. Bold move. Duck-sized. Okay.
That part goes on for a bit.
Yeah. High train.
I've never been to Adepticon before.
Oh, Nick, you're gonna do Adepticon with Casey? That would be cool. If you want to rep Gangs of the Undercity while you're there, let me know. And Eric, if you go to Adepticon, I'll see you there. The person who pulled out was Fragged Unicorn Sucks for Twitter. You want to know a secret? Fragged Unicorn Sucks is me. Because I figured, like Steve Martin taught me, if I poke fun of myself, then everybody else's fun poking won't hurt. And that's generally been the case. People can say all sorts of weird stuff on the internet, and I just want to be like, yeah, I agree with you. They suck. Oh, really? Yeah, we suck. But also, here's $60,000. So $60,000 helps.
It helps all sorts of sore feelings.
Yeah. So let me just say to everybody that's paying attention, everybody here on the chat, this has been such an incredible experience for all of us. We're constantly yes, I mentioned earlier it's been a little stressful just because it's Kickstarter and you're putting yourself out there, but all of us and all of the team have been so incredibly overwhelmed by how gracious and how neat you guys have been. We have not experienced any negativity. We have not experienced anybody being rude and awful and hateful. We have really, really, really appreciated everything that you've said to us. Even the stuff that was a criticism was meant to help us, and we were able to address and get better from that. So thank you, everybody, for being here with us, especially everybody who pledged on day one because you trusted us, and then everybody who's pledged along the way because you've seen, what we're doing and you believe in what we're doing. So thank you. I don't think I can say thank you enough. You guys have been so incredible, and we are tremendously blessed to have you all in our lives. And we look forward to getting to know those of you that we don't know, and we look forward to being able to meet those who we don't know and hang out more with the people that we do know. The more things change, sometimes they change without changing. That was stupid. I was trying to reference this episode of Community that I saw last night, and it was like this weird ramble at the end where the guy just started talking in things that sounded wise, but they were really just circular, weird things to say. And in my head, I started going down that direction, and then I realized I wasn't going to be able to pull it off, so I pulled out.
That's best.
You're welcome.
Let me just say, I love how earnest you are, and I love that all these other people get to see it. Thank you.
Yes, it's something that I value a lot, of being authentic and being real. So I guess I kind of got to do that, or else I'd be a hypocrite. Josh writes D&D adventures. I didn't know you were actually writing D&D adventures, or are you just saying you were DMing? I know you were running some D&D stuff up in your town, Josh. That's cool. Damien, was that a secret? What a secret?
About Fragging Unicorn Sex.
It was a really badly kept secret. 2 people asked me about it on the Twitter feed, and I told them. So it's a really poorly kept secret. Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's see if that guy came back. No, he didn't come back.
Oh.
Looks like we have 40 minutes to break past the 60,699 barrier. I think we can do it.
And what our next goal is 62, right?
62, yeah. Jax, the cyberpunk lead guitarist, satyr.
In theory.
I'm tempted to back myself just to... I would do that, except Kickstarter would take 10% of that. That would be worthless. Maybe my contribution will be in the backer kit. I will donate, and we will get Jax, the cyberpunk satyr, whether or not... No, I can't say that. If I say that right now, then nobody will back it. Nobody will...
No, it's got to be unlocked, or it's going to be months and months and
it's going to be so long before...
I'm not even. You sound like you're being sarcastic. I'm not. Because I will hold you to it. We gotta follow our.
You've heard it here. Palmer is going to stop you from getting Jax if we don't unlock it in the Kickstarter.
I am going to delay.
He'll put his foot down.
Because otherwise, he will
stonewall.
Because I have a lot of power that way. Mr. Johnson knows.
So here's a funny thing. KickTrack, which monitors Kickstarter progresses, told us on the first day that we were scheduled to make $2 million on this Kickstarter, and they have slowly, come down. So now they are at reality. Now they are saying that we are trending towards 60,754, which was where which was at our current level when they last updated it. So
right. Well, we still have
at the
we
end
have 40 minutes to prove them wrong.
Here at the end, they have become more right than ever. 40 minutes. Everyone sell a kidney. I'm on board. No, don't sell your kidney. If any, I would sell minis to help you not sell a kidney.
What would be the procedure for selling a kidney if I wanted to anyway? I just don't know how to go about doing that, and it would certainly take me longer than 37 minutes.
One night in Bangkok. Yeah, that's what we do. We go to Bangkok and say, I want to give you my kidney. And they would gladly help you. That's what I've heard, anyway. I can't remember. I heard a story about somebody in Bangkok getting kidnapped and waking up with one of their kidneys missing, and I can't remember if it was a fake story or if somebody actually told me that story. I remember being so engaged, like, oh my gosh, really? And I can't remember if there was like one of those stories where at the end, like, there was like this joke, or if it was like a real story. Yeah, Nick, it is very easy to project at the end. So if there's only 2 minutes left, you've got a pretty decent chance of saying how much they're going to make. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know. I suppose I could have done more outreach online, but I think what most other huge Kickstarters have is that they paid a lot of money to influencers. Like, I have a friend who did a Kickstarter, and they happened to just have a product that an influencer was already sort of eyeballing, and so the influencer allowed them to have a little pitch on their show, and like millions of people watched the show, and they were able to fund this huge amount, even though they had done much less groundwork than we had. And my stomach got really sour every time I thought about paying people $1,000 just to have them give me a minute or two of airtime on their show. Like, that just seemed really gross to me. So yeah, I don't know, maybe with Subversion, when we launched that, might be a little easier to get the product out to influencers ahead of time. So maybe we could do that, but yeah, I don't know what we could have done besides what we've done, unless I was just on social media 24 hours a day. So I think we've done pretty good.
Yeah. Even then, there's only so much. There's only so much saturation that people can handle. Yeah. Unless you get lucky, you get picked up by the right the right retweet in the right spot at the right time where it happens to hit the right people. There's an element of luck to it. I think that we did the best that we could.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, we started the day off at 54 or something, and so we've covered a lot of ground. So that's like $6,000 of more pledges. So I think I'm going to be. Yeah. Hey, you know what? F you, Kick Track, because that morning you said that we were on track to 56. We already proved you wrong. You guys don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, we got like 35 minutes left. What should we do? Okay, so you guys are hardcore. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to show you.
I don't know if he's talking to the viewers or to us, Cliff.
If I share my screen, go live. Is that okay? I don't really want that. Okay, so we're gonna stop streaming.
No.
All right, I'm gonna switch off real quick and grab a screeny of. Well, I guess Cliff gets to stay. Arts and minis. I'm gonna open that.
All right, guys. Super secret stuff coming up.
Yeah, this is secret
If you
stuff.
are hanging out on Twitch, if you want to see this correctly, hop over to the YouTube channel. I'll post a link in the chat.
All right, back. So I'm going to show you a work in progress of our Yettins. And I didn't want to do this earlier because it is not... We've requested some changes to it, and it's not going to look like this. This is a work in progress. It still has work to be done, but it also does not reflect what it's going to end up being after the feedback we've given. But I do want to show it to you because it's basically the only thing I can give you that's gonna be any more revealing. I think that's cool. Actually, I did something else too. I can show you, but we'll stop here. Let's see. So this is a work in progress of our Yettin. Oh, that's a little bit skewed anyway, isn't it? There we go. So I'm going to cover up Palmer's face since he's the Yettin guy anyway.
No worries.
So this is our Yettin. That is what we, that's a little funny story we could tell about not naming things silly things. But yeah, this is our Yettin. So imagine, the waist and the hips are going to be changing. There's going to be clothes on him instead of just a long... Somebody said that looked like a penis.
That's what I was just thinking.
And it kind of does. So that's gonna actually be replaced with pants.
Yeah,
the Yettins are gonna have pants.
Maybe a kilt at least.
Yeah. Oh, kilt. That's not a bad idea.
That actually is. I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I bet we could have, well, since it's a Yettin kit, I bet, how about one with pants and one with a kilt? That way, if you want to have like a traditional feminine looking Yettin, you can. That's cool. It's a good idea. So there's going to be more hair or more fur on the pectorals. The hands are going to be a little bit more feral, right? At least some. So yeah, like the whole
loincloth.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Especially from that one angle.
I didn't notice it until somebody said something, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't notice he was a well-endowed Yettin." But I guess now that you say that, so yeah, I don't know. But certainly he'll either have pants or a kilt, because they're not. And the feedback is they're not savages, right? Like they're not. They're furry and they're hairy and they're in touch with. They have become civilized. They've become more traditionally civilized later than most others did because they didn't have to, right? Like they were really good predators, and so like their lifestyle was able to go on in non-civilized areas, far longer than other species, but they're not stupid, and they're not bestial, like in an uncontrolled way. They're just bigger and hairier in general. So we do anyway. This is what they're going to look like, but not really what they're going to look like. Their proportions are going to be different. The clothing and the hair are going to be different. Blah blah blah. And even that's a bugbear head, not a yeti or a Sasquatch head. So even that's going to be a little bit different, especially like the way it connects to the neck. And we're probably going to have two different torsos and two different sets of legs, so that you can make and we're going to have 6 total arms, so 3 right arms and 3 left arms, so that you can make this Yetin however you want to. That one arm right there has on it what we're calling a hammer cannon, and we just decided on the name hammer cannon. What was it? Just maybe yesterday, right? Yeah, it was just no, it was 2 days ago. And one of the things that we were talking about in regards to creating and being creative was you don't want to. Was it you, James, who had?
Yeah, never ever put a placeholder name saying, "Oh, I'll come back to that once I come up with a cool name."
Yeah,
Stop.
don't have silly names for things that you're going to change later, because you will find yourself using that silly name, and you won't be able to get rid of it. And you'll write it in your fiction accidentally, and you'll feel stupid.
Or you'll just be like, "Well, I guess that's what it's called."
Yeah, because your stupid sounding name will start to sound normal to you over time. So this is the hammer cannon. And it's not because it throws hammers. It's because it's made by Hammurabi Arms, and so they called it the Hammurabi cannon, which got shortened to the Hammer cannon, which then became colloquially the hammer cannon. But what we were calling it from literally the first day we made weapons in this game, we have been calling it a troll cannon, a troll gun, for forever. We don't even necessarily have trolls yet in the game. We've talked about it, but we've never actually done anything with trolls. And there's no reason that it would be called a troll gun, and troll gun's a stupid name because there's nothing trollish about it. But we've been calling that from the beginning. We finally said, we cannot keep calling this a troll gun. Let's solve this right now. So we came up with a name for it. It's the hammer cannon. So that's funny. That's your final preview of the night. Unless you wanted to see, have I shared the sword for the assassin yet?
On somewhere, Twitter.
I don't know.
I lose track of what's public and what I have seen.
Okay, so this is the assassin model. Actually, all of the Shadowcast will have one of these crease swords. I think they're called crease. Is that how you pronounce that? But anyway, the curvy bladed swords with the sort of small handles, thin handles. They are Indonesian in origin, and the Shadowcast has its origins in Indonesia. Way back when, of course. Deep lore type stuff. But so every Shadowcast member has a crease that has been passed down from a previous Shadowcast member. So the assassin models will have these creases as well, but they also will have the, if you don't want them to have creases and be a part of the Shadowcast, you can give them something else as well. But yeah, that's a preview. The assassin model is being worked on right now. You know what? Actually, I can do whatever I want, right? So,
yep.
I'll show you. This is not the model, but we were brainstorming some poses for what the model might look like. So I will let you in on a possible pose or what it might look like. Let's see. What are we down to? We got less than 30 minutes, folks. How exciting.
It's a lot exciting.
All right, so this guy here. Oh, his head's cut off. And I trust that Mr. Johnson and Palmer keep me abreast of anything I need to know from chat. So this is not one of our models. I really like this model a lot, actually. But this is not one of our models. But we were talking about the pose for the assassin model, and this is sort of the pose that I saw for the assassin model. What I like about this model is actually it does have a lot of similarities for what our assassin and shadowcast might end up looking like, albeit with a few like sort of modern and cyberpunk additions to it. But the idea is that the shadowcast and thus the assassins come from Indonesia, so they're always going to have a sort of vestigial fashion from where they came from, just like everybody else, like, you know, top hats and ties, right? Like there's no reason why we wear these stuff anymore, but it's a vestige from what used to be, you know, status. The Shadowcast are going to have these vestigial status marks from Indonesia and their culture back then. Weird note, in our world, Indonesia is one of the only places that is largely left untouched by Babylon and Babylonian culture. They were doing their own thing. We kind of left them alone. So Indonesian culture in our world is actually very close to what Indonesian culture is today, because we left them hell alone. So yeah, that's what it might be like with the arms. You're able to customize, so you'll be able to move the arms, you know, in different positions, but they will have some sort of 3 different heads for the assassin model. A covered up head, which I again, I really like this model. If I could just rip it off and alter it, I would. But a covered head model that sort of, you know, is just the eyes, and then you'd have a male model head, not like a male model, but a male head for the model and a female head for the model. And the rest of it would be sort of armored in certain places so that it wouldn't necessarily be a male or female model. But yeah, I think that's all I think it's all I have to show. We're all out. We're fresh out of cool stuff to reveal.
Did you show all your maps?
I think I showed off a map when I was talking to Ian.
I think you had I briefly saw the city map up, I think.
Yeah, let me grab it.
I mean, I don't want you to repeat yourself or anything.
Oh no, I mean, like, I don't know how many people were actually there at that time. So this image is a rough draft. I mean, like just first draft this week, and I was actually supposed to have a conversation about it, but time got away from me today. So this is a very rough Undercity map. The square there is the base of the Great Ziggurat. So this Great Ziggurat goes all the way up to Neo-Babylon, to the upper city, and the base of it, if you can imagine, is sort of porous on the very bottom. Lots of like support structures, but then there's like, you know, tunnels and all sorts of entrances and you know, all sorts of ways to get in, because before this was Neo-Babylon, right? In about 150 years ago or 200 years ago in our lore, this was Neo-Babylon, and this ziggurat kept getting built onto and built onto and built onto, and was the primary like marketplace. It was just basically everything, right? Like the life revolved around the ziggurat in Neo-Babylon. But to give you an idea of the scale, like, you know, that ziggurat right there, the base of it, and what it had become over the last 200 years is probably the size of a city, right? Like a smaller city somewhere else. And the Undercity just sort of sprawls out everywhere else.
A couple questions have come in. Can you show us the satyr? And another person that's from Jimmy Cox, and Brad is asking, did you show any of the female dwarves?
We do not have art for the satyr, and we do not have art for the female dwarfs. No concept art, no nothing. So we'd have to start from scratch. Now, I can show you. I can show you what my what am I trying to say? My
Art notes.
Art notes. Yeah, thank you. I can show you what I gave the concept artist for the Satyr, which would be kind of fun. So let me find.
Yeah, let's. We could talk. I don't know if did you talk about the process at all?
Yeah, that was one of the first things we talked about. But that was like 8 hours ago, so we could talk about this again. So I'll show you what I give to the concept artist, and then we can discuss it. So let's see, Gangs of the Undercity. This will change a little bit because it's for Jax. Originally, it was going to be just for a magic user, a magic user freebooter. But then the Heteroi came about, and we decided to go that direction with the Satyr instead. So what was it? It was gang notes. Nope, that's not right. I forgot where I put stuff. My organization is failing me.
That's it. Don't worry. We'll take a minute. We've got 18 minutes left.
18 minutes. Gang notes. Nope. What the hell? It should be under gang notes, but it's not. Oh, because I'm looking for image files. I see. Let me look in my normal folder. And I just accidentally opened up Audacity.
I don't know why it is, but when I accidentally launch a program I don't want to, it's almost always Audacity.
Do you have it in your toolbar?
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Yeah. We're just filling our time while you're doing that. I honestly also that or I use Notepad++, and they are right next to each other on my quick bar. So just that location must be where I accidentally click a lot.
So what's Notepad++?
It's basically a more robust version of just regular old Notepad for text editing. It's got line controls and it can do columns, and mostly used for people who are either reading code or writing code.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just a free program. I got used to using it because of my day job, and now I just want to always have those functions whenever I look at text documents. So it's just a little nicer for me.
I think just for whatever reason, I think just simplicity's sake, and maybe for ease of copying and pasting into whatever else it needs to go to, I've just kind of made Notepad my just standard word processor tool.
Right, so this is the basic anatomy that we've discussed for the Satyr to have, and how the clothing, when Jax wears clothing, what it might look like. But that's only just one of the things. When I submitted this, it was actually for the Shadowcast, a freebooter associated with the Shadowcast. But this is actually further what we've talked about. And it's sort of... Go ahead.
Quick dwarf related question. Do the female dwarves have beards or no?
There are some female dwarves that have beards, but it's not essentialist. Dwarfs aren't gender essentialists necessarily, so you have female dwarfs that some of them have beards. They're generally more hairy than humans, but you have other female dwarfs that don't have beards. You have human women who have beards. So we're not... It doesn't matter, but I think if we make the dwarf models, it won't be the joke, right? Like, you won't have the bearded female dwarf. That won't be like what's funny about them. They'll be a probably fairly traditionally attractive woman who happens to have dwarf stature. Is kind of what you would probably expect from a dwarf model. But yeah, this is the different concept type things that we've talked about for the Seder. I really personally like the one with the Mohawk. I think that would be fun. But also, I really like the one all the way on the right that has a sort of scarred face. Not that would be a great fit for Jax, but yeah, these are the kind of things that we've discussed. But we haven't got any concept art for them yet, so these are not our drawings. This is just sort of the art notes that I had given to the concept artist. So after I give that to concept artist, they'll come back with some sketches and say like, "Hey, is this kind of what you're thinking?" And I say yes or no, and we would go back and forth until there's something we're happy with, and then they sort of move it on to the next level of concept art. Once it's all finished, once we like, what it looks like, then I will take that and send it to the sculptor, and the sculptor will, do their thing, and we'll go back and forth about that until we're both pretty happy with that. Once I'm happy with it, and once we've got the invoice paid and all that kind of stuff, then I will get the STL file from the sculptor, in this case Kieran, and then we will go to our miniatures manufacturer, who is Fortress Miniatures, and they will take that STL and they will start cutting it up in ways that make sense, right? So if you have to have two pieces, they don't cut it in the middle of a muscle, for example. They'll try to cut it where a piece of clothing might be, right? So that the disconnect, and the gluing process doesn't make a gap that is noticeable. That's what they're really good at. Like Fortress Miniatures has been really, really good at this. Fortress Figures, I think, are not Fortress Miniatures. But once they do that, they will send me a prototype, and if I like the prototype, then I will send it back, and then they will make the metal molds for those, and then we're ready to go. We can push print whenever we want to. And we have all the minis for from Flaming Skulls, all the minis from the Valkyrs, and 3 of the Logic minis. The molds are already made, and we can push print on those whenever we want to, which is why we keep being confident in our ability to make the December goal. What were you saying, Cliff?
I was going to say someone just could not stand it seeing that sitting there at 60699 up there pledged by $1. So thank you, whoever you are.
It was me. I just could not handle it any longer.
I thought it might be you. Sounds like something you would do.
Oh, it was. Nope. It just had to go up that to an even number. If it was gonna, if we have 11 minutes left, and we're not gonna get up to the next goal, or we're not gonna get another backer, I don't know, but at least it'll be even.
So, quick question: if you're an early bird pledge on a tier, and then you change your pledge by increasing it or something, does that screw up your early bird status?
Nope.
Okay. Good to know.
That is my case in particular. I just increased it by. I had previously increased it by a little bit to account for a couple of extra minis because I'm going to send a spare char out to Alberta to Scrim as thanks for doing the voice for the audio drama, and so I bumped it up, and then I just added the $1 because it was making me crazy.
Well, here we are, last 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
610 backers. It seems
Not
like the Seder,
shabby. I mean,
Seder might be out of reach, but it's okay. We have something to look forward to in the future.
Yeah,
Somebody prove me wrong.
I think back to the weeks before we launched the Kickstarter, talking to Opti about it, and trying to set our expectations and things like that. And I remember, Opti, that you had this. I don't know how deep-seated it was, but you had this expressed fear about not meeting the home goal. And the whole thing was going to fail, and we wouldn't be able to even make the game. And we put in all this work. Here we are at how much percent?
505%. Yeah.
610 people are interested enough, at least, that they they want to know more at this. I know there's a few people who even said, hey, I put in for $1 and I'll do some more later.
Yeah.
Just to sort of see how things are. Mem, you've got not a lot of time there, Mem. So go run if you're doing it now.
Somebody up there.
Oh,
pledged
Memon.
a little higher.
What's that?
It's gone up $21.
Ooh.
So
The last 10 minutes. Way to wait until the last minute. Keeping us on our toes.
So yeah, there were people who put in at $1 and are like, okay, I'll come in later on and do add-ons basically when things are looking good. And it's like, okay, that's what people want to do. It's fine. I'm a little sad to not get as many stretch goals in the end, but hey, 505% funded. How many Kickstarters fail? Not none.
No.
It's a time of a lot of uncertainty as well. So when you might have expected greater support, it's thrown into question more. And I honestly think things not going through with plans in the U.S. Congress may well have resulted in us not getting a Seder.
Well, I want to take as many questions as we can till we go. Corey has a question about sprites and pixies. Did you already answer that one?
I talked about sprites, but I didn't answer this particular question.
So are there going to be playable races akin to Windlings in Earthdawn? The answer is no, there will not. That is not to say there will not be pixies or will-o-wisps or that sort of thing. There is the entire range of fae creatures, but they're not going to be playable, at very least, in Gangs of the Undercity, like probably ever. In subversion, we do not have plans for that. They're a fairly controversial choice in most games, period. But the way that our lore is structured, they would be, if they ever became playable, they would be a very, very late thing to do, and it would only be because we've done so many other things and people just clamoring for more. But yeah, most of the Fae things that we think of when we think of Fae will probably not be as playable for reasons.
Yes. Reasons.
For reasons, yeah. Yeah. And that honestly saves us a little bit of a headache sometimes when we talk about I won't say it. You know what I'm excited for? You know what I didn't do that I wanted to do, and I'm glad I didn't do, but I really wanted to anyway? I wanted to get a Capricorn model. And that's something that I really want to do in one of the future expansions for Gangs of the Undercity, is have this event that concerns the Capricorns. And I can't say any more about that other than it would be friggin' great. And how awesome would it be to have a half goat, half fish, humanoid creature coming and attacking you. Like, just the visual of that was super, super cool. And I have an idea in my head about what these Capricorns look like as upright creatures. And I'm just so excited to have that model happen. But I'm glad I never got around to it, because it didn't belong in this initial set. But yeah, look forward to Capricorns. Capricorns are a thing, and to my knowledge, they don't really exist in many other settings.
No, I don't believe so.
But they belong in a Babylonian setting, and they really work well with some of the themes that we have going on. So
it's like Tocquevilius, if I pronounce it correctly, is up to their pledge to the One of Everything tier. So thanks for that.
Thank you so much.
Looks like they just joined us.
I read it as Tocqueville, US. We could figure out who's right.
Tocquevilius?
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you so much. Down to the wire. 5 minutes, I think, left now.
Yeah, a little bit
we're-
less than that, and the numbers are still going up, though the backers' number is staying solid. So we're seeing some people upping their pledges here toward the end. Let's see if it'll be enough to push us over
4
the
minutes
goal.
left to go. Yeah. Mevin, we really appreciate that. Giving to independent creators is a great way to, I mean, like when smaller people get money, they put it right back into the economy. I know that I have put literally every single extra cent that I've had over the last couple of months into Fragging Unicorns, which means paying people, to do other work for us, which means, buying stuff and immediately putting it into the economy. So, absolutely. Thank you for doing that. And
Thank you. Yeah, every
Tocquevilius, thank you very much.
I'll say even every cent that I didn't put into this Kickstarter went into paying people to do voice work and pay for all that stuff to make an audio drama. It's
all right. I'm going to send out one more if I can in the
Nick
last
Van,
4
important
minutes.
question: how do you play minis games? That's also Nick Van. Some of you might, those of you who are Legends of Earthbound fans, that is the voice of Needles, the player of Needles, the Windling Illusion.
I think you've got about 2.5 minutes, Opti.
Oh boy.
Thank you, Ultimate Insult, we appreciate that so much. Up to the get all the minis.
Came for the mini state because the game looks fantastic. That's cool. People are upping theirs to an odd number to get Palmer to put in another $1.
It's not a 99 though. That was the kicker. I'm not
99 now.
Is it? I'm not
It's $60,799.
I'm not obsessive about odd numbers or anything, but really, come on, guys.
It's 799.
Minute and a half.
Minute and a half. I guess I was typing for a minute and a half.
Oh, you're gonna let it end at a 90. Oh no, somebody put in a bunch more. Never mind.
Excellent.
Nice.
Mine hasn't updated yet. So
That person likes to be a hero, and I validate you. I'm
whoever
not sure
you are.
if we can get like 1,000 in the next 1,000 something. If we get past 61.5, I will make sure that damn satyr gets made, no matter what Palmer says.
All right. Ultimate Insult says thanks for making rad, tough-looking lady characters.
Yeah, that was a pleasure to do.
Cyberpunk and have a heck of a time finding tough-looking female characters. Looking forward to painting up Lady Ogre.
Yeah, that was our absolute pleasure. We I keep talking about Sparrow's ass because it is not typically an elfin-looking ass, but I that is what we like. We want to give lots of different body types. We want to give lots of different representation. I don't know if anybody has said this or noticed, but half of our minis are female, which is not typical for minis games, and that's an absolute must of ours, is to have representation. Even the Yetin, you can't see this, but the conversation we had this week was, do Yetin women look different? The answer is no, they don't. So our
Last
Yetin
minute.
are... Oh, last minute! Come on, pledge! $700! We can do this!
All right, we're gonna do, Mr. Johnson. Would you do the last 10 seconds when we get there?
Sure. Yeah, I've got something where I can see it live here.
Oh, I can.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it live. What do we have?
I
You
have
have to refresh it or something, but I've got a
30 seconds.
yep, my overlay.
Oh, mine still says 7 hours. 28 seconds.
No, Ray, you are not late. You are still here. There's seconds left. Quick.
There's
Put money
literally
in.
seconds left to pledge $1,000. Go!
All right. All right, coming up on the
15
last
seconds.
count. Get ready. Here we go.
Oh, I feel
10,
9, 8,
8,
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay!
Oh, there's the little last one.
Oh, there
that put
was a
it up
little
over 61 grand.
bump. What is it?
$61,000.
Did we really get over 61? Well, you know what? I have news for you, folks. I'm gonna make sure that Seder will happen.
I won't fight you. That was a great push.
Great job.
Last person who put it over the top and last like
Great
half
job.
Whoever that was, you have my unending gratitude.
Yeah, we wanna make a. Well, I don't want to overpromise. We want to thank you.
Well,
everybody did a great
feel-
job. I want to singly be awesome.
I gotta ask right now in this moment, how do you feel, Opti?
I feel really great. I feel great. Everybody should feel really great about this. But yeah, I feel very validated, right? So something that one of our supporters said, Eric, said that he saw us on Tabletop, or he never would have heard of us, but then he's been here since day one, and our way of doing business has kept him around. Like that makes me so happy, right? Like the idea that we can just try to be as good as possible, and that is a selling point. That makes me happy to be a part of a community and a hobby that values that. So thank you for saying that. That's what we absolutely want to be the case. So thank you. Nick says, what is Subversion? It's a role-playing game that's going to be coming out after we get done fulfilling Gangs of the Undercity. So it's set in the same world essentially as Gangs of the Undercity, but it will be a role-playing game. I'm really excited. Subversion has me all sorts of excited about other things. Like it's not the same focus. Gangs of the Undercity is one thing, right? Gangs of the Undercity is a tabletop war game. Everybody fights each other. That's the whole point of it. But our game, Subversion, our role-playing game, is not. It doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the same themes, and it doesn't have the same feeling, and it doesn't have the same goals, I guess. So it's in the same world, but it has themes of community and themes of subverting power and fighting back and winning, right? Like being good in a world that is not quite good enough for you. So yeah, we're actually really excited about that. It has some really neat mechanics. Two mechanics in particular around what we're calling anonymity and our community. And
I'm going to jump in real quick here and say from Twitch, Zang Pao is saying, Palmer gave me the idea that $1 is okay to pledge. So I put in $5. I was hoping to be the last pledge, LOL. So I think Zang Pao over on our Twitch side of here was the one to put things over.
Well,
right over the 61,000. Right at the last minute.
Thank you so much. I'm really pleased. This is incredible. And I know that now that it's over, let's see, PogChamp. I think that's an exclamation. Yes, so there will be more Fragging Unicorns content to support. Where do I send my trilogy of novels that are my player character story?
I believe it's Opti at
fraggingunicorns.com. Yeah.
Come on, you play Earthdawn with him once a month. You know how to get a hold of the guy.
You can talk. So let's see. So first things first, I will probably take a week off and spend a lot of time with my family and eat and drink and be merry, and I might play The Witcher, which was the thing that I had told myself that if we do well at the Kickstarter, that I'm gonna play Witcher. So I might just take the entire next week and play The Witcher. But I probably won't actually be able to help myself, and I'll probably do a little bit of work. So I'll probably be reaching out to. Let me see. Now that it's all final, I'm going to allow myself to actually look at this in depth. I tell you, I have not looked at anybody's name. I've made a point to not see who has pledged what, because I recognize a lot of you, and I didn't want to get my ass hurt if I saw people that pledged and then jumped off, and then I didn't want to have to think about that. So I didn't look at anybody. I don't know anybody's names who actually gave at all. But thank you, Kim, who was the last backer. $1. Thank you, Kim. You're great. Eric DeMage, thank you so much. Josh, appreciate you. Bernie, Molly, Josh, man, you just wrecked us. Thank you so much in a good way. Kadorian, thank you so much. Palmer, I see you. Michael Jones, thank you. Anon, James, Rusty really wanted Jax. Sam, Andrew, Timothy, Jonathan, thank you. Andrew, Matthew, Megaphones, James, Jason, Joshua, Nick, thank you so much, Nick. I really appreciate you. John, Caleb, Kinrick, Freer, MJ, Darkspee, Tim, Dasom, Luca, Eric, you guys all have been backing in the last 5 hours, so thank you so much for that. So what I'll probably be doing is reaching out to the people. I know that's what I wanted to do. I got distracted. See who backed at the. Oh, look at! They're giving me this really cool graphic of fireworks when I log in. So I'll look at the.
Misfortune just joined the Twitch. So
oh, hey, what's up, man?
I know those handsome bears, and then click with the beards.
So yeah, we have 2 backers at the gang war tier, which you get to create your own gang. Actually, we have 4 backers at the gang war tiers. So I need to reach out to them, I think, as soon as possible to tell them what I need for them to give me input on the gangs that they want to create. I have some gangs in mind if they don't have any gangs in mind, and I'd love to work with them based on whatever they have. So I think that needs to happen, as soon as possible. Make it easier for us to start creating that gang mechanically and balancing it and all that kind of stuff. So I need to reach out to them, those 4. I need to reach out to those people who's pledged at the Ukeem tier and get them their own. Ask them what they want their character to be like, their named character. I think that's like what I need to do immediately, like first thing tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but first thing next week. I don't think anybody pledged at the Gray Star tier. Oh wait, maybe they did. Oh yeah, somebody pledged at the Gray Star tier. How cool! That means they get to make their own miniature. Oh, how great! Oh, that's exciting! They can make any miniature they want. Oh, and everybody. I didn't say this because I didn't want to push it too hard, but that miniature that they have made will be playable and be buyable by everybody else. So whatever miniature they make, they say, hey, I want to have a female dwarf, or I want to have a male goblin. That miniature will become available for purchase for everybody else. So that's actually really, really cool. I don't know what they want, but that will be something that happens. That's really cool.
Awesome.
Let's see what else. Okay,
I've got to run here.
Cliff, thanks for being here, man.
I wanted to be here through this to close out the Kickstarter with you. I've been rooting for you pretty hard, and also I'm one of your backers. So.
Thank you. I will notice that soon. I think there's a way for me to send out email. I don't know if I'll be able to send out 612 emails, but
yeah, it was on the first day, so I grabbed the early bird box with the initial first game. So
excellent.
Looking forward to getting my hands on that and playing the game with the miniatures, and I'll probably actually get my hands on the rules sooner rather than later, and maybe do a little bit of gaming with my own proxies at home in the meantime. Here is my pledge. If we get over 85,000, no, let me say this. If we get to 75,000 in the backer kit, I will do my best to get the dwarf and the goblin and Avimaris made. I think that's a reasonable thing. I think that's going to be doable for most people. The map is going to cost us a little bit more, and it would require like an artist and going through a bunch of extra hurdles that I don't think that's going to be worth it to us to do after the fact. But I've already told you that the Griffs are going to come out no matter what. And I think I'd really like to get
the female dwarf, the male goblin, and the Abimyrus model made. Maybe the person who pledged at the Grey Star will give us another cool freebooter. But yeah, I'm so stoked, you guys. This has been incredible. Cliff, thanks for being here. Cliff was the one who was like, "Hey, we're doing this tomorrow. We're gonna stream." And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "What do you want to do?" I was like, "I don't know." Yeah. So he's the one who kind of pushed me to get more as organized as we were. Cliff was the one who pushed me.
Yeah, I am nothing if not an instigator.
Indeed, in the best possible way. So we're so excited, guys. Thank you so much. I'm a little amped up, so I'm gonna need a little afterglow. So I'm gonna probably be around for another 15 or 20 minutes, just hanging out and chatting.
Right, I'm gonna shut down the stream on the Shadowcasters Network side. So once again, if you want to join the party, it's still going on the YouTube channel. I will drop the link in the chat.
Thank you, Cliff. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, you too. Thanks so much. And Palmer, good to see you. Nice to hang out with you on the stream again.
Bye.
Do this more often.
Now let's see what happens when he closes out.
You'll have to move me around. I'll stick around till you're done, man.
Okay, cool.
All right, so I just posted that link in the Twitch. There's 7 people hanging out there, so
Oh wow.
hop over on YouTube, y'all, and click that subscribe and notification.
Yeah, come on over. We're gonna party for another 15 or 20 minutes while I let my endorphins wash out of my body, because this has been really...
Congratulations, my friend.
Yeah, it's really congratulations to all of us.
It is. It
really, I can't say this enough. Sometimes people say, like, it's been a group effort, everybody deserves credit. Like, but like, this is actually one of those times when it really is true. Everybody has done an awful lot. And I'm really, really proud of the team around us and how much they gave. Nobody was getting paid. Nobody on the core team is getting paid. And a lot of people gave a lot and have been supporting a lot, even if they couldn't, do stuff. They've been around, and that's a lot too. So,
good night.
Thanks, Cliff.
Good night.
I'm still in the process.
I know he's still here. I'm like waiting to kick him off. There he goes. All right, so let's see here. Get you all situated. I've had Natalie Merchant in my head because my wife plays Natalie Merchant.
That's all right. Oh man. Oh, hi, Myson. How are you? Good to see you. Came over from the Twitch.
Hey.
Oh man. You know that today was a big deal because Damien is still awake at 1 a.m.
I am going to make a special trip to Canada just to see 2 of my favorite people. One of these days.
As soon as we open up the border again.
Right. Because right now we're just filthy Americans who can't get their shit together.
I am making no political statements or comments.
That was that. I guess it was political.
Well,
I'm an American, so I can say.
I could make it into one, but
all right. Let's see the chat. What have I missed? Yeah, Josh, thank you for pushing us to your local game store in Portland. We'll be able to do something similar. I think it just wasn't in our ability to do as much distribution side stuff as we wanted to. We just don't have the infrastructure or the connections to reach out to distributors and to retailers the way that we wanted to. So that's something that we hope to get a little bit better at once we've done most of the fulfillment. So thank you for pushing us to... I don't remember, how many pledges did we get from the...
I saw
the retailer,
but I don't know if there were more.
We got 4 backers from the retailer tier, so that's cool. That means four retailers decided that they were interested enough to at least buy one of our games at wholesale. So that's cool. I'll make sure to follow up with them and hopefully expand this. I wonder, just one of the reasons I really wanted to do Gen Con this year is I really wanted to have some kind of event that we could that we could videotape and that we could have a report on, so that we could kind of send it to retailers to say like, hey, this is cool, and have people get excited about it and go back home and tell their shops like, hey, carry this game.
Yeah.
It didn't happen, obviously, and that's okay.
For reasons.
Yeah, that's okay. In some ways, and I don't want to be coy about this either, in some ways it actually worked out better for us. It allowed us more time to focus on what we needed to focus on, and we weren't spending money that we didn't have heading into the Kickstarter. And there were a bunch of people at home with vacation time and lots of money that they weren't spending at Gen Con. So I'd be stupid to think that like some of that didn't work in our favor, but I still also would like to think that being at Gen Con and being able to see people and share our product and our passion would also have been a boon. So I think benefits on both sides.
I think all we can do, as a team, is look at the result and say, you know what, I'm happy with this result.
Yeah.
We can't go back and second guess this. Oh, could we have done that? Oh, could we have done that? Maybe, but it's done now, and this is how we did, and it's great.
Yeah. Ray, you said you found us a couple months ago before the Kickstarter and had to wait so long for this. Thank you so much for waiting, and thank you for sticking around and sticking with us. We really appreciate that. Let's see. Everyone, you're freaking amazing. I agree, William. They're amazing. Opti, do you want me to tell the chat about my idea for a subversion adventure? Man, you can tell the chat whatever you want to. Go crazy.
Oh, I've just received an email from Kickstarter. Gangs of the Undercity has reached its funding goal.
Yay! Josh, man, if Josh was the one who pledged at the Gray Star tier and he wants the Min Centaur, I don't know. Do we alter lore for people? I don't know. That's a pretty big deal. I don't think so. I think that I would force you to. One of the things actually we do want to do, that would be actually pretty cool. One of the things we did want to do, but we weren't able to, is the Heteroi have a centaur gal who is their roadie. So being able to make a centaur model would be cool too. That would fill out the Heteroi a bit. That would be fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Whatever anybody wants to make, it'll
fit. Yeah, it'll fit somewhere. Josh says, as far as I know, no minigame has allowed a full skirmish of Centaur except Mage Knight. I mean, if we have a Centaur made, like this is how this would happen. This is how it was happened in the core rulebook. If somebody at that Gray Star level said, I wanted a Centaur, we would make the Centaur model, and because of that, we would have to add Centaur rules into the core rulebook. There was two species that we wanted to have in there, but just didn't fit in the core rules. Satyr is actually one of them, but we're going to add the Satyr because there's Satyrs and there's Lamukin, who are a sort of ruby red, almost, ruby red to purplish type folk that have like a really hard skin, like not like rock, right? They're not like rock people, and they're not like gem people either. They just have hard skin that is red, but they're part of it, and centaurs. So there is a centaur and a Lamukin in the Heteroi. So I kind of wanted to make those, and what Rusty did, as now that I'm thinking about it, he has the Satyr and the Lamukin and the Centaur all in the Heteroi. I don't know why I let him do that, because they none of those have rules yet. But we had the possibility of making them. The way we've done our species, it actually becomes easier to add species in. So yeah, if that happens, if the Gray Star person wants a Centaur, we would add Centaurs into the game, and if that happens, you could add a full army of Centaurs. We would only have one model for the Centaur, but you could, we don't mind at this point, outside of official games like at Gen Con or something like that, where we'd want our minis on display for pictures and stuff like that. you can make your minis out of anything. You know, take a horse model and cut it in half and glue it to one of our other models, and you have a centaur. But yeah, you could do that. Let's see. So tired, can't sleep. Yeah, thanks, Palmer.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this chat is more prolific than Twitch. It is. They've been quite prolific. Misfortune, Twitch can be bonkers. There, switched over to my public image, now to keep a real profile. Dang it, like it keeps bumping me down. I have to keep scrolling back up.
So much happening, man. I've been on top of it. But
heard about it. Josh, going to Canada, see your parents. I assume no, I'm not going to go see your parents. My wife is from Canada. She has Canadian citizenship. My kids are dual citizenship. So going to Canada might be easier for us than most people. But I have two very, very good friends up there. Palmer, who is right here with me, and Damien, who's less of a friend and more of like a really big irritation, but I really want to see him anyway. Why am I here? Selfish begging plugging. Push for retailer I know in Grand Rapids. That would be cool. Yeah. Anybody who I am willing to do wholesale of any retailer. So if any retailers contact me, we'll actually get them wholesale boxes out. Good night, Damien. That was probably a long time ago.
a long time ago. Like 10 minutes.
Somebody says, Palmer, they expected you to have fuzz on your face.
This is about as scruffy as I get. I was going to say, one thing, I don't know if it was talked about, discussed, mentioned at all during the whole stream, but there's a few people still hanging out with us here. Did you talk at all about misspent youth?
I did, maybe 2 hours in, mentioned that we told a story about Robert and how he got out of the industry and how we reached out to him. So yeah, I should say, I keep forgetting. Josh, I do remember our trip to Grand Rapids. That was a very, very fond memory that I have. We created an entire role-playing game world around Led Zeppelin lyrics on the way back. But yeah, I mentioned how Robert Bull went out, and I reached out to him and said, like, hey, Misspent Youth is one of my favorite role-playing games. I would love, if nobody else is going to do it, would you allow us to keep distributing it if nobody else is going to do it? And he actually said, like, no, you can't keep distributing it, but here, you can just have it. And so he just gave us the entire property. He gave us all the inventory. He gave us everything. We have the rights. We have the art, so we can make expansions. So we actually own another role-playing game right now. We've been so focused on Gangs of the Undercity and preparing for Subversion that we haven't been able to do much with it. Because it was just a weird timing. But right in the middle of pushing for Gangs, we got given a role-playing game property, which is one of my favorites. So that was actually really, really insanely cool.
So good. I will just ask, I guess, a question on behalf of everyone.
Yeah.
Is any possibility of having an add-on for that?
Yes, actually, that was something that we did talk about. I wouldn't be surprised if we put the Misspent Youth game in the backer kit. Just in case anybody wanted it. Right now I think it's $25 for the game and another $25 for the expansion. Sell out with me. I think $45 for the combo on the website. Actually, not our website. Actually, it's still on Robert's website. But I think we can probably get away with charging a lot less than that for people who have already backed our Kickstarter. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. I think we'll do that. Yeah. I think I've reached the end of the chat.
Yep. Nothing current.
So, what I have not said when I asked Palmer to introduce himself is that Palmer has been with me since the very, very, very beginning. I can't remember if it was him or Joel That was the very, very first. Let me think. Why did I invite Palmer? Oh, yes, because we were knee deep in doing stuff for the Blackout crossover that we did with our podcasts last year.
That was only last year.
It was. It was a year and a couple months, right?
Yeah, it's a lot longer.
And I didn't even really know Palmer prior to a couple months before that, where we talked about doing this. And I knew he had an in-character Shadowrun podcast, so I reached out to him and said, hey, I'll have this crossover idea. But in that time, we became such good friends. Like, we were, like, talking every single day, and we just had so damn much in common, and our outlooks on life were so similar that even the things that we didn't have in common, I found endearing because I found somebody who thinks like I do without my background, like, which, you know, was really, really exciting. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I get energized by that. So it was one of those things where, like, I wanted to spend more time with Palmer, and I said, well, I'm doing this other thing, and we brainstorm really well together. Would you want to brainstorm with me? So I don't remember if Garde Manger was first. Although
I think he was around first. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think I never, like, he's always been around since I've been doing the Shadowrun stuff. So I think I probably was chatting with him. But you two were the first ones that that got brought in any official capacity to say, like, hey, I want to do this. Let's start building this world. But you have been such a constant and faithful companion in this journey. Like, if I was Frodo, which I'm not, you would be Sam. And you keep me, you know, going forward, and you keep motivating me, and you're just such a potatoes kind of guy, you know, when I'm not eating. So I really appreciate you.
I could go for some potatoes. I'm pretty hungry.
Let's see.
Thank you so much, sir.
2020 has been a long 5 years. Yeah. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Blackout was, I don't even remember it anymore, you know?
That's also when Blackout was done, we said, like, we have to keep working together. So what are we going to do? And that's where Worlds Without End came from. It ended up being, it was originally going to be you and Deniable Assets team, James and Mac, and myself, and then they pulled out. They just, I don't remember if they just didn't want to do it or didn't have time, or just it was just not in their,
it's just not happening
in their lane. But then, like, I'm still involved, but my time got diverted to a different place, and so you just decided to take that on and merge it with what we were already doing with Gangs of the Undercity, and that's where the Undercity came from.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is Worlds Without End would not, it would not have gotten made this without my creative direction. Couldn't be doing both at the same time. Like, I couldn't be doing an unrelated podcast and trying to help out developing gangs, doing all that. So I was like, all right, let me just cross seed these two things.
Yeah.
Make them the same thing so I can think about one thing at a time.
Yeah. I mean, like, one of the things that we want to do with Worlds Without End is do an Earth Dawn audio drama.
And
that's still on the.
I've got some great ideas. I've actually come up with some new ideas the last 2 weeks. So
so I'm still all in with Earth Dawn. I really love Earth Dawn, and then I love Shadowrun. So I don't think we're going to do any Shadowrun audio dramas for a while.
No, I mean, I have my regular Shadowrun show. That's fine.
Yeah, we need to. But I do like the idea. I think we'll return to Undercity / Subversion. If not next, then after whatever we do.
My thought is it'll depend. I've already 50% cast the next Undercity.
Oh, so that's happening first. Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be first or not. I may do depends how the scripts go, kind of thing. Whatever one has the scripts done first, we'll do first. Whatever one has the ideas flow better. I came up with a bunch of character ideas for the Earth Dawn one, but I've also got some. My problem for the second series of Undercity is I don't know what story I want to tell.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to even tell my story or if I want someone else to say tell my story and here's an outline, make it happen.
I was gonna say now I want somebody in a combat wheelchair, but
I mean
that was the story we just told.
we have that story.
That's the subversive streak that we both have. It's like, well, if we didn't just do that, we would have done that out of spite.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, that's I feel ahead of the curve on that because that's literally why Abimaris became why Abimaris is in a wheelchair is I started following Mustang who made the combat wheelchair, but that's because I started doing that so long ago and I kept hearing all this disability rep, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. We need to put that front and center somewhere. And I was like, as soon as there was an opportunity, hey, I found it. Here's the opportunity for it.
Nice. All right, folks. I think... Did Bull just come by? God damn it, Bull. Where you been, man? Let's see. Josh says, Earthdawn's a game he never got to play. Earthdawn is pretty sweet. It's not everybody's cup of tea mechanically, but I like the world a lot.
It's a fun world.
And if you like really in-depth mechanics, I mean, it's absolutely right up your alley. Thank you, Bull. I appreciate you. Yeah, I recommend a number of different painting streams. Mocha Minis is
great.
is absolutely. She's just so engaging and such a good person to watch. There's another guy called Brush for Hire, who was one of the first to do our minis. Absolutely recommend him. Sullivan Minis. It's a husband and wife team that do painting together. They were absolutely amazing. Who else? There's a number of folks that did a lot of cool stuff for us. I can't think of them off the top of my head. I feel like I have to. Hold on. I'm going to feel bad if I don't mention them. Go ahead and keep talking.
That's okay. I was just going to say at this time of night, you don't need to push yourself because, we'll wrap up. But if you're feeling like, nope, I got to call these folks out, great.
I do. They did such good work for us that I would feel crappy if I didn't mention them.
We're glad you could be here, too, at the end. Well, thank you.
Brush for Hire did a great job on our Domino Mini. Dev Paints, that one's one of the ones I wanted to mention quite a bit. Dev Paints did our Vengeance model. This is from Dev Paints. There you go. And just did an incredible job. Really enjoyed him. This one was from... come on, do it.
Come on.
Do
Vengeance,
it.
Vengeance focused so well.
This was Brush for Hire. Nope, it's just not going to work. You piece of trash.
My next webcam, I'm getting a manual focus. I'm just going to...
Hey,
there
we
you go.
Look at that. So good. Then we have Tim Patrick does a stream as Palos Apep. He's the one who painted the pink mohawk dwarf. Electric Eve. She was one of the ones who did. She did our really cool acid figure, who's like in some ways iconic to Gangs of the Undercity. He just got that super dope goatee, and he's just such an asshole with like attitude, and you can't see it, but his knuckles say acid.
Yeah, he's pretty sweet.
Wow, look at how much it's focusing. Good for you.
Yeah. Now, right?
So good.
After it's all over.
Right?
You were trying real hard earlier.
So yeah, Electric Eve did a great job. Sullivan Minis did our Adelante. Mocha did our Marmagul. Nonsense Painting did both an Ansa for us and a Char for us and did a great job. Let's see. Sullivan did our Adelante. I think I mentioned that already. One of our earliest was Sparrow. And I'm going to forget who did Sparrow. It was one of my favorites. Shoot, who was it? Maharun. It was Maharun. Did that sparrow, and I absolutely adore that sparrow paint job. So yeah, I think those are all the ones that we had on stream. No, there was one more. It was poop. It was Geek Girl Bookworm. She did a couple of our. She did this one for us, who reminds me of Faker He-Man, if anybody ever saw Masters of the Universe back in the day. And she also did a couple other minis for us. But yeah, those are all great people to watch paint. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say that. Let's see.
I believe that they were posted on Twitter, I think, Nick, at one point. But
yeah, a lot of them are. I don't know if you want to scroll my Twitter, and that's just a mess of
we should do. Well, once everything settles down, we'll get the website updated with all those folks.
Yeah.
Like in a week or two.
William says, before y'all leave, thank you so much for letting you join the company. Quite literally your dream to be a writer, writing things for people to enjoy. Of course. We have nothing to lose and everything to gain by giving people a chance. And since it's for a socially conscious game with tons of cool people, with an awesome message and mission full of joy. Hey, we live to spread joy. Hey, Bull. Bull was sleeping. Good for you. That's fine. There is a whole gang of bulls. Bulls of heaven. Nonsense painting. Oh, Agent Meeple! Thank you! Torquevilius, thank you so much. Agent Meeple painted a few of our minis as well, and they did a great job. That was the one that I forgot. They painted the logic. Let me get that out. That was a great one.
I love the I'm sorry, it's getting way late. The effect on the logic, like the coat. I don't know what you call that. I don't know mini painting, coating, texture. That's what I wanted.
That
texture.
was Agent Meeple, and they just did a great job. Come on. It's not going to do it. Okay. Anyway, they did a great job. I really enjoyed that one as well. They did another one for us. I can't remember which one it was. I will remember when it's all done, but I don't remember now.
Yeah, as soon as you log off, you'll remember.
Yeah. But anyway, is this it? No. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm sorry. But they did a great job for us. It was super incredible. So thank you, Torquevilius. I really appreciate that reminder.
Nick asks, are there vehicles in the game?
There are, but they're just they're not functional. We have STL files for people who want to print vehicles out as an add-on. I think $35, and you get like 5 or 6 STL files of some vehicles, but there's no rules for them. They just would function as terrain.
They're terrain, yeah.
There will be rules for vehicles down the road, but we do not have them yet for a number of reasons. Your GMs, you would think you guys write notes of everything. No, I don't ever write notes about anything hardly, unless I'm world building. But for actually GMing, I hardly ever write notes.
Same. I'm a minimalist and an improviser. I GM the same way that I play. I just have to take what's dealt to me by the players and go off of it. It's just the same universe.
Yeah. I do say that, like, if I'm really feeling up to it, I will take notes about things that seem important, and maybe have like a piece of paper or something like that where I can keep track of it and make a note to myself. What seems to work is sending an email to myself and then just never opening it, so that it just stays right there at the top, so that I can just keep reminding myself of something that I think is important. But I hardly ever do that. I haven't GM'd in a long time. I think one of the things that we're planning on doing sometime behind the scenes is playing a game of Misspent Youth in Neo Babylon. So that'll be kind of fun.
It's gonna be sweet.
All right, I think that is where we're going to wrap things up.
You've come down far enough.
I do, and I'm starting to get tired now, but I'm super excited. I do have to work in the morning.
Yes.
So that's on my mind. But I just wanted to say thank you so much to everybody who's been here. There's more people watching now than were watching in the beginning. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for supporting us. The backer kit will be open. The pledge manager will be open as soon as I am functional. As soon as I can take a break and sort of recharge my batteries and look at what needs to be done before the backer kit gets up and running. I'd like to have as many pictures, for the backer kit things. So there's some unlocked minis that don't have actual pictures now. I'd like to see if I can't get some of those this week updated. Any more questions, send to opti@fragandunicorns.com and I will answer them. So yeah, that's...
Tweet at Fragging Unicorns.
Yes. But yes, we're super stoked. 500% is about 100% more than we had earlier this week. So we're pretty excited. Thank you to everybody who helped make this happen. Good night, Josh. Good night, Bull. Good night, Nick. Good night, Myson. Good night, Joe. Good night, Brad. Good night, Tocquevilius. Good night, Pat. Good night, Ray. Good night, Alex. Good night, Moon. Good night, William. And good night, Palmer. I really appreciate you. And we will
be here.
You will be hearing from us more about lots of different things very, very soon.
All right. Good night, everybody.